Hey everybody, what's going on? My name is Chad King. We are just giving everybody a minute to hop in, and then we will get started. It's good to see everybody here. Would love to see all of your faces. If you're able to turn your cameras on and get engaged, I would love to see your faces. Listen, this is going to be a jam-packed couple of days. Thank you all so much for signing up for this virtual event. I do not want you to miss anything. If to miss a little is to miss a lot. We have an amazing lineup of speakers. This is the event was just, it was incredible from a content standpoint, and we're literally delivering all that same content to you guys. So I'm super pumped to have you on here. I would love if you guys do me a favor and just light up the chat and let me know you're here. Say hello. Let me know that you're here. The more you engage with me, the more I can engage with you guys. I would love to see where you are investing in. Say hi. Great to see you guys again. Daniel, Nikita. Hey, oh, what's up, Leonard? How you guys doing? Where are you at? What markets are you guys in? The reason I love dropping your markets in there is because you can link up with some other folks that are in that same market as you. And Murfreesboro, I'm in Murfreesboro, Alicia. You got to come check out our office. Good morning. Good morning. Service in Atlanta, GA. Where are my Atlanta folks? Yeah, we got some, drop your market in the chat, say hello, link up with anybody. If you see somebody say, hey, I'm in Atlanta, and you're like, I'm in Atlanta, why don't you guys figure out if you can do something together? They may have a complementary strength. We talk a lot about partnerships. Multifamily is a team sport. They may be great at underwriting. You may be great at sourcing deals. They may be great at raising money. You may be great at acquisitions, and could work out really, really well. So don't be afraid to reach out to folks. You can send private messages to everybody. We're here to kind of put together as many high caliber folks as we can in the room. And yeah, we're here to talk multifamily real estate, commercial real estate. This event, I'm looking at the lineup right now. We're going to be talking about acquisitions, direct to seller strategies, pitfalls to avoid during asset management. We're going to be talking about raising a lot about raising money, which is, you know, the one of the toughest things to do right now is how to build a brand and raise money for these deals so that when a deal does come, you can get it funded. It's amazing. We're going to be talking about, Jason's going to be talking about the state of the market. I have a whole presentation on just seller financing. We're doing a lot of structuring, a lot of deals creatively right now, whether it's loan assumptions or seller carrybacks. We're rolling sellers into the equity positions on deals. So we're doing all sorts of fun stuff, trying to move with the cheese and navigate the market that we're in. So what I will tell you is, you know, the market is changing. The dynamics of the market are changing. We all know that. We're seeing interest rates go up. The Fed has indicated that it's probably not the end of the hikes. There probably will be at least a couple more hikes. And we have to move with the cheese. So the same interest rates, I mean, the same strategies and techniques that you used to buy deals, you know, 2 or 3 years ago, those same strategies and techniques aren't going to work to buy deals now. So you have to constantly be educating, learning, getting in rooms where we're actively in the weeds, doing deals. If you guys don't know who I am, my name is Chad King. I own a company called Titan Capital Group. We currently have 72 million in assets under management, 648 doors across the Southeast. We bought 15 commercial real estate properties, and we've taken 6 of them full cycle. So we've exited 6 deals. I bought my first apartment complex about 6 years ago, a little 14 unit. And then I've just been buying deals ever since, and then got into the syndications and started, you know, doing some 506B, 506C syndications on some larger properties. So that's a little bit about me. I started humble beginnings in the single family space, flipping houses. I mean, a lot of you folks come from single family world. So that was where I started wholesaling and flipping way back when, and then ultimately wanted to get into a place where my money would work for me, my assets would produce income, and I wasn't in this sort of transactional rat race, or the transactional hamster wheel. I combined a rat and a hamster. I wanted to get out of that hamster wheel of having to like continually flip and do transactions to make money. So I started buying apartment complexes, and I think everybody in this room understands the power of commercial real estate. I don't really need to go too deep into like why commercial real estate. I mean, you guys are here because you've got the bug, right? This is the path for generational wealth. This is the path for financial freedom. This is the path for wealth preservation, capital multiplication. Like this is the tried and true method, right? listen, I have some other investments in other sectors and I am pretty diversified, but 90% of my wealth, my money, my capital, my cash flow comes from commercial real estate. And you can hopefully feel the passion that I have for this sector, because I don't think there's anything else out there that can produce the returns on a stable basis that real estate can. Like, you guys can go, Apple's up 123% this year. Like, you can go buy Bitcoin or crypto, but Apple was down 60% last year. Like, I don't want to ride that roller coaster. I don't want to ride the emotional roller coaster of the stock market. I do some day trading and some swing trading to make money, to make active income, but then all of that active income ends up going into commercial real estate, mobile home parks, storage facilities, apartment complexes. I got some retail, some office, anything that produces cash flow. That's where my active income all goes into those assets that then give me tax benefits, and ultimately build some cash flow so that we can do whatever we want, whenever we want, with whoever we want, for however long we want. And that's why we're here, is to live a life of freedom. So with that being said, I want to hear from you guys. I'm very big on audience interaction. Is there anything specific that you guys 100% want to get out of this event? You guys came into this event seeking something, right? Whether it's knowledge, experience, you want something, right? What is that thing that you guys are in here trying to get out of this? What do you want to learn? Is it seller financing? Is it how to raise money? Getting deal flow? That's amazing, Jeff. We're going to talk a lot about deal flow, but I want to see what you guys are looking to get in. Funding, financing, seller financing, creative financing. That's going to be amazing. My presentation on owner financing, I'm a little biased, but it's pretty good. So just stick around for that one. Having the mindset to get started, capital raising, how to find deals, negotiating, deal analysis. Oh my gosh, we're talking about all these things. So I can't wait. You guys are, it's almost like someone told you exactly what to say. We're doing all this stuff, syndications, mistakes that I've made. Wow, that's a good one. I'm going to come in here and tell you guys some of the mistakes that I've made. Let me write that down, because that's a good one that I don't think there's a presentation on mistakes that I've made. But I will tell you, I can save you guys some serious coin. I'm going to write that down, because I'm going to come up with a little blurb here. How to find the deal. Wholesaling. Okay. Cool. Creative financing, having to navigate the market. What is the website is better to buy the property? Team building. We're going to talk about all this stuff. This is amazing. Everything that you guys put in there is going to get answered. And believe it or not, even the wholesaling question can get answered. I've wholesaled commercial real estate plenty. So if you want to lock up some commercial real estate deals, make some active income, you can do that in commercial real estate too. It's not just single family homes. Deal structure, waterfall, preferred returns. Man, we're going to get all this stuff answered for you guys. I'm going to have somebody scrub this chat. And then if any questions don't get answered in the presentations, I think we're doing like a bonus Q&A for you all. So I'll make sure that all these things get scrubbed. Morgan, if you're in here, can you copy this thread and make sure that I get these questions sent to me so I can hammer them out? Without further ado, there's Morgan. Will do. Without further ado, I'm going to bring up the first speaker. He's a good friend of mine. I've done a lot of business with him. We've made multiple seven figures together. We have probably together, I would say we probably have over 300 doors. He's a phenomenal capital raiser, an amazing marketer, a good human being. And most of you guys probably know who he is. His name's Bill Allen. If you don't know who he is, you probably get a ton of his emails because he sends them out like a madman. But he's an amazing marketer, good human being. And he's got a really good presentation about basically the mindset to get started. I think that was one of the first questions that I saw was just, all right, we're getting started. What does the current state of the market look like? There is a storm ahead looming. We all see it. We all feel it. Everybody's feeling it right now. And he's going to talk a little bit about the path through and how to get, come out of this storm wealthier than when you entered. Because this is the time now. Before I bring him up, I want to say one more thing. Right now is the time that wealthy people gain ground. This is the time where many, many folks, the statistic was in 2023, 60,000 realtors have already left the real estate space. Did you know that? 60,000 realtors have already hung their hats up and left their brokerages to go do something else. 60,000 this year. We're feeling the market is feeling it. It's constricting, right? This is not the Wild West a couple of years ago where everything's trading over and over and over again. Deal volume is at an all-time high. We are, in the thick of it, and the storm is here. interest rates, everything. So you have to figure out how to navigate that, still acquire properties and build wealth, because this is when the wealthy people gain ground. This is when everybody in here should expand into this market contraction with more experience, make more offers, take more activity, talk to more brokers, get more known so that you can gain ground while everybody else is constricting. All right. This is what Bill's going to talk about here in a little bit. And then I'm going to see you back before the next presentation. Morgan, go ahead and cue it up. I love you guys. Light up the chat. We'll be monitoring it for any questions. Enjoy.
So I'm excited to spend these couple days with you. Are you guys pumped about this? Yeah. Cool. But I feel like there's something going on right now in our country. I've spent a lot of time defending, supporting the Constitution, everything that's going on. But this says, is there a storm coming? I think there's a storm that's already here. Would you guys agree with that? Okay, and I think that's why you're here. I think the reason you're here is you're trying to take some personal responsibility for your life, your financial future, and your freedom and independence. And what I think is going on right now is there's a lot of people that are trying to control what we think and how we feel. I think the news and the media is absolutely horrible. I was at an event in January, and Megyn Kelly was there, and she basically said, all reporters are idiots. All we do is just talk and talk and talk about stuff that's not real, it's not happening, fake news. And I was just shocked that there's a reporter up there talking about how horrible and broken the system is. I feel like the same thing. I don't think that we have a lot of real leaders in government and leadership. But if a little guy like me, who spent 20 years in the military, basically just doing what I'm told, like, I cannot do things that I'm not told to do. I can't really think for myself. My salary was capped. If I worked harder, I got more responsibility. I didn't get more money, I got more responsibility. That system is absolutely broken. The cool thing is, when I broke out of the prison of the entrepreneurship world, I'm an entrepreneur now, 9 years ago, totally shifted my mindset. I can control my life. I can control my income. If I can make more money and become a millionaire, a decamillionaire, a billionaire, I can change things. And so I'm not being selfish, I'm taking responsibility for my life and my future. And I want you guys to do the same, and I think that's why you're here. Is that why you're here? Okay, so 5 people. Is that why you're here? Okay. Awesome. If you can put up the next slide for me, I'd appreciate it. Okay, has anybody ever seen this? Raise your hand if you've seen this. Raise your hand if you've never seen this. It's okay. Is it freaking you out? If you don't know what you're looking at, this is usdebtclock.org. On the top left, that red number, the big one that you probably can't even pronounce, that's moving up faster than you can count, is our national debt. This is how much we owe. By the way, do you know who we owe this money to? China is 3.8% of this. China is 3.8% of this. That's $1 trillion that we owe to China. About 25% of this is owned to foreign nations. A lot of it's owed to us, the people. They're taking loans from us and the people. So I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this, but look, almost 32 trillion. I would say by the end of this weekend, we'll probably be up at least a couple $1 billion as we go over 3 days. And there's no possible way that this is slowing down. Up at the top right, there's a debt clock time machine. You can actually go back in time and look at 4 years ago, 8 years ago. I looked at when I got commissioned in the military, it was $6 trillion. 6 trillion. We're at almost 32 trillion right now. So over my 20 years of service, the people that I was serving are financially irresponsible. We'll dig into this a lot more. I just want to kind of show you this, but I have some really cool stuff for you over the next 2 days that gets into more of this. We are absolutely bankrupt and insolvent as a country. If this was a business, it would be shut down a long, long time ago, okay? About 2007 is when so a typical country, you want your GDP to outrun your debt. That's the goal. We make enough money as a country to pay our debts if they're ever called due, right? Our spending to GDP ratio is 37.5%. That means we spend almost 40% more than we earn as a country. It's really bad. And it's been like 2007, I think, was the last time we even had a little blip in the positive on GDP. So there's no possible way that the GDP can go up as fast as our debt. We would just have to be making more and more and more money. Every time we have a recession, we saw 2001, big spike in GDP going down and debt going up. Same thing during COVID. We saw that happen again. Huge spike, really big spike during COVID. And then it tails off a little bit, and next thing you know, you see another spike. So I'm excited that you guys are here, and this is what we're going to talk about. We are in a storm right now. We are in a. Anybody like feel like you just can't turn on the news? You can't listen to anything. I feel like the U.S. population primarily is so scared. Like they just don't know who to follow, what to listen to. There's so much information out there. Does anybody feel like that? Yeah, me too. So this is what we're going to work on this weekend. Are you guys excited for this? Well, I mean, we're not going to chip away at this. But if you look at that, the debt of taxpayer, each taxpayer, $248,000. So the debt that's owed per taxpayer, $248,000. It's not $98,000 debt per citizen because most citizens don't pay taxes. And so I haven't paid taxes in about 4 years, but I pay a lot of that payroll tax there. See that payroll tax revenue, 1.5 trillion? I have like 0.0000001% of that, but I feel like it's high, okay? And so I'm employing people. I'm bringing them in. Those people are paying taxes. My goal is to figure out how I can build my business and control what I can control, and then figure out the next step of what I can do. Today and tomorrow and the next day, it's going to be educating you amazing people to go out and be the soldiers that, like I was, for good. Okay? So that's our plan. If you guys can go to my next slide, please. Anybody from Colorado? Raise your hand. Okay, Colorado people. Yeah, you got a cowboy hat on. Is that Robert? Dang. Man, are you wearing my cowboy hat? I was wearing that in the picture. So we got some Colorado people here. Anybody ever been to Colorado? Colorado's a really cool state. Colorado's got a bunch of mountains running like right through the northwest side. It's got all the plains on the east side and then all the mountains on that west side. Really cool. It's one of the only states that has this kind of setup. And this is a place in Colorado where one of the only places that on the plains, buffaloes and cows live together. Do you guys know that? You got buffaloes and cows. You can go there and see them both. Most places like cows or maybe there's buffaloes, but in Colorado, they got these big mountains. And what happens is these storms come from the west, move over the mountains, build up, and then just dump rain and lightning over the plains. You guys know what I'm talking about? You live in Colorado? Yeah? And so we have these two animals living on the plain. We've got cows and we have buffaloes. Okay? So it's kind of like what's going on right now in the world, I feel like. There's a storm coming. It's coming over the mountains. We're kind of in it. And now people are trying to decide what they should do. The storm is coming. You can see it. It's right there. It's starting to approach us. What should I do? And I would say most people are like the cows. A cow on the plain, when the storm is coming and they see it, they start taking off in the other direction. The cows run east. The cows run east away from the storm. They're not fast enough to run away from the storm and outrun the storm. So what happens is these cows get stuck in the storm. But they keep running east, and the storm keeps going east, and they just sit in the storm longer and longer and longer. And this cow is just like getting poured down rain, lightning, thunder, and they think they're going the direction, and they're all going like a giant herd in one direction. I feel like that's what's going on right now in our world. Do you guys agree? And it kind of looks like this. The tornado comes, lifts up the cow, shakes it around, rips it up, and hopefully it survives the storm, but most people don't. But the buffalo on those same plains runs west. The buffaloes bear down and run right into the storm. They face it, they see it, and they say, I'm not afraid of you, and they run into it. And what happens is that storm keeps moving east, and the buffaloes move west, and they are out of the storm faster than if they just even stood still. So, the reason why you have a buffalo on your t-shirt is because we want you to be the buffalo. I want you to see a storm. I want you to see a problem. I want you to see an issue, and I want you to run right into it. I want you to be a buffalo. Can we be buffaloes this week? Yeah. The next 3 days, we're going to talk about a lot of things. We're going to give you a ton of multifamily tactics. We're going to talk about money raising. We're going to talk about finding deals. We're going to talk about creative strategies. We're going to talk about asset management on the back end. We're going to talk about partnerships. We're going to talk about deal structure. We're going to look at case studies of deals that we've done and things that have gone right and things that have gone wrong. We're going to be 100% transparent for you. We are going to give you everything that we do in our business, period. Nothing held back. If you're a VIP and you're in our lunches, the Q&As that you have with us, we're going to hold nothing back. You can ask me anything. I'll tell you anything. You want to know how much money I made last year? You want to see my P&L? You want to ask details? I am an open book, and so is everybody that steps on this stage. If you come on my stage at these events, you better be ready to share it all. And I don't want you to leave here to have questions. Every presentation should show you exactly what to do from start to finish, where you can just take one of these presentations and implement it in your business and your life and become successful. I've got some powerhouse speakers coming, some people that have talked on the biggest stage to motivate you and inspire you and drive you to be bigger, better, move faster than you ever have before, like the Buffalo. I am really, really excited, and I'm incredibly thankful that you're here. I know it takes a lot. I know it takes a lot. It's not just a ticket. It's 3 days with us. It's time away from your family. But if you are here with me and you're present over these 3 days, I don't care if you've never done a deal before or you've done hundreds of deals before. There is something here for you that will change everything if you'll let it. Okay? You guys with me? The biggest thing that I'll tell you at this event is if you can put your phones down, you can put your computers down, and you can turn off the noise of your life and your business for the next 3 days and realize that working on your business over this Thursday and Friday and Saturday will change everything if you work on it, not in it, and really just turn it off, because all that stuff can wait till tomorrow. All that stuff can wait till Monday. There's no real fires in this world. It can wait. But this right here can change the future for you, and not just you, but your kids, and just like the Bible says, your kids' kids. Because that's what I'm doing this for. I'm doing this for a legacy. I'm doing it for long term. I'm doing it for my son Will's son, and my son Lucas's son, and James' son, God willing. It is going to be amazing. And before I get off the stage, I want to recognize one person that has supported me through the majority of those photos, and it's my wife, Lucy. Lucy, can you stand up? 20 years of service is not easy. 3 kids, with 1 with special needs, 5 open heart surgeries, 6 heart catheters is not easy. Managing a farm while your husband travels all over the country speaking on different stages is not easy. And I'm just thankful that you're here to see this with me and my dad. Thank you. All right, you guys ready to go? All right. Before I get off the stage, I want you guys to do one thing. Okay, I'm going to say BA, and you guys are going to yell Buffalo back at me, okay? Again, this is not a stuffy multifamily conference. This is going to be a fun conference. You guys believe me. If you guys start moving, we start screaming, it's going to be like Tony Robbins up in here. You're going to walk on fire on day 3, okay? Okay, so I'm going to say BA, and you guys are going to be a Buffalo. Let's practice, because I know it's hard, okay? Real quick, BA. Oh, yeah, that's pretty good. All right, we're going to do this a couple times, and then I'm going to bring up our next speaker with a video, okay? BA. 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 Thank you.
Hey, squad. Morgan, am I pinned? You can just tell me if I'm pinned. It's great. I never know how long it's going to go. I took a bite of food, and you know when you make a phone call, but you take a bite and you don't know when they're going to answer, and then they answer right away. You got a mouthful of food. That's me right now. So Bill's talking about going into the storm, folks. Storm's here. I don't want to wait in it any longer than I have to. So we're heading directly into it. Now, the good news about where we're at is with interest rates where they are, we have new information now. So just because interest rates, we just rate locked at 6.41% on a refi. We have a 6.95% interest rate on a new property we're closing on. We're doing an assumption on a 4% Fannie Mae loan that somebody got a couple of years ago, but 6.9%, 7% interest rate. You know, people see that and they're like, all right, I'm going to wait till interest rates come back down. You don't have to sit and wait till interest rates come back down. Just figure out how to buy deals that pencil with a 7% interest rate on its debt service. If you're stress testing your debt service coverage ratios, who cares what the interest rate is on the debt? It doesn't matter, because if the deal pencils and you have a 1.4, 1.5 DSCR, your deal's healthy regardless of the interest rate. So yes, you're going to have to adjust your offer, and sellers are becoming aware that offer prices are coming down. You know, you can't, buyers are now aware that I can't get a 6.5% interest rate and go buy a 6 cap deal. It doesn't make sense. 3 years ago, people were buying 4 caps, 5 caps, and because interest rates were 3.5%, 4%. So you just have to buy accordingly and adjust with the new information that we have, and then fix your debt or get good debt. Nothing with 12, 24-month balloons, trying to get at least 7 to 10-year term debt. I'm trying not to get any floating rates. I have a 6-month floating rate on one that hedges in 6 months, and it hedges and fixes at 6.4. So you can try and get as much long-term fixed rate debt, and as long as your cash flow supports it, you're going to be fine. So explain cap rate is the valuation of the market. So net operating income divided by your cap rate gives you your property value. So cap rate in a market tells me how strong the market is. A-class markets, primary markets, Nashville's, Atlanta's, 4 or 5 caps. Then you go to secondary markets, typically 5, 6 caps, and then tertiary markets, 7, 8 caps. So it's just a determiner of value of the market. And you can figure out cap rates by what properties have sold. Sold comps will tell you kind of cap rates. So without further ado, I think one of the things that I saw a lot of was deal sourcing. So like where to find deals, how to get deals, how to talk to sellers, how to talk to brokers. I have a cool presentation coming up, and I'm going to do a weird introduction of myself here, but I am a big on sales. I started out of college at Xerox selling copiers door to door. So sales has always been something that's really near and dear to my heart. Sales, I think, gets a real bad rap. As you guys know, people have a real bad connotation with sales, but everybody in here in this room is in sales, whether you know it or not. You guys are all in sales. You're selling yourself every single day. You're selling your business. You're selling your company. You're selling your future. You're selling your wife. You're selling your kids on what they're going to eat for dinner. Like, you're always selling. So to not think that you're in sales is a big mistake. And what I want to help you guys understand is sales strategies and techniques to become more persuasive, more influential. That stuff can be learned. It's not that something you're born with or not. It's strategies and techniques that are in books that are all across this shelf right here that I didn't come up with, but I just learned how to master and how to put into practice in order to get people to think that their idea, or that my idea, is their idea. Okay. And that's the next presentation that we have, is all about acquiring commercial real estate. I have some live calls in there for you guys to hear me actually talk to brokers, and you guys actually hear me talk to sellers. So I think one of the things I want to get you guys excited for is, a lot of times when you go see a presentation, they'll just throw a slide up and say, hey, this is what you say when a broker answers the phone, or hey, this is what you say when you get a seller on the phone. I don't like doing that, because I want you guys to hear it live. So these next presentations, stick around, because I have some live calls in there that you guys can actually hear me talk to a broker that I've never spoken before. You can hear what I say, how I say it, my tonality, my voice inflections, and there's a reason I say everything that I say. And for all of you folks that asked, I want to acquire more properties, I want to talk to more people, like, this presentation is for you. The title of it's called Acquisitions. And without further ado, let's bring up myself. Morgan.
I'm going to dive right in. If you guys know me, you guys know I get right into the content, right into the meat of it. Get out your notepads for this one, and let's just dive in. So the agenda for today, I'm going to give you a little bit of background just real quick. We're going to do some math. If you guys know me, you know I like numbers. I prefer the ones with dollar signs in front of them. We're going to talk a little bit about building your team, where to find deals. So I think that's one of the biggest things, is where to find deals, right? The same strategies and techniques that we used 12 months ago, 24 months ago, 36 months ago. Guys, those are antiquated strategies because the market's changing. Is the market not changed from where it was 12 months ago? You guys paying attention? So do you guys think that the same strategies that you used to find deals 12 months ago are not going to work? Right? If you're not pivoting, you're dying. So we're going to talk about some of the things that we're doing right now to find deals. The next slide is called, oh shit, they sent me one. So we're going to talk about what happens when you guys get a deal, right? And we're going to talk about when you do start increasing your deal flow, we're going to talk about the common themes of the deals that we're seeing come through, loan assumptions, like people selling on pro formas, like those kinds of things. We'll talk about that. And then we're going to talk about the traits of the buffalo. because we really like that buffalo cow analogy. I also believe that the big storm is here and a bigger one is on the horizon. And we won't go into that because I want to make sure that we really hammer this content out. So if you can master this market, you can master any market. Since 2010, 11, we have been primarily up and to the right. Would everybody pretty much agree? Would everybody pretty much agree that that up and to the right has all but plateaued, if not going the other direction now? Okay. So the strategies and techniques, if you can master buying when the market's down, because you can make money when the market's going down. Nobody's sitting around waiting for this thing to like plateau in a valley. It's not going to happen. You can't call the bottom. So learn how to make money when the market goes down with creative offers, structuring deals a little bit differently, thinking about deals a little bit differently. All right? Let's get into it. By the way, it's a wealth grab now. The wealthy people are gaining ground. I got a off clicker here. All right, go back real quick. This is my beautiful family. That's my amazing wife there. I will tell you, a good woman is like rocket fuel. If you don't have one, get you one, because they'll help you go further, faster. It's amazing. I'm also very blessed to also have my dad in the room. So, Dad, if you throw your hand up, that's my pops. So, one of the low-key coolest guys in the room right there. 30 years in the Navy, one of the most decorated helicopter pilots, retired captain, and just does cool shit. Rode a motorcycle to all like 4 corners of the United States, like 70-day trip, like just a really cool guy. He taught me 2 of my main core values that I want to share with you guys, because we talk a lot about core values. And when we talk about partnerships, we talk a lot about finding core values within your partners. But hard work and integrity from a young age, like it's just been instilled in me, and I can thank him for that. So thanks, Pop. I was just a Xerox copier salesman out of college. That was my first gig, door to door, selling copiers. So got my teeth kicked in quite a bit and learned a lot of lessons. I'll share some of those with you guys. I then got into wholesaling and flipping, where Bill mentioned I acquired in just 3 years 326 homes and made him a ton of money. Did well for myself too. 5.2 million in gross profits in that 3 years of acquiring homes for him. I did some sales training, helped some other companies. Some of you guys know I was helping some of you guys with your sales teams to acquire homes across the country. And then I really, while I was doing that single family wholesaling and flipping, I was also in the education phase of multifamily. I was in that constant, I was looking at deals in the evenings, I was walking properties on the weekends. So while I was full-time flipping houses, I was also studying the game, walking properties, talking to brokers. I was doing all that stuff so that when I got my first deal, it was like a domino effect, and I was able to make the leap because I had spent a lot of time, doing the work, basically. So I did a 14 unit, a 21, 27, and then I just really started scaling with some 506B, 506C syndications, and that's what I have on the GP right now. We've exited 6, taken 6 of those properties full cycle. The other ones are still under ownership. And then I have on the LP some of those deals. And then also I have a lot of LP on the GP side. So I invest in my own properties as well, because I really like to be an investor on our general partner, the deals that I'm a general partner on, in addition to being a limited partner. So I will tell you, if you guys look at the unit counts, like don't sleep on the small stuff either. Like, I know these big doors are sexy, these 120, 150, but y'all can move the needle on the small stuff. So don't sleep on it. I'm not saying, target small stuff necessarily, but I'm saying don't sleep on it. Some of that stuff can really move the needle, because at the end of the day, it's really about equity. Units plus equity equals wealth. I'll tell you about that on the next slide. So I'm still very active. By no means am I saying like, look at all these doors. I'm like in the weeds every single day. All you people are nodding your head because I'm freaking hammering it every day. I got both my acquisitions guys, to Hal and John here, that are just every single day we're in there underwriting deals. And we're looking at a lot of deals right now. And I'll tell you a little about that. So just as a refresher for some of you guys, units plus equity creates wealth, okay? Units are great. You can get a ton of units, but if you have a very small amount of equity, it's going to take a long time to build that wealth. So units plus equity creates wealth. And then wealth creates cash flow. A lot of people, we have this like, sexy passive income number that we're all after. Everybody's kind of like, hey, I want this, 10,000, 20,000. That's the number, like, and that I want that passively. But you have to do the math behind it. Like, what does it take to get that? So let's call it 20,000 a month. Right? What does it take to get that? Well, it's a game of LLC creation. So I was having a conversation at the barn last night with somebody, And I was trying to demystify the whole idea of buying an apartment complex, like this big scary thing. It was a newer investor, and I was telling him it's a piece of paper, and under that paper is just a business. The business has profit, has expenses, and has net profit, and then there's a mortgage attached to it. It's not that, like, it's a big deal, but it's very simple, right? And it's just you're buying businesses. The businesses just happen to be real estate. So if you're after $20,000 a month, you need $3 million in equity working for you at 8%. Do some math. So if I want $20,000 a month, I can $3 million working at 8%. Now, does anybody have $3 million just sitting in a bank account right now? I was hoping to have a conversation with you. If you don't, then you have to work to get that equity. So now, in order to get $3 million equity, you can put together deals in order to get that number. It doesn't have to be cash sitting in the bank. Now, if you're an LP, right, you can just throw $3 million at deals at an 8 pref, and there's your cash flow. But for a lot of us who are after GP, that's one of the reasons we're here. There's a lot of LPs in the room, passive investors, but there's also a lot of general partners who want to gain equity that way. If you're getting average 15% equity per deal, and that equity is worth $200,000, it's going to take you 15 deals to get your $3 million in equity. If you do 2 deals per year, it will take you 7.5 years to get to $20,000 a month in passive income. Just do the math. Now, if you want to get there in 3.75 years, do 4 deals a year, right? It's a math game. What I also will say is a lot of times you need to be, it's not like you close an apartment complex and then like the next day it's just checks hitting the mailbox. Like that's not how this game works, especially if you're a general partner. So you need to have patience. It's not instant. You do need to have some patience. Now, what I will tell you is one of the reasons y'all are here, 2 deals a year, we have to look at 300 deals to buy 2. 300. So everybody needs to readjust their expectations on the amount of activity that you need to take in order to get deals closed. I see people that get into this game and they look at 5, 10, they're like, I can't find a deal. How many deals have you looked at? I think like 4 deals last week, you know, like I can't find one, right? You're looking at 150 deals potentially to buy one. Now, when I say looking at, that's subjective as far as like how deep you go into underwriting on one, but get that wrapped around your head about the activity levels that you got to take to get deals closed. All right. So this is a team sport. Real quick, raise your hand if you have some cash in the bank and you're looking to invest with just really good operators. You have some money to throw into apartment complexes, maybe a limited partner is a role you're looking. Throw a hand. Let me see some hands. Let me see some hands. So you got some cash in the bank. You're willing to throw 25K, 50K if a good deal came, 100K. Everybody look around. Pay attention to the hands that are going up. Now, general partner. I'm after some general partner equity. I want to put some sweat equity in one of these roles, do some underwriting due diligence. Raise your hand, general partners. Good. Good. We'll talk about both of those. Again, this is a short game. I mean, this is not a short game. This is a long game we're playing, and it is a team sport. There are a lot of roles to be played in this racket, and I'm going to throw some of them up. And I want you guys to, I'm going to throw them all up and then you can take a screenshot, but I want you to wrap your head around all the different things that there are to do and realize you cannot do it alone. Every single one of those apartment complexes that I threw up there on that earlier slide, there's not a single one that I own entirely by myself. I have at least 1 partner on every deal. Average is about 2, potentially 3 partners on the deal. The bigger the deal is, typically the more partners you have, okay? But I'm just going to hit them all, and then we'll kind of go through them, because if I sit here and go through all of these different roles and responsibilities that you guys can play on these deals, but there's due diligence, there's deal negotiations, underwriting, acquisitions, deal sourcing, capital raising, investor relations, balance sheet, sponsor, risk capital, earnest money. I'll tell you when it's at the end. Asset management, managing, site, property, project management, budget, forecasting, variance analysis, strategy execution, game plan, quarterback. There's a lot of shit to do. All right, now what we're going to do is every one of those bullet points is a different person. Everybody get up and go find those people. Just kidding. The truth is, you can't do all of this by yourself if you're going to scale. This is one syndication. All these roles have to be played on a single deal, syndication, one. If you try and do all of them, I mean, you're going to be, you can only do so much. So start to figure out and look at the different buckets. You can go further, faster, together. These pies are big enough. And I will say that whichever lanes you decide to kind of stay in, you do need a knowledge and an understanding of pretty much all the bullets. You need to understand all the bullets. Do you need to do all the bullets? No. Should you hire a team? Yes. Should you have a team, put partners together? Absolutely. But you cannot effectively go and raise capital if you don't understand basic underwriting principles, okay? Everybody good there? You got your picture? Moving on. I'm going to throw up, so a lot of the questions that I get sometimes are like, so how are GPs like compensated? Like, how are they put together, right? We all understand at a very basic level the whole LP-GP split. Like, LPs get some equity for bringing the capital, general partners put the deal together and they have some equity. But a lot of people struggle with the general partner side and structuring that with the partners that are involved in the deal and all these different roles and responsibilities. How do they get compensated? Who gets compensated what? All that kind of stuff. I'm going to throw up a chart. The next slide is going to be a chart. By no means is this sort of like, these are the splits or this is the percentages. Every deal is subjective. Every deal is negotiable. Every deal is dependent on a lot of different things. This is just an example of a deal and how you can split up that has 4 people involved. Okay? I'll give you guys a second. There's 4 people on this one. Some deals have 3 people, some deals have 2. You know, we have a deal that has 6 general partners. 6 is the most I think we have. But a lot of them have 3, 4. There's an acquisitions column. We have an underwriting and due diligence column. There's really an asset manager, and then there's a capital raiser. What you'll notice is you kind of have some different buckets that you're putting percentages into, and it equals 100% of the general partnership. And what I'll tell you is, as you can see right now, the most valuable roles to be played in this market is the person who finds and puts the deal together and the person who can raise the capital. If you guys can do one of those 2 things, right, you have claim to majority of a larger portion of the equity. Now, there's a great equity piece in there for people who are phenomenal asset managers, operators, construction background, those kinds of things. There's phenomenal equity in there for people who are really good behind the spreadsheets, great at due diligence. But just know, and this deal can flip. So depending on how hard the deal was to find or how hard the deal is to fund, some of that stuff will flip buckets, okay? And then if you look, there's like an example of what the general partnership equity is actually worth, like an equation of value to what a typical GP would be worth. And then there's an acquisitions fee in there, asset management fees. You guys have construction management fees if it's a big value add project, and then there's a dispositions fee. All that stuff is able to be split up on the operating agreement that you create, okay? All that makes sense? Cool. All right. You guys want to know where we find these deals? All right. So, this might be a refresher for some, but I have something at the end of this that I think you guys might like. If they don't know you, they can't flow you. People need to know who you are. They need to know what you're doing. They need to know what you're after. There's 3 main buckets that we focus on. You got brokers. First thing you need to do is add yourself to their website and then follow up with them and say, I've added myself to their website. Please send me deal flow. It's the easiest thing you can do. It bothers me so much when people are like, I don't have any deals, and I go to the top broker in their thing and they haven't even gone and added themselves to the contact information to get on the short list. I need you guys to start looking at more deals. That's step 1. So do these things. Hit them up via email. You can call or text. Property walks are a great place to build relationships with brokers. All right. Network. This is a great place to find deals. My first apartment complex that I ever found was at a REI meetup in Nashville, and the guy I met with was sitting next to it was a wholesaler. I was doing wholesaling at the time. Told him, hey, I'm in wholesaling, but I'm looking for apartments. 2 months later, he called me. He didn't know what to do. He found an apartment complex, direct to seller, right? That's how I got my first deal. So it was network, meetups, telling everyone what you're up to. Next one is sellers. So we're going to talk a little bit about direct to seller stuff. I got another presentation where I'm going to talk about creative strategies to get in touch with sellers and then to structure deals with sellers. Because what I will tell you is acquisitions, acquiring something it's Bill talked about my background in sales, right? And now I'm acquiring things. Acquisitions is like sales on steroids, because now you're not just trying to sell someone a product that they're paying trading fake paper for this product. Now you're trying to trade fake paper for somebody's really, really valuable hard asset. So you have to be that much better at sales, strategies, techniques, like that kind of stuff. You have to be that much better because it's amplified. Because now I'm trying to buy your valuable asset. I'm trying to get you to sell me your valuable asset. You have to know, like, and trust me, okay? So we have custom pieces, social media, believe it or not, driving for dollars. I actually found a seller on Facebook, met with a seller on Facebook one time, driving for dollars is great, kind of tried and true method. There's a lot of those methods. Hands up, single family folks coming from single family world, in single family currently. Hands up, flipping houses. Okay, good chunk of the room. Some of those look familiar, right? When I say mail, I'm talking about letters. We don't do postcards or anything like that. I will tell you there's specific avatars that you're going to run into in each one of these columns. So the brokers, you'll typically run into any brokers in the room. One more hand for the brokers. I got one broker. All right, you may not like me after this presentation. I'm just kidding. Brokers are great most of the time. So you typically have different avatars for the people. What I'm going to do here is I'll share with you guys how we talk to some people in these buckets. So I think a lot of people want to understand, okay, Chad, that's cool, but how do I get on the broker shortlist? How do I talk to the broker? What do I say when he picks up the phone? What if he asks me for a proof of funds? What do I do? And I think that fear holds a lot of people back from even making that phone call. Same thing with sellers. I got a list of sellers, right? What do I say if they pick up? Those kinds of questions come into a lot of people's minds before they pick up the phone, not realizing that the act of picking up the phone is the first step, because everything you want is right on the other side of it. So we do something in our a handful of us, a bigger handful, get together a few times a year. A group of us in this room get together a couple times a year, and we work on a lot of this stuff, sourcing deals. And one thing we do, they're called breakout rooms. And we get in these breakout rooms, and I have people bring the top brokers or the top sellers that they're trying to get in touch with, and then we'll call them live. So you come into the room, you bring all your brokers that you're trying to get in touch with, and we just sit there and we just hammer for hours. Same thing with sellers. We get a list of your top sellers in your market. All right, you're in Birmingham, Alabama. Here are the top 50 properties that fit our buy box. I put it in a dialer, and we'll just dial through and try and get in touch with them. That's kind of the things that we do at these breakout rooms. Now, has anybody been in the room for some of those calls? Yeah. You guys, who's laughing because you guys hear? So I can't control what people say when I do it live. So there's some errant, sometimes people, I get some wrong numbers and some people say some crazy stuff. But there's been some magic that have come out of those rooms. I'll tell you guys in a second, I'm going to show you guys a couple videos of how we talk to these people. And you guys can just plug into one of these rooms and see exactly what I say to a broker that I've never met. And I pretend that have zero experience to try and help the people in the room. Hey, if I have no experience and I can call and do this, don't you think you can do it too? So I'm going to play, first thing I'm going to play is a broker. Would you guys like to hear that? Do you guys want to hear me cold call somebody? Okay. Go ahead and play video number 1, and let's just let it roll.
Hey, Alex, Chad King, Titan Capital. How you doing?
Hey, good. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great. Hey, sorry for the call out of the blue. I got your contact information. Yeah, is the guy to talk to about apartments. And I had to give you a call.
I appreciate that.
Can you pause it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you pause it? So if you guys hear the audio cut out, there might be some segments you hear the audio cut out. It's because I'm saying personal information like an address or something. I'm trying to protect some of these deals that might be ongoing. So you might hear a couple cutouts. It's because I'm not saying the market or the person's name. Hit play.
One of my buddies, Scotty, gave me your information, and we're pushing real hard into, and I know obviously it's a hot market and you got buyers out left and right, but I wanted to get on your radar and see if you had anything we might be able to make an offer on.
At the moment, man, I wish you had called me yesterday. I had something that we just put under LOI about 20 minutes ago.
Call them back and cancel the LOI, Alex. I'm gonna have an offer.
I like it. I like the aggressiveness. Well, give me a quick rundown of what you guys are looking for. And yeah, I mean, look, one of my most bullish markets. So yeah, happy to throw you guys on the list and
sure.
start sending you deals.
Yeah,
works.
That'd be great. Yeah, B2C assets between 20 and 200 units. We're pretty well capitalized. We're not afraid of a little distress. Obviously, you and I both know it's okay if it's stabilized, but there needs to be a little bit of meat on the bone for some sort of value add strategy. And then we're open to everything. We got smallest apartment complex we have is 14 all the way up to 252. So we're kind of everywhere in between. Love the Southeast, but we feel like we've tapped a lot of our markets down here. So we're really expanding.
Yeah, fair enough. Are you guys aiming, or is that a new target for you guys?
I got a partner that's got a 30 unit in,
okay.
But it's going to be a new target market.
Now that I'm thinking about it, and now you say the minimum is 20. I've got a 32 unit I'm selling one of the owner's other complexes.
Yeah.
He's got another 32 unit that he was talking to me about yesterday. We actually sold it to him, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, something like that.
Okay.
And he's looking to potentially size up and get something above the 300 unit range with the 1031 with the deals we're closing right now. So
what's guidance on price per unit?
I'm worried. This is honestly,
we're gonna buy a deal.
We've been doing it for a while.
Yesterday, so I don't even have any of the updated financials, pricing guidance, or anything like that.
Okay.
And I'm on my computer. I'm actually trying to
Sure.
jet out the door to go play some golf.
Nice.
Do you have my email by chance?
Nice.
Yes, I do have your email. Yeah, I got it right here.
Wouldn't mind, shoot me over an email, just kind of reaffirm the acquisition criteria.
Sure.
What I'll do is I'll just go ahead and put you guys top of the list for that one. Give you a first look, and if it works, it works. And if not, we can go on to the next one.
Oh, that'd be great, man. It was so good talking to you, and I'm gonna hold you to giving me first crack at this 32 unit. Let me give me a chance to prove it, and I'll get one closed with you. All right?
Yeah, I like it, man. I like it. Sounds good. I'll look out for your email, and we'll touch base soon.
Sounds good, Alex. Thanks.
Yeah, take it easy.
Bye.
Okay, couple things. I cut out towards the end because him and I kind of talked about golf for a little bit, so I don't need you guys to sit there and listen to us BS about golf. Did he ask for proof of funds? Nope. Did the units that I mentioned, did he ask if they were mine, or if they were partners, or if I was part of a group that owned that kind of stuff? Is that reasonable? I said I had a partner that had a 30 unit in an adjacent market, which is true. Everybody in this room are partners, right? The group is a partnership. So when you have partners, you can reference and leverage your partner's experience. We got the 32 unit. We got the details on it. We were the first ones to get a crack at it. Our LOI came in a little bit lower. And then he sent us a deal after that. Because we got back really quick, we responded right away. Timing is key. Get back to these brokers. If they send you a deal, they need to know that you're reliable to at least get them feedback on a deal. They need to know that, okay? Didn't get the 32 unit. He sent us another deal. How many units have we closed with that broker? 224 units have been closed with that broker that we talked on the phone for the first time in that event, in that room. 224 units. For Scotty Emsley right here. It was Scotty's broker. He brought it. 224 units. Yeah. It's pretty freaking cool, right? I mean, that's cool. Like, it's just a phone call, and he wasn't scary. Like, he's just trying to go play some golf, and he had some deals. Like, these people are normal people, right? I want you guys to think about that. Now, some of the things that I said, right? I always apologize for calling people out of the blue. Some of my openers, I'll give you guys want to hear one more for the broker? You guys want to hear me talk to one more broker? Play the broker call 2. The number 2. This is a shorter one. This one we did, it was a virtual breakout room. So it was you'll see I'm in my home office. Right. If something comes from this, like a T12 or a rent roll, we'll look at it tomorrow. We'll analyze it.
Cummings Enterprises.
Hey, this is Chad King with Titan Capital. I was looking to get. I was saying his name. Barry. Again, my name is Chad. I'm sorry for calling you out of the blue. I know you're a busy guy, but I was giving your contact information as the person to talk to about apartment. Say in the market. So I was just curious. I know I'm catching you in the middle of the day, but any apartments that we might be able to take a look at? We're a buyer out of Nashville that's looking for apartments.
I tell you what, is this your cell phone?
It is, Barry. Yep.
Give me like 2 minutes.
Sure.
I'm getting ready to walk in somebody's office real quick. As soon as I walk out, I'll actually shoot you a text back.
Sure.
On a 72 unit complex. Sale price on it is 7.5. Should be running about a 7 cap.
Okay, that sounds good, Barry.
All right, give me just a few minutes. I'll call you back.
Okay.
All right, bye-bye.
All right. So opener, kind of the same. You kind of heard the same opener. What I will tell you is those are two different type of avatars for the brokers. So the first guy I talked to was more that young, hungry broker. He's like out of college. It's kind of an avatar that you see in the broker community, right? Young, hungry guy, a little bit more receptive. This guy was the head guy. So Barry Cummings at Cummings Enterprises, he was the guy. Been in it for a while. The other type of avatar I see a lot in the brokerage is the seasoned 15, 20 year, they've been in the block. And if you noticed, he didn't say much until I got through my whole pitch. He was quiet. He was listening, trying to dial me in. But at the end of it, what do? Send us a deal. What did I do? I got right back to them very quick, built a relationship. So just know that that is the, like, you'll get some different avatars, but they're just people. And that's kind of how I talk to people. I think everybody kind of wants to hear, like, what do you say? Like, that's kind of what I say. Like, I don't have like this long script that I sit there and follow it out. I kind of go off a basic one, and it tends to work. So I hope that was helpful. You guys want to hear me talk to a seller? You guys want to hear me talk to a seller? So which one do I want to play? So was anybody in that room when that seller like really, really laid into me? Were you there? Yeah, that one was bad. I have that video queued up. I'm contemplating showing it. Let's go with the broker call. Yeah, this one that you have pulled up, this number 3. Let's go with this one. So this is a seller. Let's just play it, and then we'll talk about it. Same kind of concept that I say.
It's Friday afternoon. Nobody's. Ooh, he sounds like a stickler. I gotta call him twice.
I call everybody twice. It's called the double tap.
Hey, it's Chad King with Keith. How you doing?
Doing pretty good.
Good. Hey, I'm sorry to call you out of the blue. You worked with my partner. He bought some houses from you. I'm actually heading up the multifamily division. So again, I'm sorry to call you. I know you're a busy guy, but yeah, he had mentioned you had an apartment complex that you might be interested in selling, and we're pushing real hard. So I felt compelled to reach out.
Pause.
And what's the word? Just getting out of the business?
All right, so you'll see me skip because he kind of got a little long-winded. So I skipped to kind of the questions and how I did some questioning to get to the destination, right? But same kind of opening, right? I just apologize for calling out of the blue. I said I was with the guy's company that was in the room that I was calling for. He brought a list of sellers. So I said I was with his company, heading up the multifamily division. He had actually bought some houses from this guy and then skip traced him, found out the guy owned a ton of apartments. So he skip traced him and said, I know this guy owns apartments. Right? Who's in the single family space that some of these single family landlords you're buying from, they have small multifamily or they have multifamily buildings. It's the easiest call to make. Hey, we're in the single family space. I know you own some houses. I'm heading up the multifamily division. What do you have on the apartment side? Anything you're willing to look at, take an offer on? Okay. And then I asked some questions. I want you guys to see some of the questions that I ask regarding motivation, the reasons why they're selling. Like this just goes into like sales, deep into sales stuff, strategies and techniques. You can hit play.
Or are you looking to parlay into other stuff?
We're building a resort down there.
So it sounds like it's just time to get out of some of this 80s product, let somebody else take it over.
It is, and
I could put together, a couple different options for you, to see whatever makes sense. I understand you're pretty firm on the number, so I definitely don't want to waste your time.
Right.
Hey, if I followed up with a text message, would it be possible to get maybe a T12 or a rent roll so I can dial in some figures? Because otherwise I'm shooting in the dark.
Yeah, we can do that. That wouldn't be a problem.
Well, I won't keep you. I know I caught you out of the blue, but I'll shoot you a text with my email address right now, and we can take a look at that T12 rent roll, and then maybe if I'm in the ballpark, maybe we just sit down and you can put a face to the name, and before we move forward, because I know we'd be doing it without a broker or anything, so I just want you to feel comfortable with me.
Ooh,
Okay,
that was a good
sounds
one.
good.
Sounds like a plan?
You guys like
Bye.
that line? You guys like that last line? Just get a meeting with him? Little birdie told me that deal is in the works, and there's actually going to be an update probably at our next event on that particular one. Big deal there. So same kind of thing. All right, you guys heard a little abrasive when he first answered. Like he could tell it was kind of I was a little bit of a sales call, but then I broke it down by apologizing for calling him out of the blue. That's the first thing I always do. And and then a lot of the questions just geared towards motivation and things like that, just basic sales stuff. The worst thing that can happen when you pick up the phone is somebody just gets angry at you. Like that's the worst thing that can happen. We did one of these sessions and we put a bunch of sellers in a dialer and we were just hammering the dialer. And I like planting seeds. So I put people in a dialer, and what happens is if they don't answer, it just auto drops voicemails. So I'm just planting seeds. I'm just dropping seeds. We're in there for an hour and we dial through like 100 something people, like 80 to 100 people in like an hour. It's absurd. So, and all of that stuff is just seeds that are out there now that can then sprout. Every once in a while, you get a little bit of a bad apple. I'm just going to go ahead and debunk the worst thing that can absolutely happen when you're cold calling, just so you guys just get past it. Because if you hear it done, maybe you guys just be like, that wasn't that bad. Run number 4.
Hello?
Hey, is this Kelly?
You son of a bitch, ain't no Kelly lives here. Stop calling my goddamn number.
All right. You have a blessed day.
Now you have a day.
Okay.
That was live in front of like 35, 40 people. Told me to have a fucked up day. Like, okay, moving. We kept dialing. I actually called her back. She turned out to be very nice, invested in a couple of our deals. I'm just kidding. I did not call her back. We moved on. So that's it. That's the worst that's going to happen. And you just move on. Like it was like a lot of times when people are upset or irritated, it's a lot about what's going on with them. It's not a reflection of you. So don't take it personally. Don't be afraid to pick up the phone. 9 times out of 10, it's just a normal person that's on the other end of it. And if you're upfront and honest that you are cold calling them and your agenda right out of the gate, a lot of times it makes the conversation very easy. Don't try and get to like hide the agenda or build some rapport about the weather or some shit like that. It doesn't fly well. Okay. Did you guys like those live calls? Did they get something out of that? Okay, good. All right. Now, you guys have done that. Now you start calling, you start adding yourself to broker sites, you start getting the emails. Now the deal flow comes in. This is that next slide. Oh shit, they sent me one. Like, what am I looking at? Okay. So I'm seeing a lot of like kind of standard deal archetypes that a lot of deals fit in certain buckets. And what I want to do is, as you guys get going, and this is for anybody who's, you know, in the business, got units, you're probably seeing a lot of these deals come through the hopper right now. So these are kind of the deal avatars that we're seeing. And I'm going to go through each one, kind of pros and cons, so that you guys can kind of, I want you guys to be able to recognize, all right, this is a loan assumption. This is what I need to look out for. All right, this one's got no financials. This is what I need to look out for. All right, so I'm going to go through some of these deals that you're going to see. So is there a place to point the clicker where it works better? I feel like I'm flying around. Loan assumptions. The cons of a loan assumption, typically a higher down payment, right? So these loan assumptions are usually in a couple buckets. A lot of these people either purchased or refinanced when interest rates a couple years ago, a year ago, 2020, 2021, and they got these, you know, 3.75, 4.25 interest rates, and now they're putting it out there to the market to sort of see if they can get some feelers, right? And it's cool because the pros of it are it's an attractive interest rate, sometimes with fixed rate debt. Maybe there's a solid debt service coverage ratio. But the problem is you're having to put so much cash down to make up the difference between the current loan amount and what the purchase price that they're asking is. It doesn't make sense because the total cost of capital, right? We talk about your total cost of capital, which is your debt plus your equity stack. So what is your equity cost? Now, your equity cost is basically with the return that you're getting to your investors. Call it 15%, whatever it might be. So that's your cost of your equity. Now, if your cost of your debt is 4%, but now your cost of your equity is 15 and you're having to bring 50% of that, it takes your total cost of capital way up rather than being able to reset all your debt at potentially 6.25. It's why a lot of these loan assumption deals don't make sense, right? Now, there's a solution to some of these loan assumption deals that I like to put out there. Some of the pros are potentially motivated owners in the loan assumptions. The solution is seller-held second positions. So the way that we're navigating these loan assumption deals is trying to put this seller to hold a small second position behind the current loan. Because what that does is if I can get the seller to hold 30%, now that takes my 40 to 50% and it takes it back down to a 15, 20% realistic down payment. And then it's going to allow me to hit the return metrics that I need to hit for my investors. So think about that creatively when you start to see these loan assumptions. All right, you know, he's asking 6 million, he's got 3.2 million, which means I got to bring 2.8 million. That's almost 50%. Well, what happens if he holds $1 million back? Now I'm back down to 1.8 million, which is kind of where I need to be on a $5 million deal with my down payment. See how that kind of makes sense? So the key would just be to get them to hold second positions at a similar rate as the first position debt, or maybe a little bit more, somewhere in between, that doesn't drive your cost of capital way up. I'm not going to pay them 15%, 18% hard money rates, but I will be willing to pay 6 to 8% depending on the terms of that second position note, deferred payments, things like that. Those things are very negotiable on each deal. All right, that's loan assumptions, what we're seeing. This clicker is going to be the death of me. All right, pro forma cap rates. Who is seeing brokers trying to push and sell deals on pro forma cap rates? Yeah. So they are basically taking the numbers of the revenue that the property will be in a couple years and trying to sell you the building based on that value. Fuck that. I don't want that. I want to buy the building based on the value that it is now, the income that it is now, or at least a reasonable place somewhere in the middle. Because when you buy based on the value that it is, once it's stabilized, you have no value add. You're basically, they're selling it on future value, and you basically cannot, like, you're not able to partake in the upside because you paid for the upside on the front end, okay? Now, the pros of pro forma cap rates, there's typically deferred maintenance because there's some loss to lease. Because if they're selling it, if the broker's not smoking the hopium or smoking something, and there's actually realistic upside in the deal, maybe they're just trying to sell it based on that realistic upside, at least there is upside. So for me, the solution is I'm always stress testing my offers on these pro forma deals based on the current income and trying to find a happy medium in between that still leaves meat on the bone for us, but gets the seller his number. Now, the other way that I'm solving these problems is owners holding debt or equity positions in the deal. Because if you believe in the deal so much, why don't we partner on it? If the broker showed the owner the BOV or the value that they're going to put out there, and the owner agreed with it, if you agree with that, then why don't you ride it with us? Like, why don't you ride the upside? And that's a little bit of an easier sell when they're trying to command a price, right? You think this building's going to be worth X? Well, I'm willing to pay Y, but I'll give you some upside when we get it to X. How about that? Seems fair to me. That's kind of how we're solving some of these pro forma cap rate things. Think about these things creatively. We'll talk about that a later time. All right, my things aren't populating the way, but that's fine. All right, we have market rate deals. So these are just typical deals that we're seeing that are really market rate pushed by brokers. Right now, market rate deals are very much DSCR constrained, debt service coverage ratio constrained. Because interest rates are where they are, the net operating incomes of the property are where they are, and interest rates went from 4 to 7. The debt service has almost doubled what it was just 24 months ago. What that does is that really squeezes and constrains that debt service coverage ratio, and it's making deals really have very, very low cash on cash returns because now there's not a bunch of free cash flow above the mortgage payment to pay investors. So you're seeing some of these deals. Who's really underwriting a lot that sees like these high IRRs but very low cash on cash return deals? You guys seeing those, right? You see a lot of them recently. Like, damn, the IRR is 14%, but my cash on cash is 2. What's the deal with that? It's because of these new debt service coverage ratio constraints that we're dealing with in the market. Now, it's just about calling audibles and making sure you're prepared for this stuff. A lot of them have solid IRRs and stable return profiles, but you have no cash flow. And that's scary because a lot of your returns now are going to be predicated upon your exit. And I typically don't like to base more than 60, 70%, 60% of my returns coming from profit from the sale or refi. I like 30, 40% of my returns coming from the cash flow during ownership. When you start to get to 10% of your profits are coming from cash flow and 90% of your profits to your investor are coming from the sale to hit their IRR metric, you have a very volatile deal now, because if the market keeps going like this, if we hit cap rates start to push higher, right now your exit sale price goes up, or your exit sale price goes down $10,000, $20,000 per unit, right? All of your returns are based on you selling that deal at that price. But if I can buffer it with cash flow during ownership, it helps me a lot. So really, the way I solve these problems and the way I stress test these types of deals is stress testing the occupancy and the collections of the property. I really am stress testing the heck out of these deals right now, more than I've ever stress tested deals. I want to know what my break-even number is on my DSCR. I want to know when my property goes from in the green to upside down in the red, at what occupancy level. And that's just not physical occupancy, that's economic occupancy, okay? If we have another crazy shutdown, they can go economically occupied economically vacant very, very fast. Meaning you have somebody in there, they're just not paying rent, and that's economically vacant. Some of these deals are, their break-even point can be 10 or 15% vacancy. And a lot of people are not stress testing that. They think you're going to be occupied at 95%. And maybe you will, but wouldn't you rather be pleasantly surprised to be 95% occupancy over the 7 years of ownership than have to be 95% occupancy to hit your numbers? I'd rather be pleasantly surprised and know that I could be 70% occupied and still cover my debt service and hit my investor metrics. Stress test your deals. Okay, and don't overextend the sale price. One of the biggest thing I see is they're buying it for 70 a door, they're going to put 10 a door into it, and then in year 7 they're going to sell it for 150 a door. It's scary to think that right now. I would be conservative with my sale prices, my exit prices per door. I'm going to stress test that number. Okay, I thought that was Bill coming up to get me because I'm overtime. keep going though. What do we got? Little to no financials. So we get these deals every once in a while, especially on the seller side. Well, they'll send us, you know, a napkin with a rent roll on it, or they'll send us like, I'm collecting this much income, and they expect us to like create an offer. Can you make an offer on that? Absolutely. I'll show you how to do it. But you need to be careful making offers on deals that have little to no financials. The cons, they're difficult to underwrite. You have to make some assumptions. The solution, it's out of order. Pros to these are there's potentially huge upside on some of the deals that have little to no financials. We bought a deal, and I met the guy. It was a direct to seller. It came from a text message. I had a conversation with him, ended up meeting him at McDonald's. He showed me his rent roll was literally on a McDonald's napkin. He wrote down how much he was collecting, and he slid that over to me, and that was my due diligence. That's what I got. All my due diligence docs requests came over on a napkin at McDonald's. I put together pro formas for him, put together a rent roll, and ended up getting a Fannie Mae loan on that property. And nobody else was willing to even look at that deal because he didn't have a formal T12 or a rent roll. So everybody was passing on it. Like one of the big upsides is like you have little competition. It's a smaller buyer pool because like a lot of people are like, oh, you don't have a T12, a rent roll? I'm not gonna be able to buy that deal. Okay, send me that napkin. I'll put something together. We'll figure it out. So that's the solution to these types of deals is know the market that you're investing in, know the numbers really, really well. A lot of upside on these deals, but you got to be careful. You got to know your expense ratios, your OpEx per door. Make sure you're connecting with your property managers to know what you can operate this asset at. Make sure you know the market and you know the area so that you know the rental rates, because you don't have these detailed financials with all these things that you can lean back on. A lot of it is going to be assumptions, so you need to know your markets, okay? I'm going to throw I'm over time, so I'm going to just speed through these, but I felt necessary to throw some traits up there of the acquisitions buffalo. So if you're looking just on the acquisition side, some of the traits that you're going to need is to be relentless, be solutions oriented. You're going to need to be a fanatical prospector. You need to be looking for opportunities everywhere. In the conversations you're having, in the people you're meeting with, in the events you're going to, a fanatical prospector is always, always, always looking for opportunities. And when you're open, your eyes are open to them, they tend to show up in your life. They're masters of interpersonal communication. Believe it or not, I was a huge introvert, and Xerox actually got me out of that introversion. Like I was naturally an introvert. I like my alone time, and I was forced to like go literally knock, 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 and it just naturally you start to become an extrovert. But extroversion, charisma, like all that stuff, it can be learned, it can be taught. Sales, ability to communicate, emotional intelligence, like all those things, Socratic questioning, that all stuff can be learned, it can be taught. It's not something you're born with or not. You have to be creative. A lot of these deals that we're going to talk about over the next couple days, we had to be creative in order to get them. We had to be creative in order to structure them and get them to the closing table. You got to have high integrity. I talked about the core values. If you don't have integrity, you ain't going to last. Right? It's integrity is number one. Do the right thing even when no one's looking. Take care of your investors, take care of your tenants. Your tenants will take care of your property will take care of you if you have high integrity. Always driven by results and patiently persistent. Blissfully dissatisfied. You got to live in a state of bliss, grateful to be alive. I'm grateful to be here. I'm grateful to be with every single one of you, but I'm also dissatisfied with where I'm currently at, and I'm always hunting for more. I'm always on the go. I'm always trying to build more wealth, help more people build more wealth, because there's an abundance mentality in this world. Just because you buy an apartment complex doesn't mean you can buy one less apartment complex, right? We can all do it together, build wealth together. Apparently you can just turn money printers on and it's not a real, so why is everybody freaking out over it? Like, let's just all go make a ton of it because it's abundant, right? There is no limit to it. We can do as much as we possibly can do, provided we work hard and we have integrity. Right? So be blissfully dissatisfied. Be pushing, grateful for where you are, but always pushing for the next thing, whatever that is for you, whatever it is to walk in your purpose and walk in your calling. I appreciate you letting me share some of that stuff with you guys, and I'll see you soon. Thanks.
Hey, everybody. Sorry, got to get a second to get the pins back up. So that was acquisitions, deal sourcing. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I thought those live calls were pretty cool to share with the group and the audience out there. And I hope you guys all enjoyed kind of hearing how I talk to folks. I was monitoring the chat, so I had getting some questions answered while the presentation was going on. We talked about the different deal types, avatars that we're seeing a lot of. So I hope that's helpful as you guys go out and start looking and underwriting more properties. right? To kind of know, all right, this one fits this box, or this one fits this box, or this one, this is a loan assumption deal. This one doesn't have great financials. And then you can now have kind of in the back of your mind, you can sort of have the things that you need to look out for those particular properties. So that was the point of that presentation. I hope it was helpful for some of y'all. We're going to keep rolling. So Vanessa called me while that presentation was going on. She's our events director. And we were talking about like, hey, do we want to give them a lunch break and everything like that? And the answer is no. So I figured you guys, if you can run and grab something, come back to your desk. But since you guys are all virtual here with us, we want to keep delivering the content. And the faster we get through the content, the more content we can deliver, basically. And we have a ton to squeeze in. So we have a plethora of content and not enough time. So rather than give you guys a 30-minute break, we're just gonna keep rolling through these presentations, because that's my goal, is just for you guys to get as much as you can out of these next 2 days with us. So with that being said, the next speaker that's coming on is one of our laser coaches within the group. So within the group, one of our laser coaches that does only underwriting. So he's a master underwriter, deal analysis, pro forma, projections, expenses, all that stuff is this guy's lane. And what he's going to talk about today is the costly pitfalls to avoid when underwriting properties. So whether you're a numbers person or not, you have got to get a basic understanding of underwriting. You have got to get some basic level of being able to read and manipulate spreadsheets, whether you're a numbers person or not. So these are the costly pitfalls to avoid when you start underwriting deals. A lot of you, I saw a couple questions about stress testing the numbers. So I always stress test my numbers so I know where my break even and my flexion points are in my deal. Hey, if my deal goes 25% occupancy, what happens to my debt service coverage ratio? If I have a 30-unit apartment building and 10 of my tenants move out and I hit 33% vacancy, now I'm underwater on my debt service and I'm not covering. Like, I need to know where my flexion points are in my deal so that I know where my downside is and I can actively monitor that stuff. So underwriting is very important. This next presentation, his name is Ken Hines. He's a laser coach of ours, and he's going to talk about the costly pitfalls to avoid when underwriting deals. Let's bring him up.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Ken Hines. I'm one of the laser coaches for seven-figure multifamily. And as Bill said, I get to see a lot of deals, not only my own deals that I'm part of the GP team on, but deals from across the country, from all different markets, all different classes. Jason mentioned, the Class A, Class B, Class C. So when you're doing that, we see all these deals. You see both good positive trends, some of the headwinds that we talked about. You also wanted to see some negative or pitfalls that you want to sort of avoid going forward. And Bill had a very good analogy about, walking into the storm, or, the buffaloes approaching the storm. As an Army guy, I think that's a little bit complicated for me. So when I was in the Army, we had this analogy about, what to do in a storm. And so last storm we had probably was 2008, 2010. I was still on the single family side. And the last thing I was thinking about was trying to buy properties. Now, when you look at the prices today versus back then, what should you have been doing? Trying to buy properties. But I was, too concerned about, on my limited mindset, about just keeping my head down, making sure my single families were operating, getting the rents, and just trying to survive. And so survive the storm. So not really positioning myself for the storm. And so, little analogy for me, Army, we have a little saying, if it's stormy out, embrace the suck. And so, yes, our storm's coming. It's going to stink outside, but it's going to be that way for everyone. And so, you can sit there and complain, or you can sort of embrace into it, lean into it like the buffaloes, sort of take advantage of it, because yes, it's a stormy out there, but it's a storm for everyone. And so, what your mindset is in approaching the storm is going to help you determine your success afterwards. And so, I always say, try to lean into it, embrace it. So, a couple of things to pull off, the more you embrace it, I think the better position you'll be after the storm. Complaining during the storm, never makes the storm go faster. So you could sit here and go, yeah, there's no deals out there. Sellers want, sellers are smoking opium, as Chad would say, wanting a couple $100,000 per deal or over that. And so, complaining about it never makes the storm go faster. And the last thing is, the slide proves, me and Bill, even the Army and Navy, can come together and agree to make fun of the Air Force. So some of the storm warnings we're seeing at the deal level, first they start popping up at the deal level. This is analyzing individual deals. Jason said about, everyone knows there's a storm coming, except probably the sellers. They haven't gotten the memo yet. And so, they're still holding out for 2021, 2022 cap rates, and it's just not going. That's why you see some deals on Crexy or Seabury on there for 300 days, 400 days. So watch out for, sellers on unrealistic or asking prices. Chad already pounded on the pro forma. Everyone knows what the pro forma is now, how it's supposed to operate. Some of the things the brokers do is like use projections for revenue, but last year's expenses, just can't emphasize enough. You want to buy on current performance, not, future projections. And so if you start buying on how it's performing right now, you don't want to pay for what Chad said, stabilizing property. Broker says, hey, it's 70% occupied right now. Once it gets to 95%, it's going to be worth X. You don't want to pay that X because you're basically paying for the work you're doing to stabilize the property. And then on the value adds, just think about, trying to forecast labor and all the supply chain stuff you need. Look back 2 years, what was the cost to turn or update a unit? Might have been 4,000. Now we're seeing about, 5,000. Is it still going to be, if your business plan is multi-year, turning over 40 or 50 units over a 2-year period, is your value add estimate, your budget going to be valid in 2 years due to, labor cost and supply chain cost? Other things we're seeing, property taxes, you should be very familiar of how your target market does how to do their assessment. Some markets are every other year, like Jackson County, Missouri is every other year, every odd year. North Carolina is every 4 years, but different counties within the state are going to do reassess those properties at different times. Texas, it seems like they reassess it every other week because they keep on going up. And so you want to be in it. Property tax data is public information. You should know how to go into the public title website, look up the property tax and see, not only for this year, but some of them have, last couple of years, so you can start seeing trends. Last time it was sold, did the taxes change? When's the last time it sold? And then, your underwriting does not stop when you get the LOI accepted and it goes under contract. You always want to keep updating it. So a lot of things out there that will change. Some contracts are grandfathered in. You want to make sure you have updated contracts. Some contracts, like if you have a big seller, may only be selling a portion of the portfolio, so his contract may not be valid. So at the property or the deal level, these are some of the trip signs that we're seeing that might trip up your underwriting. So as those storm clouds are brewing, at the market level, and this is across not only the market level, but many markets, what are we seeing? Fannie Mae, Jason talked about the rent growth. Fannie Mae, which underwrites more deals than any one of us here, is they're actually projecting for some markets to have a negative rent growth for 2023. You can see why here. We had 5 to 10% growth the last couple of years. That's simply not sustainable. And so, affordability is going to be a huge issue going forward. And you don't want to assume, hey, I had rent growth the past 3 years, that's going to continue going forward. Second is our old buddy insurance. National Multifamily Council did a survey. Insurance costs have risen 20 to 40% since 2020, 2021. This is across all markets and all classes. It's not just like Texas or Florida, where it's hard even to get multiple carriers to carry you. It's across all the markets in the states. And so one stat right here that jumped out at me, for all commercial properties in 2021, 50% of them, had their premiums increase at least 15%. So you have to be planning on insurance premiums, and what's on the T12 is probably not what's going to happen when you guys take over, regardless of your history, the property's loss history. So you always want to be aware of those facts. The other thing at the market levels that we're seeing is, Jason alluded to it briefly, is deliveries and absorption. So during COVID, what happened during COVID? Nothing. There's no construction going on, no new permits going on. So for like 2019, 2020, nothing was to be delivered on market. All those projects got pushed back. So right now you're seeing a lot of projects enter in. It's going to be a record delivery for late 2022, 2023, going into early 2024. Yes, we still need housing, but for your particular market, what's being delivered and how fast can you absorb it? And you might see some negative trends as far as your vacancy rates going up a little bit. And then first time, like on concessions, first year I was doing this, I saw probably rental concessions on a T12 maybe once every 100 deals. This wasn't there because housing was so hot. Last 3 or 4 months, looking at the deals, you're seeing it once or twice a week. It's not a huge factor, but you just have to look at apartments.com or where your advertising, where your tenant avatar is going to be looking to see, hey, move-in specials, half month off, you want to be able to account for it. It doesn't have a great long-term impact, but it might impact your short-term, year 1, year 2 cash flow. You always want to be aware of that. You also want to be aware, not a non-financial thing is what kind of environment is your market in, landlord-friendly versus tenant-friendly. You see it, I wouldn't say skewed towards the tenants, but, everything happened during COVID, eviction moratoriums, tenant organizations pushing for rent control. You always want to have that at the market level, and that seems to be happening more and more across more and more markets, even in landlord-friendly states. Even like restricting some of your business cases. Like if you have a business case, you just bought a 50 unit, turn 4 or 5 of them into short-term rentals to help, your bottom line. Yeah, that might not happen now because there were increased restrictions on short-term rentals. That's just one example of what you want to look for. So we see the storm clouds brewing at the market or deal level. The brewing at the market level, where the big storm at the eye of the hurricane right now, I think everyone knows is on the debt market. Jason mentioned the federal funds rate increasing more than any other, faster than any other time in history. Last March, it was 0.25. Now it's over above 5. That means banks are facing probably a triple threat. Increased cost on the funding rate. Everyone saw about Signature Bank and SVB failing. They made all the news, and so they're having trouble on the liquidity pressures. And then non-performing deals. If you read the Wall Street Journal the last couple of weeks, you saw that big deal in Houston being repossessed. Like Jason said, banks are in the lending business, they're not in the real estate loan business. So when they're taking over a 3,000 unit portfolio in Houston or like a 400 million portfolio in San Francisco, it's going to impact their market. And then, so that's it. Impact their lending criteria, and so they're going to tighten up their lending strategy. So what does that mean for you? Chad mentioned the higher DSCR requirements. Last year we were seeing at 1.15, 1.2. That's a 1.25, 1.3, and especially on the LTV ratio. Used to be 75, 80. But I got news for you. I think 65 is going to be the new 75 until banks figure this out, because all the term sheets we're seeing is in 65 to 70 range. I've not seen good stable debt at 75, 80, in 3 to 4 months. And so that's the rate flux market that's going on right now. And speaking of, the rates being in flux, typical multifamily is 60 days, 30 days due diligence, 30 days to close. What's going to happen during those 60 days? Rates may change, but the Fed's definitely going to meet. The Fed meets every 6 weeks. They're meeting June 13th through 14th. So every 6 weeks, the Fed meets. So during your due diligence period, during your close period, the Fed might meet. What's that going to impact your rates? So we had a deal in Mississippi. We were underwriting, it looked good. A week before, it went from 70% LTV to 65. And so, yes, so where all our CapEx, all our reserves go to that deal. And so you just want to be cognizant of the fact that, hey, stress test your deals and be cognizant of the fact that lending's here. Lending's going to be very tight. And the days of the 4% rates are gone, except for loan assumptions. Chad hit upon it, the pros and cons of loan assumptions. Don't forget about your cost of capital. Like we see some members or people go, hey, it's a 50% or 4% loan, it must be a good deal. Don't forget your total cost of capital, and don't forget you're inheriting a loan. So all those restrictions or that loan terms you're getting. So for both loan assumptions and new debt, you want to make sure your debt plan matches your business plan. Because if you're doing like a 3 or 5 year hold, you get a 10-year loan. At year 5, you try to sell, you're paying a significant yield maintenance or debt penalty. That goes the same thing for assumptions. Maybe one of the reasons why they're selling with assumption is they don't want to pay the prepayment penalty. So I told you, look out for some pitfalls. Not a lot of bad news, but I'm just telling you. So what can we do to sort of embrace the storm going forward and lean forward and make sure we're in the high ground after the storm passes? So the harder it's at, sort of weed out some of the competition. And so you have less competitions. I had a broker call me the other day because I simply downloaded a deal off his website. 6 months ago or a year ago, brokers never called you. And so they were the bell of the ball, trying to get them on the phone. They were getting 20, 30 offers on it. So it was very hard to get a broker on the phone. The deal volume from CoStar has fallen 75% from first quarter 2023 to 2022. 2022 was an aberration because they had all that built up from COVID. People saw all the new rate hikes coming, so they wanted to get deals under contract. But the less deals is less competition for you guys. There's a lot of capital still there sitting on the sidelines. The storm, they don't know what's going. You have a good deal, there's more capital out there for your capital ratios to go. And then, as Chaz said, always ask for carryback notes. What are sellers going to do with their money? That's a great question to ask. Put it in a bank with all the banking issues they're having these days. And so other action steps we can take, underwrite as many deals. You should be underwriting every deal in your target market as possible. We talked about Chad knowing your market rates, market conditions, stuff like that. You're not going to know that underwriting 2 or 3 deals in the market. Even if it's outside your buy box, you want to be underwriting it to see, hey, if the broker is promising rubs on the pro forma, but no one else in that market is doing rubs, are you be able to get it? And then, make sure you stay in contact. I can't tell you how many deals that members of or people have brought to me saying, hey, we had this deal, came out of contract. Now the broker's come back to me as a second choice. Is it still a good deal? What if, do we still want to offer on it and stuff like that? So you always want to keep those relationships going forward. And speaking of relationships, coming from the single family world, you look at a market like this, you see a fellow investor, single family world, you think that has competition, but in the multifamily world, that's possible other GP partners. If they're in Kansas City, I'm in Kansas City, I'm looking at the 2 partners. So you should be attending all the other GP webinars, see what underwriting they're doing. So, it is a storm coming. So where do you want to be when the storm passes? And you don't want to be stuck doing a bad deal simply to do a deal. And so I was trying to share some of the some of the pitfalls you want to look out for when you're underwriting deals. Any further questions? I'm on LinkedIn and, I'm a real estate guy. I'm a retired Army now. I know Bill's going to be enjoying their retired life. So that's all I do right now is underwrite deals.
Awesome. Got myself pinned here. So yeah, that was Ken. Costly pitfalls to avoid. A couple things I want to highlight. So the taxes and insurance are fixed freaking costs that can burn you if you are not ready for a tax assessment, or if you think that the underwriting for insurance, which a couple years ago was $450 a unit, maybe $500 a unit. Some markets we're seeing $650, $700 a door on your taxes, right? And just so you guys know, let's just say you're underwriting $400 a door because that's what insurance was 3-4 years ago, or maybe that's what the current policy is. Here's the big thing. It might be $400 a door on their current insurance costs. And then you think you're going to get $400 a door and you get $700 a door. And it's a, 65 unit property. That's $19,500 annually. Now, the big thing is $19,500 annually divided by, if you're in a 5 cap market, it's a $390,000 swing in the value of your property just by being off on the insurance cost. Same thing with taxes. I see a lot of people make that mistake. They come in thinking the taxes are going to be exactly what the seller's currently paying, not knowing that they reassess on the sale and then they reassess every 24 months and your taxes are going to go up 50, 60, 75%. And that's not in your underwriting. It's going to really hurt your cash flow. And not only does it really hurt your cash flow in that year, but then it also is a multiplier of your cap rate and your value. So your value is subsequently going to go down multiple 6 figures. I've seen sometimes 7-figure swings in my valuation by being off on those numbers. So some costly pitfalls to avoid, some great information from Ken Hines. He is one of our coaches in our group, and I'll tell you guys about the group a little bit later. Also, I think got a lot of questions. We're getting a lot of questions privately. So we're going to do some bonus Q&A, and I'm just going to get everybody's questions answered because we're getting a lot of them that I can't answer during these times. I want to make sure we stay on topic and get you guys all these presentations. And then word on the street is we're doing a bonus Q&A at some point. I'll tell you guys about it a little bit later. But let me just keep rolling through this presentation, through these speakers here. So First of all, I need to know everybody's still with me. Drop a 6 in the chat. If you're enjoying this content so far, drop a 6 in the chat. If you've learned something, if you're enjoying the content, let me see a 6. I got to make sure you guys are still there, still awake. Morgan, make sure you go back up and get all the questions we missed, because whenever I do this and I try and get people to engage, I forget that we bury all the questions way up high. So go back and get those questions. I have a rolling live sheet of all the questions that have been asked. Booyah, 6, Alejandro. Love to see it, guys. Glad we're delivering some value. Whole goal is to help you guys buy some of this commercial real estate, demystify the fact that you guys can do this, you guys can buy it. Let's go into the next presentation. Here it is. Now, we talked about underwriting, we talked about acquisitions, we talked about the state of the market. What we have not talked about is asset management, best practices once you close a property. So the work begins after you close it. So like it takes a lot to get a deal, takes a lot to get a deal funded, takes a lot to get a deal to the finish line. We have 2 properties closing next week, and I'm buried in emails from the title companies. It's a lot to get a property closed. But once you get a property closed, now the work begins. You're on the hook for all the investors' money. You're on the hook for all of your money. If you've guaranteed the loan, you're on the hook for the bank's money. So asset management and best practices during asset management can make or break your deal. I have seen bad operators screw up a great deal, and I have seen great operators turn shit into gold. That is real. So you need to understand asset management best practices. And there's nobody better that I'm going to bring up than Frank Coopersmith, who is also a coach in our group, and he specifically coaches on asset management. So Ken is specifically a coach on underwriting, and Frank is specifically a coach on asset management. And I'm just going to bring up Frank, and he's going to talk to you about the best practices. Once you get a property closed, how do you drive NOI? Increase income, decrease expenses, drive your net operating income equals value increase. That's what we're here to do. Frank's going to tell you about it right now.
So thanks for having me here today. If we're successful, I'm hoping that all of you will walk away encouraged, empowered, and enriched to get into this space. So a little bit about me. This is my why. It's my family, my wife, my kids. This is what we love to do. We like to scuba dive together. We like to travel together. We love experiences together. Professional experience, I started in 2002. Started real estate brokerage in 2005, grew that to $35 million a year in business. And then we all know what happened in 2009, right? The economic downturn. A little story about that. I, like everybody else as a real estate agent, didn't see the storm coming. Most agents ran away from the storm, right? I looked around and said, I've got less than $1 in my account. I didn't have a commission for 8 months. What am I going to do? I need to do something different. So I ran towards the storm. I thought, there's foreclosures that are selling. Why aren't I selling them? Well, a lot of other agents had the same plan that I did. We're all trying to get those deals. What I did differently was I found out the gatekeeper was in Houston, Texas. I live in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And we thought, well, how do we get in front of these people? Well, everybody, if you've ever been to an office full of people, they all like to eat. So I'd never been to Houston before. I had no money in my account. I spent $400 I didn't have. I flew to Houston, didn't know anybody in there, bought them all lunch. At this point, I had 0 listings, no prospect for business. As I got on the plane to go home, I had text messages. I had 8 listings in the foreclosure space. That year, we sold 100 houses, and we sold at least 100 houses over the 3 years, each year during the crisis. So when other people were struggling, we ran towards the storm, and we had the most successful years I've ever had in real estate during those 3 years. What I like to say is we rode the wave. Whoops, sorry about that. And we're going to talk a little bit about riding the wave today. This is what I try and do in business. This has helped me with some of my success. After that, I started looking around for what's next. I didn't want to be a real estate agent anymore. I got in the HOA business. In 2018, we founded a company. I worked as an executive at Associa, which is the largest management company in the world. 2018, we broke off, started a company with 0 clients and 0 associations to manage. So that's a little scary, nothing. And we built that to a $20 million business and 100 employees in 4 years. Luckily, there's a lot of money in private equity. In 2021, I sold my shares in RoCal to a private equity company. And then I started looking for another wave to ride. And I started hearing about someone who is riding waves. And when this person rides waves, I think you want to listen. He started talking about multifamily. I started hearing some podcasts about multifamily. Anybody know this guy? He was riding waves. I was on a ride back from Fargo, North Dakota, driving my car, and I heard a podcast with Peely, Jason, and Bill. And they started talking about multifamily. And I was looking for a way to get into this space. When I was at RoCal as an asset manager, we managed $7 billion in assets. We had $75 million in cash reserves. So I had experience in the space. I knew I could do it, but I didn't know how to do it. I didn't know what passive income and the tax breaks were, but I knew if Bill was doing it, that it had to be pretty good. And in 2021, I joined Seven Figure Multifamily. I walked into the space with no preconceived notion, but lots and lots of limiting beliefs. I didn't think I could do it, if I'm being honest with you. I thought there's no way that I'm going to be able to talk to people. They're going to give me money, and I'm going to be able to invest. I had some really tough conversations with people. Peely worked through a lot of those with me, and so I started looking around to like, what can I do differently? How can I do this? How can I get through these limiting beliefs? How can I break through this ceiling? So I started looking around, like, who are some people that have really been successful and have broken through ceilings you wouldn't expect? As I like Elon Musk, Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, but I think I've come up with the right person. So it's going to take a little bit of work on your part to understand this, and we'll walk through it, but I think this is the right person. All right, so bear with me. This is Pete Davidson, as most of you know. And this is, he's had a lot of success. He's wealthy. He's been successful on TV. He's dated these people. And I asked myself, how does this guy do it, right? So I was going through this presentation with my wife, and I said, honey, can you believe that this guy? And she goes, well, he's not hot. And which means, wife speak, he's really hot. And then I showed this to a friend of mine who just happens to be gay, and he's like, dude, that guy's really hot. And so I'm like, okay, this guy has the confidence of no one I've ever met. He's from that perspective, yes, he's very confident. And I know now that if I can get to that kind of confidence, I can do anything I want, especially in this space. So with the inspiration from my mentors, an amazing team, and some incredible opportunities, I jumped in. And as Scotty talked about it earlier, we bought our first building together. My role is asset manager, and I want to talk about those 4 pillars. Jason talked about all the tactical side of it. He did an amazing job. I learn from him every day on that kind of stuff. And I work on the people side of it. When I was at Associa, the average HOA manager lasts it's a 50% turnover every year. In our office, we turn that into 94% retention rate. And we do that with some tools that I've used to work with people. So I'm hoping, because this is a people business, no matter, you can do all the right tactics, all the right processes, and all the right systems, but if you can't deal with people, it's going to be really tough to be successful. So here's the 4 pillars of asset management, I believe. There's tenant, investor, employee, and vendor. And this is what holds up the foundation of your business. So asset management, as you know, it plays a crucial role in optimizing the performance and value of real estate investments. We're the guys that take over once the property is purchased, and really, if we're not successful, the investors aren't successful. But beyond the financial metrics of a successful asset management strategy is the satisfaction and engagement of various stakeholders involved, and the 4 people that we talked about. The first experience I want to talk about is a tenant experience. So this refers to how satisfied they are living on the property. This is what, to be honest with you, this is the most passionate part I am of asset management. This is the people that I really care about most, because if we take care of these people, everything else falls into place. Your investors are happy, there's not turnover. A positive experience enhances occupancy rates, lease renewals, and tenant referrals. So if your tenants are referring other people to you, you know you're doing it right. If your people are renewing the lease, you're doing it right. If your occupancy rate is above 95%, you're doing it right. So some of the key parts of this are communication, how fast you respond, maintenance, amenities, and community engagement. We'll talk a little bit about community engagement. It's a really important part of this process. So what are some ways that we can improve this? Because when you take over a property, most often the previous company hasn't been doing any of this. So you have a little bit of they'll give you a little bit of a runway to be better, but they also don't give you that runway. They're like, they don't believe that they believe you're going to be the same way. If you're taking over a C or C- property, there's a good chance there was a slumlord there before. So regular communication channels. We use software like many do that has a portal, so tenants can get a hold of us via email, text, call, Facebook Messenger, whole variety of ways to get through to us. High quality maintenance. We ask our property manager to respond within 24 hours. That's our commitment to our tenants. Doesn't have to mean to be fixed in 24 hours, but we ask them to respond in 24. We want it to be done in 48 hours if it's possible. Sometimes it's a bigger project than that. Amenities and services. You can provide attractive amenities such as a fitness center, dog parks, concierge services. Now, if it's a Class C property, you're probably not going to have a fitness center, but there's cheap stuff you can do, like Jason showed you, the pergola. You can do grilling stations. You can do some nice, equipment at the pool, some stuff like that. You can really, step up your game at your property by just doing some small things. And then community building events through networking opportunities and social spaces. If you have an on-site manager, it's easy enough to do like an ice cream Friday social or those kind of things, just little things that your tenants love. And what you're doing is you're building community. And that's really when you get people to stay. If you don't get the people to stay, there's a cost to turnover, right? The average tenant moves every 2 years. The number can go up or down based on the tenant experience. But there's a real cost to having turnover. So let's look at an example of what it looks like to have turnover on a 1, 2, and 5 year basis. Now, as we know, typically every tenant says, oh, it's just normal wear and tear. I'm going to leave the property in good condition, right? But this is probably how we get it back. Normal wear and tear, right? So there's going to be a cost. The average cost is around $5,000. Now, it can be more and less. It can be as high as $20,000. We just had one that was very expensive. The exterminator said it was one of the worst ones he's ever seen, and he had to clean it out, and it cost us about 20 grand. But it can be as little as 5,000 too. So it kind of depends on the unit. But if we look at a typical 100-unit building, and we look at 1, 2, and 5 year turnovers. Now, when you look at this, some people say, well, you'll never have someone 5 years. I just talked to a company out of Georgia that their average turnover is 8 years, and they're at market rent because they're implementing some of the strategies that we talked about before. So don't discount this too quick, because I think it'll show you, if you're not taking care of your property and you've got 8 properties a month that you're turning over, your cost after 5 years is going to be $2.5 million. In 10 years, it's going to be $5 million. If you just go on the average cost, average of 2 years, you're looking at $1.2 million or $2.5 million in 10 years. If you can push that out, and you could go incrementally 3, 4, and 5, but a 5 year span, you're going to save $1.5 million for your investors over 10 years, or you're going to save about $750,000 in 5 years. That's real money to the bottom line, and that's what we're going to talk about next, the investor experience. They're going to love that. So the investor experience focuses on transparency, regular reporting, and maximizing returns. So positive investor experience leads to continued investment referrals and long-term partnerships. And that's where, if you want to be successful in this business and you want to buy multiple buildings, referrals, referrals, referrals. Again, it's a people business. Key communication is a primary factor in this. We do a monthly newsletter for our investors. We stay in touch. We call our investors, and we have a quarterly Zoom call with our investors. So when you stay in touch with them, they know what's happening, and the grace they give you at that point is amazing. We had a situation at the beginning of the year where, we wanted to do distributions. We had committed to that, but we were also concerned about risk management and having some reserves built up. So we just took it to our investors. We don't have a lot of investors on this building, and unanimously, they all said, we trust in your leadership. Take the money, put it towards reserves. We don't care about distributions. We're all in this for the long haul. We trust you. And so you're doing it right when you get your investors to back you up that way. Next one is employee experience. As Bill talked, it's a people business. And if your employees aren't happy, then the cost to train, rehire, hire is enormous, not to mention time on your part. And so employee experience is really important. This can be on-site managers, this can be techs, this can be repair people. This is a really important aspect that people undervalue. I know one group that they will bring treats to their employees or just do special things out of the blue for them. Engaged and motivated employees drive operational excellence, which is so true. How many times have you had an employee that was motivated and engaged and they went extra above and beyond to give you more than you deserved or more than you expected? Some of the key factors are workplace culture, training, and development. Recognition goes a long ways. And probably the most important for most of us in this room is vendor experience. And this focus on building strong partnerships. We have an amazing partnership with our property management company. They do a great job. They go above and beyond. But it's not just a partnership on our end, it's a partnership on their end too. As Scotty talked about, we've acquired 225 doors in North Carolina. We're adding more doors there. We looked at doing $10,000 a unit renovations. So at 400 doors, that's $4 million that we're bringing into that economy. They appreciate that, right? It's a partnership. It's going both ways. But they've got to be treated well too. A lot of people take advantage of partners or don't give them the respect that they deserve. So I really implore you, one of the ways that they feel most respected is on-time payments and fair contracts. So if you can pay your partners quickly, that goes a long, long way. They appreciate that. We just had a situation where we had to have 3 units done in 36 hours before the next tenants moved in. And their whole staff stayed. They worked 20 hours one day and they worked a bunch of hours the next day, stayed till 9 o'clock at night because they were partners with us. They got all 3 units done in 36 hours. It was an incredible feat. I don't know how they did it, but they appreciate what we do for them and we really appreciate what they do for them as well. So one thing I want to talk about, so it's kind of the end of the presentation for that part, but as you can see, I'm passionate about specifically the tenant experience. And one of the reasons I'm so passionate about this, that experience is I was one of those kids that lived in a Class C apartment, probably C- apartment. By the time I was in 8th grade or 3rd grade, we had moved 8 times. We got a lot of experiences in different apartments. By any statistical measurement, I should not be on the stage. My dad was in jail. He was a compulsive gambler. We had cars repossessed, houses foreclosed. Our dinner meals consisted of talking about relatives in prison, drug overdoses, suicide, that kind of stuff. So I heard Bill talking about his dad and Chad talking about his dad, and that's my why at this point is how are my kids going to talk about me? How am I going to change that narrative? Because like I said, I shouldn't be here. But through mentorship, through this program, it's completely changed my life. I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be up here talking had I not had people talking about what are your limiting beliefs? Well, why are you stagnant? Why are you staying where you're at? And so now I get to share with my kids the stuff that I never got shared with me. It's not just transferring wealth like Bill talked about, but it's also transferring knowledge. And that's my greatest achievement. I have 3 kids who've now graduated college. I've never had a college graduate in my family before me, and now we have 3 kids. We have 2 kids who own homes before they turn 25 with a couple $100,000 in equity. They all have Roth IRAs. I have an amazing partners in this room who help me grow every single day and make me a better person. It's unbelievable what they do for me. We've got almost $30 million of assets under management and over 300 doors. And by the end of 2024, we want to have $100 million assets under management. And through the power of a group and thought leaders like the people that are in this room, you can do it too. And if you have those limiting beliefs, I encourage you, just step away from it. Think outside the box, because if the kid who moved 8 times by 3rd grade and had no real home life can do it, I guarantee you can do it too. Thank you.
Awesome. Awesome. Great stuff from Frank. Yeah, again, he's an amazing asset manager. I actually own a couple of properties with him. So he's like, he practices what he preaches. And I hope you guys got something out of some of those strategies that he shared. And, I have a thing that I typically say is, you take care of the tenants take care of the properties, and the properties take care of us, and us being, the GPs and the LPs. So he really is passionate about that tenant experience, because when they take care of the properties, it tends to raise the frequency and the vibe and the energy of the complex. And you tend to get more people like that are better quality. And then the better quality tenants take better care of the property, and then it becomes worth more, and it takes better care of your investors, because now these people are paying rent, not skipping out and doing all kinds of good stuff. So that tenant experience is really, really important. So I hope that was helpful. We're going to roll right into the next speaker. This guy is very near and dear to my heart. I own some commercial real estate with him in South Carolina, and he's actually under contract on a $14.25 million deal that I don't want to talk too much about, because I'm pretty sure PSA is signed, but I'm watching the PSA negotiations go as we actually speak right now. So it's not done yet, so I don't want to throw it all out there, but he's about to be under contract on a $14.25 million deal that looks really, really good. So I can't wait to bring him up. And he's just a really cool guy. You may look and see a bunch of gray hair, but I see a young soul, and you'll probably get that from his presentation. He's going to talk a lot about just why now is the best time to start buying real estate, because the best time was yesterday. The best time was 20 years ago. The second best time is today. So don't wait any longer to do this. And I think his presentation is going to spark you guys, light a fire under you to get going. And then after Steve too, we have just stay tuned, because I'm looking at this speaker lineup, and I'm like, you guys are going to want to hang on. But Steve's is an amazing presentation. I can't wait to bring him up. Steve Tackett is just, like I said, good human being, good soul, and he's gonna light a fire. So without further ado, please welcome Steve Tackett to the stage. Can't wait for this one.
Who am I? Well, there's some people in this room that might call me a believer. I'm a husband. I'm a missionary. I'm an encourager. I'm a networker. I'm a cancer survivor. I'm a serial entrepreneur, and that's who I am. And what am I good at? Well, probably I'm pretty good at bringing people together for things that are mutually beneficial to them. I'm pretty good at serving. I'm pretty good at problem solving. I'm pretty good at leadership. And as Frank was telling us, I'm a good connector. I like seeing that kind of stuff happen. What have I done in my life? Well, Jason was telling me the other day, I had the opportunity to do the first restaurant, along with 2 or 3 others, on a college campus in America back in the 70s. And I got to meet Ray Kroc from McDonald's, because they also had a restaurant there as well. And some of you will know who that is, and some will say, well, who the heck is that? I got to help start the first CSI unit for the Kentucky State Police. When I was a teenager, got to start the first pizza parlor in my hometown. They never had a pizza parlor before. I've been a police officer. I was trained by the FBI as a hostage negotiator. I've been in the U.S. Army. Go Ken Hines. We have 4 businesses. 3 of them are real estate related, and 1 of them's not. 2 of them do over, you'd consider them multi-million-dollar businesses, and 2 we're hoping to get there, and multifamily investing is one of them. But first time I ever spoke before a crowd was on a Sunday morning, and I got to talk to 5 Boy Scouts at a weekend retreat they were doing. Drove out there, spoke, fumbling and muttering, and spent about 2 minutes, and they'd given me 15. And I had it all on 3x5 cards, and just didn't know what to do after that. So I just said, "That's it. God bless you." And I have spoken in the Kiamishi Mountains of Oklahoma to as many as 6,000 men who came together for a men's retreat. And right here down the road a little bit in Nashville, Tennessee, I had the opportunity to speak before 50,000 people in a March for Jesus that it was my privilege to help organize. But today, if I had my choice of being anywhere and talking to anybody, I wouldn't be anywhere else but here. Because there's nobody I'd rather be speaking to today than you, because I think we're a lot alike. Now, we haven't done the same things. We're not the same age. Shoot, I'm twice as old as most everybody in this room. But why I want to speak to you today is because I think we've got a lot in common. I think we share a lot of the same ideas, probably a lot of the same principles, a lot of the same views on things. And we've heard pieces of this off and on the whole time. So how many people here are W-2, get a salary? I don't care whether you raise your hands or not because I can't see you. But anyway, Bill was talking, some other people talking about working, the harder you work, the more responsibility you give, not necessarily the most salary increase or anything. But who here would think, I wish my business appreciated me just enough to give me just one additional payday? Anybody here feel like that? Yeah. All right, where are you? I got a payday for you right here. Huh? Who wants one? And listen, disclaimer, okay? If I hit you in the head or I put your eye out, it's not my fault. Everybody heard that, right? All right? Okay? See? And I dropped one, okay? So I got to get one more back here. Say hi. Thank you. Okay, I also used to be a softball pitcher for one of our companies. But, it happens too often that we just don't feel appreciated. We feel like, the hurrier I go, the behinder I get kind of thing. But what needs to happen is that your desire in life for change has got to be stronger than your willingness just to stay the same, right? I mean, you gotta, it's kind of like you draw a line. I want to be here, but I can't tear myself away from there. So anyway, what'd y'all do with that slide? Oh, I found it. Okay. I'm going to tell you about this bench here in just a minute. This is on a school playground, okay? And it's called the buddy bench. Anybody ever heard of the buddy bench? Yeah. Okay. And the story behind it is this kid's father's coming to pick him up from school, and he's walking around, sees the playground, sees the buddy bench, and when he picks up his son, he says, "Well, what's the buddy bench? Or I mean, what's that?" And he said, "Well, it's the buddy bench." He says, "What is that?" He says, "Well, when we're out to recess and we're playing, and somebody doesn't have somebody to play with, and they don't have a friend there on the playground, they go sit on the bench, and that's them telling everybody else that they need a buddy and they need a friend and they need some support and they need some assistance." And see, I think we're here in a place that every seat here is a buddy bench, and everybody else is willing to help you and be a part of what you're doing. Now, how many people were here last year? Okay, see, I don't care if you raise your hands because I can't see you. Anyway, Bill just knew something was wrong with me. I'd rarely miss an event, especially a multifamily event. And did I put that up already? I didn't want that up. Anyway, go ahead, fine. Remember, I'm not technologically advanced. So anyway, he called whoever wanted to. I don't know where he called him because I wasn't here. But he said, there's something wrong with Steve Tackett medically, and let's just pray for him. And it was this very week, a year ago, that I went to the hospital emergency room thinking I might have had diverticulitis or something. The month before, I'd been part of that group of 80 people he was talking about, went down to Mexico and built houses for those poor people in Leon de Vicario. And I thought I was in great shape and great health, and I was totally asymptomatic. And then 1 year ago this week, I go to the ER. They send me by ambulance to another hospital. I go to that hospital, check in, thinking this is what I've got. And they do a bunch of tests and say, you've got stage 3B colon cancer. I don't know what colon cancer, A, B, C through Z, I don't know what it is, but all I know is, and I'm not trying to get you to feel sorry for me, but stage 3B is worse than stage 3A, just so you know. Because I have no idea what either one of them means, okay? Surgeon said, we hope we're going to get it all. Might not, but we think we probably can. Well, that's reassuring. And then he says, you may leave here with a colostomy bag, and it could be temporary or it could be permanent, but you might not have to have one. So any event, I have emergency surgery. They get it all. The margins are great, that kind of stuff. But while I am in this bed, and I've just heard this story, I get a phone call. And it is from a real estate broker. And in 3 years, real estate broker never, ever called me back. So here I am not knowing if I'm going to live or die in a hospital bed, and a real estate broker returns my call. I mean, that should have been, I thought about that as a sign from God. This is good stuff. Anyway, Selena Hillmayer and I were talking yesterday about cancer and the era that we grew up in. If you had cancer, it was like that was your death certificate. You were gone. They didn't have the technology, they didn't have the research, they didn't have the treatments, and you were just gone. If you had cancer back then, you were just done. So anyway, it scared me a little bit because my mom died of brain cancer, and here I've had one little thing on my skin, and now here I am, and I'm in a hospital bed, not knowing where I'm going to live or die. And then this broker calls me. We'd been negotiating for 3 or 4 months. They wanted $4 million. We offered them $3 million. They wanted 3.5, and we offered them 3.2. And then I said, okay, offer them 3.25. If they take it, fine. If they don't, fine. So after all this time, he comes back and says, they accepted your offer. And I'm thinking, so what am I going to do now, right? So I told my wife, I said, either tell him we just can't do it, forget it, I can't handle this right this minute. And I said, or call Chad King, tell him what's going on. Chad and my wife Casey and I have been friends with Chad since 2018. We met in the 7-figure altitude group, and I didn't even hear the conversation. She went out in the hallway. She was kind of crying a little bit, and I was being strong for her till she left the room. And she came back and said, he said, don't worry about it. Just get in the paperwork, and he'll make sure he takes care of it. So while I'm getting, second opinions at Duke and going to Sloan Kettering and getting PET scans and blood tests and chemotherapy that, I had to take twice a day, every day for a while, and then infusions on top of that. Chad and Jason and Peely and Bill Allen to whom I will be forever grateful, did all the work. And in October of last year, we closed on a $3.25 million property in Columbia, South Carolina. And just so you know, last week I had a CT scan and I had blood work. CT scan was perfectly clear, and the blood work showed no cancer markers whatsoever. So I stand before you completely cancer-free. And you know, a lot of people say, well, you just kind of need to take it easy for a while. You know, you can't change what has happened to you. Nobody in this room can change what has already happened to you, but you can change what you do next. And I think a lot of you are here because you're thinking, I think I know what I want to do next, and I know what I want to be a part of. And the thing is, so these people are special to me, and a bunch of other people in this room are pretty special to me as well. I did a 5K about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and I didn't say I ran a 5K. I did a 5K because I walked it, and I got third in my age group in that 5K race. Of course, there are only 3 of us still alive at that age, but anyway, when I needed help, these folks were there because they're all givers. And each one of them has been at a point in their life where they need somebody to help them, and they now all are in a position where they can help other people. And it's not just me they help, but they've helped people all over this room and literally all over the world. And these aren't special people. You know, I was talking to Peely last week, and she said, I didn't grow up with a silver spoon in my mouth. We lived a very frugal life. But, you know, she gets a degree in theater and English from the University of Hawaii. You know, she's an actress. And boy, does that ever prepare you for real estate, right? And, you know, Jason, which he never says, and you wouldn't know it otherwise, was a model. Now, most of you women will say, well, I can see that, you know. But the fact of the matter is, you know, he was in the restaurant business, and he did this and he did that. He had some construction experience and exposure through his family. And, you know, Chad, I love Chad, but he was a copier salesman. Come on. But anyway, he's just a great guy. And his degree is in finance, and Jason's degree is in finance. 10 years ago, none of those 4 people had any multi-family properties. Today, if you put it all together in one bowl, they've got over 4,000 doors, and they've got $350 million worth of assets. Is that pretty impressive? How many people in this room think you're going to live another 10 years? I got my hand up. I can't see you. It doesn't matter whether you raise your hands. So anyway, here's how I see myself sometimes. And I just want to, I just put that one slide up. That's not the slide. But anyway, the success thing, you know, we see these people as just being successful, right? And owning millions and millions of dollars worth of properties. But the fact of the matter is, it took them a while to get there, and all you see is a success. All I see is a success. But here are the kinds of things that it took for them to get to the position of being successful. Now, this is me trying to do something on my own, okay? That's why I need these people. That's why I need you in this room, because together we can do things, because I bet there's somebody in this room knows how to make a salad, and I want you to teach me. But You know, we're not alone. Some of you people came today or yesterday or for this whole time, and you're thinking, oh my gosh, I got 52 seconds left. They're going to kill me. You know, you're all alone. But I have met 6 or 8 or 10 people here, and I'm thinking, I'd like to do business with them. And if you'll just get outside your comfort zone, you'll meet those same kind of people, and they'll want to do business with you like you want to do business with them. So I'm not alone. I can call on this Fab 4 back here to help, and so can you. They're available to anybody and everybody. This entire mastermind keeps growing, and it's unbelievable, all the things that are going on. And I'll bet you that how many people think that you've gotten enough out of here that if you apply it, you could make an extra $100,000? Raise your hand. See, you don't have to raise your hands because I can't see you. But anyway, who wants $100,000 right now? Sorry, I can't do any better than that. One more. Ooh, I think that one almost put an eye out, but anyway. See, most of you, like me, see this is what you'd like to be. You'd like to have all your ducks in a row. But if you are like me, you've got one duck under one arm, one duck under the other arm, and you're looking for the rest of them because they're all scattered. Anybody like that? Yeah. So that's why I love this group. I'm in an accountability group with this outfit, and they help me do something just by saying, I'm going to text you, I'm going to call you, I'm going to check up on you, make sure you did what you said you wanted to do and what you needed to do. So, you know, as long as we can keep out the naysayers in our lives, we can do a bunch of wonderful, wonderful things, and we can do them together. Because if you take what you've gotten here yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and you're willing to learn and employ and take those things that you learned and apply them, then nobody will ever be able to stop you. If you're not willing to learn, there's nobody here in this room that can even help you. And that's something I think we all need to be well aware of. And has anybody ever felt just a little bit afraid about, you know, what if I make an offer and somebody actually accepts it? You know, I think that's the worst fear we have in multifamily is that, hey, I'm going to make all these offers and then it's, oh my gosh, what if they say yes? You know, what do I do next? Well, the answers are in this room. So I think it's time for us to get started. I'm getting restarted. I've never felt better in my life. I've never had more energy. I've never felt more driven, more committed to doing things. And you came here to do something. You came here to make a difference. You came here because you've got a vision and you've got an idea and you've got a future and you're going to move forward with it. And I think today's the day, because last year you said, well, I'll do that next year. I hear this all the time. So do you, from other people, right? And then last month you said, well, it'll be next month. I can get it done next month. Sorry, somebody already said that here. But anyway, or yesterday you said, well, I'll do it tomorrow. This is tomorrow. Today's tomorrow. Whatever it is. I'm not saying you ought to be a part of this mastermind group, but I would say you ought to be a part of one of them. In August the 28th of 2021, we were at a mastermind meeting, and several of you were here at that meeting. And Chad King said, it is your duty to get wealthy, because then you can do more for the world. And that's kind of part of my mantra and part of who I am. And if y'all had the money, you'd like to make a difference, right? Well, who wants to be a millionaire? Okay. All right. Well, let's see here. Now, this is going to go far. How about that? How many you got now? 3? All right. All right. That's a section where you're going to see 3 people like this, you know. Anyway, I think you need to understand some things about yourself. You were created for a purpose. You were designed for accomplishment. You were engineered for success. You were endowed with the seeds of greatness. And the biggest mistake and the greatest danger that will ever confront you in this life is not accomplishing everything that you are capable of doing. You need to surround yourself with people that will help you. And you need to know that everybody in this room is here to help. Whether it's 7-figure mastermind, whether you think, well, I'm not interested. I mean, multifamily, I'm not interested in that. Join the 7-figure altitude group. Well, I'm not at that level. Join the 7-figure runway group. And I'm not trying to get you not to be here because I like you all and I'd love to be in the same mastermind with you. So make a decision based on everything you hear and see. Talk to as many different people as you can. Oh my gosh, I'm going to get murdered. This tells you how many minutes you're over, and it turns red, and it is getting redder all the time. Anyway, take the information you can find. Talk to people. Talk to staff. Talk to these folks that you think, well, they're way up on this level, and I'm just way down here. You know, I've just got general admission, or this is my first time here. I'm not worthy to talk to them. These are just people. They're just people who went after it and achieved it. And you've got the same within you to do it. So 6 months from now, you will either have 6 months of progress or 6 months of regrets. Everybody here is ready to help you, and I hope to join hands with everybody in this room so that we can acquire massive wealth together, so that we can use it all to make this world a better place. God bless y'all.
Awesome. Steve is one of the greatest humans on the planet. So I'm glad I hope you guys enjoyed that. Maritza said really good. Yeah, Steve he's an incredible human, just rocking it right now. And had talk about challenges and things like that. I mean, he's kind of had the go of it when it comes to health issues and all sorts of stuff. And he's just been powering through. So Steve's an amazing person, and just a testament to what we're about here at the group too, which I'll tell you guys about here in a little bit. Now, without further ado, this presentation will make you tens of millions of dollars. I promise, if you pay attention to this presentation. So Bill Allen, who a lot of you guys know Bill, you guys have seen him on his email list. You guys know who he is. A lot of you know him from different places. I think he's going to do a little bit more of an introduction. So he's an expert marketer. So one of the best I've ever seen at marketing. And what he's going to talk about is his CRM to market for raising money. So how he raises money. I have personally been on deals with Bill. We have personally, like him and me, Jason, some deals that we've all done together. I've seen him raise $3-4 million in less than 24 hours. Dead serious. Just from the amount of people he's able to drive to a webinar through funnels and things that he's going to talk about in this next presentation. His ability to drive people to our webinars directly correlates to the people that sign up to invest in our deals. I've seen him raise millions of dollars in hours. No joke. So in this presentation, he is going to tell you guys exactly everything he does from the raising money standpoint to like how he touches his people, how often he touches his investors and his lists, what he says to them, all that stuff. So if you pay attention to this presentation, it's going to change. It'll change the entire way you operate your business from a marketing standpoint, and then allow you to raise millions and millions of dollars for commercial real estate, whether you think you can do it or not. Like even if you're at zero, he's going to give you the tools to raise millions of bucks. So I can't wait for this one. Please turn up your volume, turn on your cameras, get out your notepad. Bill Allen's coming up right now.
I have some incredible partners. We've been talking about partnerships a lot, right? So we've heard about partners. We're looking for partners, all these things. And one of the, somebody was at the microphone this morning and was talking about finding a partner that has your values, right? And obviously that was a huge fit for them. It was just, for me, it was about finding the right time, right? So a lot of things we talked about in the mastermind, we do a pre-event with our mastermind members. And in my room, we were talking about time, right? And so hopefully my presentation today will show you how you can raise all the money that you want and still have all the time that you want to do other things. So a lot of people ask me, how do you do all the things that you do? How do you raise all this capital for multifamily apartments? How do you raise all this money for this stuff that we're doing up in Kentucky? We're doing owner finance houses up in Kentucky. I got to raise all the money for that. I do hard money lending with my own money. We have a house flipping business that I don't really spend a lot of time on, but I built from the ground up myself with partners in my team and things like that. And we run a farm that takes a lot of time. I got a call backstage about that today with a little problem. And then this little company and these little events that we do on a regular basis. I think we did 50 events last year, virtual and live events, 50 different events, where mastermind membership events, 3-day challenges, 5-day challenges, webinars, half-day master classes, stuff like that. So it's a lot. You guys can throw my slides up. We kind of teed off on one slide yesterday of this, if you guys remember that. Okay, wait a second. So yesterday, it was like 6 o'clock, 6:05, and I said, do you guys want to do this presentation today or tomorrow? Do you guys remember? Okay, because if you guys want to do this tomorrow, because I'll tell you what, okay, quick energy check right now. I have no idea what just happened, but it was like a balloon sucked the air out of this room. Stand up, get up, stand up. Right now. Everybody stand up. Everybody stand up. Go like this. Louder. Jump up and down. Come on. There's people that are standing. Okay. Jumping jacks if you can. Okay, sit down. Sit down. People getting hit in the face. Okay. We have not talked about this from the beginning. I'm the MC, it's my fault. But if you don't give the speaker energy, they are not going to give you energy, okay? If you want my 5 out of 10, if you give me your 5 out of 10, I'm going to give you my 5 out of 10. You give me your 10 out of 10, I'm going to give you my 10 out of 10, okay? Make sense? Okay, let's try this again. Make sense? Yeah! Okay. Has anybody ever been to a Tony Robbins event? Well, can you bring me some Tony energy? Can you bring me a little Tony energy? Okay, a little Tony energy. All right. Okay. Whew, man, I'm about to talk about money. I'm about to talk about millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars. I'm about to show you my life's work of raising money. I need it, okay? I need it. If you guys feed me, I'll feed you. I promise, all right? Okay, what's stopping you guys from raising money right now? What issues, what struggles are you having right now? Shout them out. Why have you not raised $50 million or $100 million this week? Fear of rejection. Shout out. Come on. Fear. Okay. Fear is going to be the number one. Fears. Rejection. Time. I heard knowledge. Don't know. Losing their money. Risk. What's risk? What do you mean risk? Okay. Contacts. So don't know anybody with money, you think? What else? I missed a few. Alienate. What do you mean by that? Push away your friends or money. You're like out there begging. He doesn't want to beg family. Self-confidence. Okay, confidence, huh? Somebody in the back screaming. Broke. Friends are broke. Everybody's broke. What if it's a yes? I got a deal right now. You can just give it to me. What else? Shame, fear of being successful. Who's got that? Who's got that? Raise your hand. Come on. Some of you do. There's a little bit inside, like, hey, yeah. So just one honest person in the room. Thank you, Scotty. If you're afraid of being successful, you can get on this stage. That's pretty interesting, isn't it? And okay, how many doors do you have? 313, and he's afraid to be successful. Do you guys want to be afraid to be successful? Some of you are like, I'd like to be a fear of success. So, okay. What else? Come on. Organization. So you're not organized? Okay, like no systems. Focus, no focus. Doing other things that are less important. Make sure you're following what? Oh, SEC. The SEC is scaring you? So you're okay, SEC. Anybody in here work for the SEC? What'd you say? Saudi. Yeah, I love it. Yeah. So you're not a good storyteller? Content? No, not enough content? Don't have enough content? Brandon, you in here? Hey, can I talk about what we were talking about in the hallway? Is it too public or is it okay? Okay. So Brandon Cobb and I were talking in the hallway. Brandon was in our single family mastermind for years, doing amazing like new construction builds here in Nashville. Follow his story online. Really incredible guy. It's been awesome to see when I first met you to what you're doing now. It's absolutely incredible, like inspiring. Like I want to do some of the things that he's doing. And I watch people online. They watch me online. All this stuff, right? So. We were talking in the hallway. He's got some hair transplants, right? His hair was thinning out, doing hair transplants. He's sharing his journey on Facebook, like pictures, doing live videos with his transplants and stuff, right? And so some of you are like, no chance would I do that. And I guarantee like 99% of you, no way you would do it, right? You would never, everybody would do that behind closed doors. So I was out there, haven't seen you in a while in person. We haven't seen each other in person in a while. We talked on Messenger and text and phone a couple times. But I was like, dude, I've been following this. It's so cool. You look great, man. It looks awesome. And like, it's incredible what's happening, transformation. And he's like, dude, you'll be shocked. I get more messages about that than I do about everything else that I'm doing, like raising money and doing multifamily. I said, hey, my two biggest podcasts, most downloaded podcasts, most messages I've ever gotten were the first time that I ever talked about Jesus and God, like directly on my show that I was freaking out about doing. And the second one was when I talked about how I almost lost my family and my wife asked me for a divorce years ago. And those are the two most downloaded and most like biggest feedback I got. Not the ones where I interviewed like Jocko Willink or Gino Wickman or all these like authors and these big celebrities and stuff like that. It's real stuff. So if you don't think you have content, you do. Just go get some hair transplants and go live on Facebook, or, your wife asked you for a divorce, tell everybody about it. Like, and I say that in jest, but like we all have content. Okay, you all do. And people just want to follow your story. Okay, they want to understand what you've got going on. And it's not about like being the smartest at multifamily, knowing the most. They just want to invest in you. And in the beginning, a lot of you are early on. The people that trust you the most are the people that are going to be on your side and invest with you, especially early on. Okay, and all these things don't have knowledge, don't have contacts. All my friends are broke. This is not true. This is a lie. Okay, you'll be shocked at who knocks on your door and has some money, like a lot of money. I am constantly shocked. Almost half of my investors, maybe more, are people that I flew with in the military, who we didn't make very much money. Like you can go look it online. When I got in, I probably started making like 35, 40K. And then by the end, I might be making like 100 or 120, something like that. And so these people, I got a couple that have millions with me, which is shocking. And then airline pilots, I know a lot of airline pilots that flew with me and now are airline pilots, and they make good money, travel all the time. I solve a problem for them. They don't know where to put their money. They don't have any time. So you guys have all this stuff. You have the stories. Okay, you can put the slides back up. I just wanted to understand where you guys are at before we got going. How to raise millions of dollars for deals on autopilot. I am a systems person. I'm an engineer, mechanical engineer. I got a master's in aeronautical engineering. I like data, numbers, systems, process. I like to pull myself out. I don't like to talk on the phone. I hate to talk on the phone. I actually don't even have a phone. For the last 3 months, my chief of staff has taken my phone. In the office, she's here 4 days a week, and then she takes my phone back to Missouri with her. And then she brings it back when she comes back. I have no phone. You text, it goes to Jennifer. If you call, it goes to Jennifer. If you Facebook Messenger, all this stuff, it's just off my phone so I can focus. I don't like talking on the phone. So I wanted to set up a system so I didn't have to talk to people on the phone, right? I don't have to get on Zoom calls with people and talk to them one-on-one. It was a huge time suck for me. So I figured out how to do this. So I love building these systems and processes, and I don't know why I didn't do it earlier. I hope this thing works. Oh, there we go. Okay, typical capital raisers we talked about yesterday. Meet a potential investor, put them in your phone. You have to remember to send them your current deal or your next deal, text them to follow up. If you remember to do it, then they invest or they don't invest. Maybe they're going through their phone to get some new leads, like you're looking through your phone, and that's the end of it. That's a process that I see almost everybody doing on a regular basis. Okay, we all know this, right? The fortune is in the follow-up. You guys have heard this, right? Okay, do you do it? You follow up? You follow up well? Every single day, knock on the door. Hey, I'm still here. Hey, I'm still here. Hey, I'm still here. We start to feel like we are annoying them, right? We feel like we're begging for money all the time. So we have to figure out how to do this where we're following up and they know that it's a value add for them, a huge opportunity. So here's what I did when I got started. So I was investing as an LP for many years in Jason and Peely's deals and a few other deals. And honestly, the other deals I invested in wasn't that great. Like poor returns, poor communication. And so I was kind of checking these syndicators to see who was great. And Jason and Peely were talking to me every month, update all the time. I knew that Jason had it. Confidence was there. I just felt comfortable. So I just kept investing. And then I started raising money. I was doing this, raising money for my single family business. I raised millions of dollars for my single family business for years. And now raising money for multifamily. Who's raised money for single family houses here? Okay. Raising money for multifamily apartments is like 10 times easier than raising money for single family houses. Single family house money is taxed at full tax rate. It is, the only good thing about it is it's short-term money, usually 6 to 12 months. That's it. It's a fixed interest rate. There's no upside potential for that person. They don't get any depreciation. They're really not growing their net worth that much. They're getting their principal and a little bit of interest back. It's really just like being a bank. This is like being an investor with me. They get the upside potential of it. And the risk is I don't like to talk about like high risk, low risk with people a lot of times. I just say there's some risk. I talk about the risk. I talk about how we mitigate the risk. The risk mitigation on an apartment building is way better than the risk mitigation on one single family house. Okay, so it's my people that were in my single family investment Rolodex are all in my apartment now. Now I have trouble raising money for single family. They're like, what happened to those 24% returns you gave me last year? You know, I don't want this 9% for your house in Kentucky. And so here's what I did. I put somebody in my phone, then I had to remember to send a deal, and I usually forgot. Like I meet somebody. I remember my son's Cub Scout master, like the Cub Scout master, like she wanted to invest with me, and we were at a picnic, and she was talking about it, and then I like forgot her name. I was like, crap, she's not in my phone. I couldn't find it. So when my next deal came up, I don't know, this thing just got a little hot, didn't it? The next deal came up, she was like, gone. I couldn't remember. It wasn't my son's direct Cub Scout master. It was like the Boy Scout master that was partnership with our Cub Scout troop. So I was like, lost that one. The end. That was it. Put in my phone, send him a message about the deal. Don't send him a message about the deal. I usually got him funded because I had built a pretty good, sizable Rolodex, but That was it. That was my system. So fortunately, like I said, I built a warm network and I was able to raise money for deals, but it came to an end. Like recently I got to a point where I had just kind of hit my limit and tapped out my warm network and all the people on my list. And there's a few reasons why that happened, but don't even think about doing that, okay? I don't want you guys doing that anymore. Not putting people in your phone or just setting it up. So here's what I did after that. After that, I was like, I'm gonna get really smart and I'm gonna do something even better. So then I put people's names and email in a Google Sheet. I was like, Google Sheet, it's like an Excel spreadsheet if you don't know what that is. And I just put but I can share it with other people. I put it in there, put their name. I was like, I'm getting fancy now. And then I blind CC'd everyone on an email about a deal. So, or I invited them to webinar. A lot of times, anybody been on a webinar that I've done about multifamily deals, raising some capital? Some of you guys, I see some of you guys are investing in our deals now. So I did that, invite them to a webinar, blind CC'd them on an email, have like, 100 people on my list. And then I sent a reminder about the webinar through Zoom, just, hey, here's a reminder, like, day before, hour before. Then I presented the webinar, and then I emailed out the replay of my webinar to my entire list, blind CC'd on it, followed up with anybody who might be interested, the end. This is my new system. Okay, is this more advanced than anybody's system that they're doing right now? Okay, yeah, that was my new system. So it worked for the last like 5 or 6 deals. We got to a point where I'd fill up a typical syndication. It was like it's like $1 million or $2 million or something like that. And it would usually fill up at the end of the webinar, maybe the next week, the week after that. And, $50,000 to $100,000 per person would come in. But then I hit another ceiling. So recently, like right now, I hit a ceiling of, number one, my time. I didn't like doing this. Like I'm constantly following up, but emails get lost in my inbox. Like I get 150, 200 emails a day. It's crazy. It just didn't work. So I hit a gap. So I wanted to build a new system. I have been in a marketing mastermind for a long time. A really expensive mastermind. This thing costs like, the group I'm in right now, $250,000 a year. Okay, $250,000 a year. There's like 15 of us. And I'm saying I'm probably the person who makes one of the least amount of money in there, like $10 million a year. We have people making $50 to $100 million a year in there. Coaches, consultants, people like that. So I get in those rooms and we're talking about high-level marketing strategy. We're talking about like the avatar mindset of the human decision-making process, all kinds of stuff like that. I'm like, man, I am smarter than this. Like I have a marketing background. I have a digital marketing company. This basically, we send out emails. We have funnels. You guys are all here because who got an ad for me on like Facebook or Instagram or something like that, and that's why you're here. Okay? Who is like on our email list, got an email from us, opted into something at some point. You have no idea how you got here, but you're here. But you're on my email list. Okay, where did the rest of you come from? Like 80% of the room didn't raise their hand. Where did you guys come from? Referral? Okay, referrals. Where else? Where else? Krista? Krista, I had to pay $250,000. Huh? Runway, you opted into something at some point. You guys had to see something. You bought a book. You opted in. You're like, I don't know how I ended up on this guy's email list. You listened to a podcast. Okay, wait. Who got an email from Jason and Peely and not me? Okay, that's also me. You guys just don't know it. I'm just saying. That's me. Like one of their books, one of their things. Like I run the entire marketing back end for everything that we do. Multifamily Live, Flip Packing Live, all of the events that we do. So this is the marketing strategy is funnels, opt-ins, diving in, just understanding that whole system. And that whole thing works in this case for passive investors too. We got to bring them in with something. You guys talked about content. You talked about knowledge. You talked about a lot of the things that we need. So what I did was I set up a website recently that has an opt-in, so opt-in form. So I want something that is going to drive people there to opt them into my world so they will be automatically added into my system instead of me having to go out, talk to people, oh, give me your name and email or email it to me and I'll add you to my list, right? Who's adding people to their list right now? Like manual addition, right? Okay, so I was tired of that. So I set up an opt-in and then I started setting up, I used to do this in my single family business, set up a monthly nurture sequence to stay top of mind. What I realized recently is the deal that we sent out recently that we're doing in Baltimore with some of our members here, I haven't done a deal in like 6 months. So I haven't hit my investors in like 6 months. And so what happened recently is my investors started investing with other people. They had money 6 months ago. They either started lose interest, get scared of the market, whatever. I haven't been talking to them. I talk to you guys. I send out 2.6 emails a day on average to you. You guys, some of you are like, I know that. I'm on your email list. I get them all the time, right? But I'm in front of you, right? You know that if you got to delete my email or put it aside or read it or not read it, you're like, Bill sent me another email. Bill, you're saying my name over and over and over again. My investors weren't doing that, so this was a problem. So if I have a deal, then I built a webinar sequence. I built a sequence for my webinar that's going to get people to show up to it and be in there, like actually be there and show up. So it's one thing to buy a ticket to the event. It's another thing to show up, right? So I want my investor to actually show up to the webinar, or at least know about it, get excited about it, and hear about it. So I built an entire sequence for that, including text messages, emails, follow-ups, and social media posts if I'm allowed. I'll talk about that in a little bit, if you're allowed to post on social media about this stuff or not. Then what I did was I built a post-webinar sequence. So I was doing all this stuff manually. I wanted to stop doing this manually. I wanted to start doing this digitally. So I built this post-webinar sequence. Okay, so that's what I just built out. So everything that's in caps there is like, any computer programmers or coders in here? Okay, a couple nerds with me. So this is like, if I was going to send this out, it's like I'm going to build this sequence as a program, right? So all those caps are what you guys are going to see. I'm going to break it down for you and show you exactly what I did so you guys can do it too. Is that okay? Okay, you guys still with me? Okay, the energy check. B-A. Okay, all right. So here's what you can use for some of this stuff. And I'll give you some, you want me to go back? People saying crap. Okay, I'm going to go through all these as well. You guys will be, I told you, your phones are going to be full. So but you can't hold me back because I don't have a ton of time. So here's what you can use. So these are some of the different systems. So text, Twilio is a system that I use for text messages. It's pretty cheap to just send out messages. Emails, I put 2 on there. MailChimp, ActiveCampaign are 2 that I've used in the past. Good email sequencers. I like ActiveCampaign. I could build like really big sequences, like if-thens. So email sequencers are really cool because you can say like, if somebody opens it, then they go down a different path than if they don't open my email. If somebody clicks on a link, then send them down another path that gets this or this. So I can actually build out multiple messages in a tree of email sequencers. So I love that. So I know if you read my email or not. I know if you clicked on the webinar link or not. And so if you didn't click it, my email doesn't say, why didn't you click my link, dummy? It says, hey, I get a lot of emails. You probably do too. I don't know if you saw this or not, but I want to make sure I get this opportunity in front of you because it's really incredible. So I just want to send it to you one more time just in case you missed it. I already know that you missed it. You didn't click it. You didn't open it. You missed that one? Send you a different email. Hey, are you still alive? Like, is something wrong? Do I need to come to your house and check on you? Like, I'm going to do something and put something in the subject line to get you to open it. Okay? Anybody ever, you guys get my emails. What I bet most of you don't do is you don't study them. You might unsubscribe from them. That's a huge mistake. If you want to be a marketer, you got to study marketers. So what I do is I buy really, really slow. If I click on a Facebook ad, I'll click on the Facebook ad, but first I'll go, why do I want to click on this Facebook ad? What did this person do to me just now to make me click on this Facebook ad? And then I click on it. If I buy a book, I'll buy the book and then I'll look at the upsell. They're upselling me something. I'm like, why did it selling me that? I want to buy that. Why do I want to buy that? So I buy really slow. I've been taught to buy slow. And most of you just buy really fast, don't think about it, or you just go through it and don't think about it, or you get a wholesale deal from another wholesaler and you're like, unsubscribe, these deals suck, and you're a wholesaler. You should be like, what are they doing that I should be doing? What are they not doing that I am doing that's working? And study. Same thing. Get on the other syndicators list. If you're not on my email list, big problem. If you're not on my syndication list, problem. I don't care if you're an investor or not. You should be on there watching it. You should be on. That's what I love inside the mastermind group is we all like watch each other, what they're doing. What is this person emailing? What is this person doing? So email sequencers, ton of great stuff. If you're on my list and you open it, if you don't open like 4 emails in a row and then you open one, you should be like, what did he just do to me? Like, what did he put in the subject line? I had a lady that responded to an email like 2 nights ago. And I send out, whenever somebody like opts in or buys something from me or gets a free video, my subject line is my copy. So I haven't sent an email out in like 4 years. Kyle sends them all out. And it says something like, here's your accountability or something. And then and you open it, it's like, hey, it's Bill Allen here. I just want to check and make sure that you watch the video. I'm your accountability buddy from here on out. I want to hold you accountable. That same thing that I'm going to do inside my programs or all my free stuff. Here's the link of the video just in case you didn't do it. And she responds, she's like, I know this is like a funnel thing and you're like tricking me here, but this was a great email. It actually got me to watch the video. Thank you. And so like, I don't know if this is really you or not. And I was like, I got her to open it, right? Where she didn't watch it before, she's watching it now. So then if I was her, I'd be like, if I'm a marketer, why did I open that? So for you guys, think about this when you're writing these. Funnel opt-ins, so building a landing pages, websites, I highly recommend ClickFunnels, great program, great people. Webinar is Zoom, free. You can have a free account depending on how many people you need to show up. And then calendar invite, I'm gonna show you my calendar invite hack strategy that is like killer and super secret, and you shouldn't tell anybody outside of here, because you guys paid to be here and nobody else did. So I'm going to tell you. I've only told like 10 people in my life. And then integrations, Zapier will zap different things. Zapier is a program that can like zap things all around. So this is what we use. Okay, so let's talk about the opt-in funnel here. So what I try to get is people's name, email, phone number. I want their phone number now because I'm going to text them, right? So name, email, phone number. And then their goals. What are their goals? Cash flow? Do they want net worth growth? Do they want tax savings? I want to know what their goals are in this, right? Because I actually have 2 paths. I'm only going to show you my multifamily funnel that I built, but I built a single family funnel too, because depending on what they do on the opt-in, I might send them down one of the paths. If they want cash flow, I'll usually kick them over to single family because I have that. They can get like 9% every single month, ACH directly into their account. And they might want shorter term, like 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. But even my single family stuff is like 5 years. I try to get 5 years on them because we're owner financing these deals. And I don't know how long it'll take for me to refinance their money out with a bank. It might take 2 years. So they're getting ACH. I send them down that path. If they want net worth growth, tax savings, I usually send them down the multifamily funnel. So I'm trying to segment my audience. I'm trying to figure out what they look like and what their goals are and dreams are. How they plan to invest. IRA, 401k, cash. Is it a cash account? I want to understand how they plan on invest. How quickly can they deploy the funds? This is really important to me, right? How fast can you get the money? If they're doing IRA, do you already have your IRA set up? Could be a question. Amount of cash they have planned to invest, and then are they accredited or not, right? So this is mine. You can take a picture of that. This is like the purpose of the form that I'm going to create on an opt-in, because I want to get as much information up front as I can without being too, when you get to that form, it's got like 55 questions, and you're like, I don't have time for that, and you bounce. So I want to keep you there, but I also want to get enough information that it makes sense for me. So my form, I think, says accredited, not accredited, or I don't know what that is. If they click, I don't know what that is, I know they're going to need a lot of education when it comes to that, right? Just giving me information. Can you guys throw up the page? I'll just show you what it looks like. So 7-figure multifamily investments. Up top, I got home, about us, portfolio apply. You can just scroll down some. So right now, these are just like I built out a shell for you guys. These are sample deals. These aren't real deals. I just kind of like made them up so you can see. These are like past deals that we did. Click on full portfolio. Frequently asked questions, kind of created some of those. You don't have to click there. You can keep scrolling down. I got some disclosures down here. I just want to quickly show you what it can look like. So we've threw this page together. Go up to the top if you can, please, and just click on apply. Click on apply up top. So they can click there or apply today, anywhere. Just click on that. Oh, it's showing a pop-up. You guys probably can't see it. I don't know if they'll see the pop-up. Okay, so it pops up and just shows that form. Here, we'll go back to the PowerPoint. I'll let them, you guys can take a picture. I have it. You can go back to the PowerPoint for me. And then I'm going to show them this next slide. You guys can take a picture of that if you want. So that's the opt-in page if you want to like funnel hack it or take a look at it or just kind of fill out the form, see what it looks like. If you fill out the form, you will get on my investment email list. So you're more than welcome to do that. It's not, you don't have to. This is not a pitch for you guys to invest with me at all. But I'm telling you, you should be buying slow and funnel hacking what people are doing. Like I went to, when I built this, I went to a bunch of different syndicators and looked at all their pages. I looked at Jason's, I looked at Chad's, I looked at everybody's. And I was like, I'm going to build one that I like, that's more my style, about me. My colors, the colors of money, green, all that stuff. Okay, so then you pop into here, you got 2 ways to go. Number 1 is I take you into a nurture sequence. And this is what's been missing for the last like 3 years. I've been too lazy because money has been coming to me that I haven't nurtured my people. I haven't nurtured my list. If I don't nurture my list, it gets stale. And then people don't open my emails, people don't buy from me. I got to nurture the list. So here's my goal. Stay relevant to all potential and current investors. So everybody gets these emails, potential investors, current investors, everybody's getting them. Updates on what I have going on. So here's some ideas for you guys. Like I'm going to list a bunch of ideas and things that I would send out, that I will be sending out. Updates on what I have going on, new purchases that we've made as a company, properties we've sold recently. So anytime we exit a property, I'll talk about that. Hey, here's the returns. Here's what the investors actually made. We did one in Chattanooga. The investors returned 96% on their money in 22 months. 96% return on their money in 22 months. I can talk about it. It's a past deal. It's done. It's past returns. I'm going to email that out to my entire list. Hey, you missed it. You might be able to get in on the next one. I'm not going to say the next one's got 96% returns. The next one's going to have the prospectus that we built. Those people plan to get a 16% IRR. They almost doubled their money in 22 months. Anybody in here want to double their money in 22 months? Yeah, me too. Fortunately, I did. I had some money in it. Case studies of other deals, or maybe deals that my members have done, deals that your friends have done. You can do all this. You can leverage other people's success. Market updates. What's going on in the market right now? Everybody wants to hear that, right? And one more, and then you can take the picture. So every 2 to 4 weeks. Remember, if you invest $100 or $10 a month with our charity, you will get all these recordings, including the slides and the videos. The video has the slides on them. So last pitch for that. All right, 2 to 4 weeks. So I want to send this out at least once a month, maybe every 2 weeks that I'll build one for this. But I can pre-build this. I can load it. It doesn't have to take a lot of time. Okay, so then here's the actual sequence when I have a deal. So I send everybody into the nurture list, right? Everybody gets the nurture list. And then if I have a deal, like right now, I'm raising capital for one of our member deals that's in Baltimore. I send them over to the Baltimore deal webinar right now. So we already did the webinar, but now I have a webinar recording. So anybody that pops in that I know, so it's a 506B, so I have to have a relationship with them already. And they can pop into this one. So I can send them down that funnel. So if anybody reaches out to me right now, I send them here. And what they'll get, this is what I do. Right away, so right when you get a deal, here's my recommendation. You get a deal, right? You got something under contract and you're doing all the due diligence on it. Most people wait until all the due diligence is done. This is the issue that I've had recently. I wait until everything's done, it's all good. Jason and Chad send it to me, and they're like, we're doing a webinar in 2 days. And I'm like, I got 2 days to fill up a webinar and tell people that we have a deal and alert all my people, and they got to open the email and do all that stuff in 2 days? No. I don't want to do that anymore. I did that on every single deal up till now. I'm not doing that anymore. Now what I'm doing is about right away, right when they hear they have a deal, I'm going to send out this to my people and say, hey, we got a deal. Get your money ready. Let's go. And then I don't care. 2 weeks later, if it falls through, be like, that one fell through. But we got another one right behind it. Or, hey, we're still working on finding the next one. Like, I don't want them spending that money in 2 to 3 weeks. What I got from a lot of my big investors is like, I just invested in another syndication last week. I'm tapped out. Hit me up in a month. I'm like, 3 weeks ago, I sent them a message like this. They'd rather invest with me. They told me that. I'd rather invest with you, dude, but you haven't told me in like 6 months. So text, email, social media if I can. If it's a 506C and I can publicly market this to accredited investors, a 506C, accredited investors only, I can email my entire email list. My email list for my 100,000 person email list, 200,000 person email list, I can hit that. So text, email, social media, posts if possible. And this is what I say. This is my exact message. I have an apartment investment opportunity coming up. I want you to know about it. Start getting your funds ready. You can also respond now to reserve a VIP spot, and I'll hold you some room. So some of my people might write right back and will be like, hey, hold me at least 100K. Like, I already know it's going to be a good deal. And my response is very easily like, hey, there's no pressure. You don't have to come in. I'll hold your spot. Like, it's not a guarantee. It's basically just like a little reservation. Like one of those reservations for the car that, like, if you don't come, you didn't pay for it, anything. One of those. Okay, so that's my first push, and then I plan the webinar. I got to move faster. Plan and schedule the webinar and the call. Finalize the presentation and the details of the deal. So the first thing, I'm going to plan, schedule the webinar. I got a date, I got a time, talking to my partners, right? And they're working on the PDF, making sure that's all ready to go. and making sure the slides are good, like a little slideshow for the webinar. This doesn't have to be fancy. It could just be a call where you talk about it. You just talk about the deal. I let investors ask questions like a town hall meeting. It doesn't have to be all fancy and prepped. If you've been on one of our webinars, they're actually like really nice. Doesn't have to be all that. You don't have to do all that. Just a little presentation on the deal. Then I build a Zoom registration page for my webinar, and that's an opt-in for them. So I do it differently. I have them opt in on my website, on my Zoom registration website, and then that pushes them directly, that zaps them over into Zoom because I want to own it. So Zoom, you can just set it up in Zoom, have a webinar, then you can send that link out to your people where they have to opt in, name, email, address, phone number. And then Zoom will set up the email a couple days ahead of time, hour before. You can do all that in Zoom. It's really easy. Zoom registration page, opt in. Then I fill the webinar. I fill the webinar via this next deal sequence I'm going to show you. So to show you exactly how I'm fill the webinar. Okay? So the strategy behind building the webinar, and now I fill it with this deal sequence. 7 days prior to the webinar, if I have it. Recently, it's been like 2 days prior. By the time like set up the webinar, hey, we're doing it Thursday at 1 o'clock. It's like Tuesday. I'm like, So it's 2 days prior. I'll accelerate this. But if I got 7 days prior, which you should if you have proper planning and you got the team together, text, email, social media if I can. Okay, Google Calendar invite strategy. Here it is. Listen up. Google has this little like white hat, black hat, depending on how you want to look at it, hack for their calendar invite. So I take my entire email list, I create the Google Calendar link in Google, okay? So I create a Google, it's Thursday at 1 o'clock from 1 to 2, I create that in Google, in my calendar, and then I invite my entire email list to the event. So I invite them all. There's a thing that you click that says, do not show people the other invitees, okay? Click that so nobody gets your entire email list. Because if you include me in there, I'm the kind of guy who's like, oh, there's a big investor email list. Like, I mean, you gave it to me, right? There's a bunch of people with money. It's kind of, so I've done that with wholesalers. Wholesalers, you know, that wholesaler that CC's like 50 people on there. It's like, new buyers list, thank you. Like, I mean, you should, I think, right? Like they want deals. I have deals, you know? So Google Calendar invite strategy. You invite them all, and then Google sends them an email. Okay? 90% of those people have Gmail addresses. It's going directly to their inbox. If your stuff's going to spam by just because you have an email address that doesn't work, it's going to spam. Google sends it directly to their inbox. You know what else Google does? Anybody know? Puts it on their calendar automatically. Whether they accept, unless they say no, it goes on their calendar in gray. If they accept it, it goes in whatever color you have automatically set. Okay? I mean, I just got like 30 extra people. Who was on the webinar? Were you on the webinar that I did for Keyway? If you guys, anybody on the webinar we did for the Baltimore deal? Yeah, you see all the people that had my name on there is all Bill Allen's. It's like everybody's Bill Allen. Those are all my people that I invited that way that all, it's kind of screwed up and they all logged in as me in Zoom. And they all came. And I was like, oh man, this worked. Anybody on some of the grant training that we did that had like I broke the internet. It had like 350 people on that Zoom call. Yeah, that's because I used this strategy for the first time on my big list, the 7,000 people that we invited. Works amazing. Okay, I'm going to tell you my second part of that strategy in a second. Here's the sequence. Remember that apartment investment I told you about? It's ready. I'm doing a call that has all the numbers and details coming up on Wednesday, 1 p.m. Central. It'll be recorded if you can't make it, but it'll fill up fast. It'll be recorded if you can't make it, but fill up fast. If you can't wait, just respond and I'll give you more details. So I'm not going to tell them the interest rate, all that stuff, but I want response. I want text response because I'm doing all this in the computer in a system, right? I'm doing it all in Twilio, CRM. I can just write back real quick. It's not coming to my phone. It's coming to the system. And I can hire a VA to respond to this stuff. But these people are like, I'm interested. They're raising their hand. I want them to raise their hand before the webinar. Okay? These are hot leads. There's hot leads, warm leads, cold leads. People don't show up to the webinar cold. People show up to the webinar warm. People that are raising their hand early that don't even care about the numbers, hot. I want to know that stuff. Okay? Is this good stuff? Cool. Okay, deal sequence 3. This is like the next part of it. This is all the same sequence for my webinar. 3 days prior. So this goes to the people who have not signed up for the webinar yet. So remember that thing? I have signed up or didn't sign up. So now I got a little tree here. Didn't sign up to the webinar? Text, email, social media if I can. Hey, I want to make sure you saw the invite to the call I'm doing about whatever XX, like Keyway apartment opportunity this Wednesday. I don't want you to miss this. So here's the link just in case you forgot. Looking forward to seeing you. So I'll send the link in that text message, in that email. Email, this is like a text. This is my text. The email was just too long to put in here, but the email is like a little bit more robust message than this, but same kind of concept. These are the text messages that I've got for you here. So I put the link in there. So they have it. They have not signed up. Here's sequence 3B. If they have signed up, so 3 days prior, if you have signed up, text and email. Don't put social media for that. It's just a quick reminder about the webinar I'm doing Wednesday at 1 p.m. Central. I want to make sure it's on your calendar. Can't wait to share this opportunity with you in a few days. See you soon. So I'm getting in front of them. Like now they signed up. I just want to get them to show up, right? Just like you guys, you bought a ticket. Hey, make sure you come. It's going to be awesome. Day one was great. So like I'm already blasting people right now that bought a ticket and are not here. They got a text message, ringless voicemail, email, everything, phone call from me yesterday. Every single one of them you got a phone call, you're here. Did anybody get a phone call, ringless voicemail, text message, and you're here? Yeah, he wasn't here when he got it. So like, this is how you get people to come. You can't just like, people are buying a ticket and staying home. They're crazy. Got to get them to come. Okay, deal sequence 4. So 1 day prior to those who haven't signed up. 1 day and you still haven't signed up, here's my text message. What's wrong with you? No, I'm just kidding. Text, email, social media, our webinar about whatever apartment is coming up tomorrow. I don't want you to miss it. Here's where I say the returns are projected to double our investors' money in 5 years with an 18% annualized return. If that sounds interesting to you, click this link and I'll see you tomorrow. So now I'm going to give them a little piece. I'm going to give them a little taste. So like, oh, now I'm interested in going, right? So now I'm going to take a step. Or they might just respond to me and be like, dude, I got 4 missed text messages from you. All right, I'm not coming to this webinar, but I'm interested in these returns. Save me a VIP spot, right? Okay. Then calendar invite strategy part 2. So here's what I do on part 2. So now I invited everybody, right? I invited my whole list on the calendar. And now what I do 1 day prior, I just change the calendar of invite a little bit. So here's the big hack. Some of you are like, oh, I've been doing calendar invites for years. Haven't been doing this, I bet. So now in the subject line or somewhere, just add a space. Just add a space and hit save. Does anybody know what Google does when you change the calendar invite? What does it say? Yeah, do you want to alert all the attendees of the change? You click yes. What does Google do? Emails everybody. Emails all the people, all the 300 people, 500 people, 1,000 people you have on your list. Some of you are sitting there going, man, that would piss me off. Don't care. Don't care. I don't care. You know what it's going to do? Somebody's going to be like, the only reason I made that webinar is because you sent me a reminder. And it's going to go directly to their inbox if all your other stuff's going to spam. Okay? Sequence 4B. 1 day prior to those who have signed up. Text, email, our webinar about whatever the name it is, apartment building's coming up tomorrow. I don't want you to miss it. Same thing. Returns are projected to be double the money in 5 years, 18% return. See you soon. Respond now if you want me to save you some room right now. So pretty similar, but like can't wait to see you, like already know they're coming. And now I'm giving them the little taste to get them to show up. The other people I'm getting them to sign up. These people I'm getting them to show up. Right? Okay. All right. Deal sequence number 5. 1 hour prior. This goes to my entire list. Sign up, not sign up, I don't care. Everybody gets this. The whole list gets this. Text, email. If I can, I'll put it on social media. If it's a 506C, I'll put it on social media. I'm starting the call about our apartment opportunity in 1 hour. Click this link to join us if you haven't already. It's time to change your financial future, and this one will help. See you soon. Blast that out to everybody. Don't care if you got, some people are like, man, I would have forgot about that. My day was crazy. I was driving around the car. I got your text message, clicked on the link. I mean, you can adjust the time. If you want to do 10 minutes prior, you can. I like an hour prior. And calendar invite strategy number 3. Change the subject line one more time. Small space. Do you want to send to all, save? Do you want to send to all attendees? Yes. Boom. Google reminds them in their email too. So now they get an email from me and they get an email from Google. Now they may be really pissed at me, but that's fine. They can get off the list if they want. These people want to be on the list. Like, I do this for digital marketing. Those people, I get responses from my digital marketing emails like, fall off a truck, man. Like, jump off a bridge. I hate you. Stop emailing me. All right. Once they unsubscribe, they'll stop getting emails. So these people want to be alerted of this. Like, you are actually helping these people, okay? You're not begging your family. You're providing an opportunity for them to change their financial future. You can't help them if they don't come on and they don't learn about it, and people will thank you for doing this. All right. Was that confusing for you guys? You sure? Anybody like that? That's a lot. I didn't really okay, Ron, thank you for being honest. Okay, so I made this slide for all of you guys, so you could just see it pretty easily. And by me, I mean my chief of staff, Jennifer. So thank you, Jennifer, for making this. So you can see it right away, have a deal, then I plan the webinar 7 days prior, 3 days prior, 1 day prior, hour prior. Okay? Got it? Okay, phones are down. Lori's taking her sweet time. Thank you. All right. Okay, so now post-webinar plan is next. So the webinar is done. Now post-webinar. I'm going to go. So I did the webinar. We do the webinar, record it. So here's what I got to do. I got to prepare the recording, right? So just trim. I trim off the front, trim off the back a little bit. If you don't want to trim it at all, just hit record, like right when you start. Not to chit-chat with your team and staff ahead of time, stuff like that. I love doing a call on Zoom where I can see other people's faces instead of like a webinar talking to them and they're like in the audience, but both of them work. Both of them work. Then you don't have to like mute and unmute people and stuff like that. So there's like a webinar and then there's a call. But don't forget to record it. So if you wait to record it, don't forget to hit the button. Put the webinar recording on the website and page. So I've edited it. Now I'm putting it on the page. Then I email, text, and if I can post it on social media, I will, but I tell them that the webinar is available. So, hey, the recording's available in case you missed it or if you want to rewatch it. I send that to everyone. Everybody gets this. 3 days after that, anybody who didn't invest in the deal, I email them and text them with just key dates. Like, this is a reason why I'm emailing you. Hey, just in case you missed it, like, hey, the PPM is available. Or if there's anything that I have that I can update them on, PPM is available. If you want to jump in the portal and look at it, commitments are due by this date. Hey, we're starting to accept funds now, whatever you've got. And then you can adjust the timeline as needed according to that deal. And then all the non-investors, as the deadline approach, what I like to do is send an email out that's like, hey, this thing is 83% subscribed. Make sure that you don't miss it. And so they are like social proof. Social proof sells a lot of times. All they read is people are investing in this deal. I'm about to miss the boat. Emotion, logic, and fear. This is how people buy. Emotional buyers buy first, logical buyers buy next, and then a timeline or time-based buyer is emotional and logical buyers are all time-based buyers. That's why the cart closes. That's why there's always a deadline. You have an actual deadline. A lot of times it's just like, for me, this event, price just goes up. You guys get my price going up emails? Some of you bought it at $11.59 right before the price was going to go up. You were going to buy it anyway. I forced you to buy it fast by increasing the price. And then a fully subscribed email. If you fully subscribe this thing an hour after the webinar, send your entire list, fully subscribed, we'll get you on the next one. It was amazing. So what you're doing is you're training those people on your list to understand that this thing is going to subscribe fast next time. They better get in on it. Don't miss the webinar next time because my deals always fill up at the webinar. So send a fully subscribed email. We've been doing this for our single family deals, our wholesale deals for years. Sold. People are like, that's too high. Hour later, sold. They're like, who bought that? I better move faster. Okay, I'm going to show you this real quick. You can take a picture of this, actually. You can take a picture of this, and you can actually go and see. Okay, first of all, you can go and watch this webinar. The recording's on there. You can click and try to invest in it, but if we don't know each other, you cannot. This is not an offering. This is not if you click there, once you watch the webinar, there will be another automation that says, click here to invest. If we don't know each other, I cannot and will not accept your money, okay? So we can get to know each other a little bit, stuff like that, but this is for training purposes only for you guys to watch, okay? Got it? All right. Okay, last thing. The next thing that I wanted to build that I didn't talk about, this is next up, is a referral funnel. How do I get the people that are on my list to refer people? So who do you know that would also love these kind of returns? So these are the things you want to do. Who do your people know that invest with you right now? Who do they know that also would who want great returns like they're getting? And make it easy for your people to share it. So if you're going to build something on a referral, make it easy for them to share it. So I just tell them, hey, would you forward this email to, if it's a 506C, hey, forward this email to some people that you know. Like, who do you play poker with? And give them a couple ideas of who they could share it with. Some other people at the office. Who else do you know that would like make some great returns? And build that out. It doesn't have to be like, you're giving them a bunch of money or fancy steak knives or anything like that if they do it. They just want other people to win with them. Good people want other good people to come in. So I have people that share it all the time. You probably do too. I heard here. People are here because of referral. That's amazing. All right. How was this? Good? Yeah? Okay. Did I share enough? Did I leave anything out? Who builds it? What do you mean, who builds it? I build it. What do you mean? You build it. Huh? Yeah. No, right away I email them whenever the recording's ready, the webinar recording's ready. I email them, recording's ready. And then I just give them a couple days. Like, I'm not gonna be, I don't email them every hour. Like, did you watch it? Did you watch it? Did you watch it? It's like, email them, the recording's ready, and then find a reason to hit them back again. So usually about 3 days is enough time that I think that they would have listened to it and stuff like that. Okay, I do not have time for questions I'll be at, I'm not at lunch. There's lunch Q&A today. You can ask some questions there. Is it fast? It's fast. You're at the microphone.
What's your system when someone opts in to the investment?
Yeah, so when somebody opts in now, I send them to a program called Invest Next. So we manage the actual investment in a platform and CRM called Invest Next. So this is me building everything up, managing all of what a human being, all I do is like, what would a human being be doing one-on-one that I can do for a group ahead of time? How do I drive traffic to a page that gets them to buy without me? So everything that you guys have done to this point, you've bought without talking to a salesperson, right? You bought a book, you bought a webinar, you bought a class, you bought a video, you bought a ticket to this event, you bought something. You have not had to talk to a salesperson, right? So at some point, you might have to talk to a salesperson if you're gonna spend a lot of money. But I want you to get you buy like everything that I can before I talk to a salesperson. And I'm the salesperson here, so I don't want to talk on the phone, right? So how can I get one to many? How can I sell one to many, just like I do here on stage? How can I do that for money raising? And that's what I'm really good at, and that's what I built here. So if you guys can figure out whatever your system is, how to automate it and systemize it, that's the key.
Can you close my door? What's going on, everybody? Please drop a 6 in the chat if you got something out of that presentation. Let me see it. That was pretty good, huh? I told you guys that was going to be great. Let me pull up the chat here. So I got a few things to talk about. So hopefully y'all enjoyed that presentation. Like I said, if you paid attention, there was some nuggets in that presentation. So I mean, I got 2 pages of notes. I've seen that before. He's got just a really robust CRM. I'm going to talk about it here in a minute. So I want to do a couple things. We've been kind of going at it pretty hard, and I'm going to keep on it. So I know, I hope if you've stepped away for a minute to use the restroom or whatever, I hope you come back quick, because we're really not stopping. We want to just keep delivering value. I have gotten a ton of questions, both privately and in the chat. And I talked to the team, and basically what we're going to do is we talked about doing a bonus Q&A. I think some people actually ended up paying for a bonus Q&A, and we'll refund you if you paid for the bonus Q&A, but I'm going to do a bonus Q&A for everybody at the end of tomorrow. And I have a list of all the questions that were asked. And then over the next day or so, because I'm not here constantly monitoring the chat the entire time. So over the next day and a half, just write your questions in the chat, and there'll be somebody monitoring that, and they'll put it into the thread. And we're going to do a full Q&A and make sure every question you guys have gets answered. Okay. I also got a lot of questions, and I want to give you guys something. So I got a lot of questions about analyzing deals. I saw a ton come in the feed, and then a ton got sent to me privately. Like, how do we analyze them? How do we look at them? And I want to show you guys a couple things. Are you guys okay if I give you guys something that'll help you analyze deals in like 5 minutes? You guys okay if I give you something like a quick, I call it the back of the napkin analyzer. Do you guys want our back of the napkin analyzer? It's how you evaluate deals in just 5 minutes. Okay, here we go. So let me pull this up real quick. I'm going to do some screen sharing here for a second, and just bear with me. So we have, if you guys are looking at my screen, so this is our analyzer tool. So I'll share this with you guys as far as like, just you can look at my screen and I'll share with you guys how you can have access to this. This is a proprietary tool that we created to analyze deals. It's very robust. It's got a lot of tabs. Really mainly is the pro forma tab that drives all the investor returns, talks about income, all basic kinds of expenses, non-controllable expenses. Then you have your expenses ratio, you have your net operating income, your debt service, and then obviously your DSCR, followed by your cash flow and returns to investors. If you go into the summaries and assumptions, you have all of your purchase metrics over here. You have all your loan metrics. You have all your T12 financials, your year one financials. Then you have all your rent roll, unit mix projections, CapEx down here. You have your growth assumptions and a table and everything right here, basically to talk about how much things are going to grow, taxes are going to hike, all that kind of stuff. You have the option to put on preferred equity, return on refinances, all that stuff. And then down here, you have the ability to toggle your investor returns to either trend towards IRR metrics or cash on cash metrics. And then you have LP returns here. You can toggle your cap rate for your exit price and all sorts of stuff. Now, I don't want to overwhelm you guys, but what I am trying to show you is that underwriting can be a very, very intricate process. It takes a lot of time to dial in your figures and actually feel really good about a deal. This is what we do for every deal that we purchase. We have full-blown underwriting. I know exactly within probably a 5% variance of exactly how much I'm going to collect, how much my expenses are going to be, where my NOI is going to fall. And then that NOI in year 7 or however long my hold is for my time period is the direct driver of my gross sale proceeds and my sale price, which then obviously drive all of my investor return metrics. So if I sent this to you guys, you would be, most of you, if you didn't have a coach walking you through it, it would be extremely overwhelming, especially because there's a lot of back-end formulas. But I want you to know that there's a simpler way to at least see if a deal needs to get evaluated further. And that's what I want to give you guys. So this all is great. And you guys need to be able to underwrite deals at this level, at least to understand the underwriting at this level, because this is a deep dive in how deals are actually going to perform. But as far as like back of the napkin, I wanted to give you guys this. So I created this little back of the napkin analyzer. Basically what it is you can plug in the pro forma rents and get a gross potential annual income, and then plug in some vacancy. We typically do like 7 to 10%, and that'll give you a net annual income. And then we have an assumption figure in here at 50%, which you can adjust this. You can adjust this assumption expense figure. Typically, just so you all know, assets that are like under 50 units, I can typically operate, for around 40% expense ratio. If they're over 50 units, it's typically going to be 45 to 50% expense ratio. If it's like a small one, like a 12 to 20 unit, I can typically operate it at like 35% expense ratio. But you will get to know those figures as you look at more deals as far as where your expense ratios are going to fall. But the assumption figure gives you a projected net operating income. And then as long as you understand what market you're in, what cap rate you're in, you can get a pretty good market value of the property pretty quickly. And then what I do is I back out expenses. I back out a CapEx from my offer price, and then it'll give me a target purchase price for the property. So this target purchase price is typically where you can comfortably at least submit an LOI, provided, all these figures are dialed in and conservative. And then what we do is I have my acquisitions guys typically start around 85% of our target price to end up at. So this automatically calculates all that stuff. So as you can see, if my NOI is 592, 10% cap rate's really high. Let's just say I'm in an 8% cap rate market, right? That makes my market value $7,400,000. And then, that backing out the CapEx that's needed in the building puts my offer price there, which 85% of it is a good starting price here. So typically when I make a soft offer to a broker or to a seller, I'll say, hey, listen, I'm somewhere between, 6.2 and maybe 6.7, and then try and negotiate from there, knowing that I have some room. But I've been getting asked a lot about how I like quickly, how you can quickly look at a deal and then determine that. Let me just say this. The whole point of this back of the napkin analyzer is for you to quickly determine if if you should be looking at a deal further. Because what I'm going to tell you guys is if you get price guidance from a broker and they say, hey, this thing's going to trade at 10 million bucks and you're at 7.3 on your max offer, I probably wouldn't waste too much more time underwriting that deal. But if you get guidance that this deal is at, 6.5 million and you plug everything in here and this is where your numbers fall, I would then take that over to the real dialed in sheet and then start to really, really dial in all of your figures and your projections and expenses and everything like that. But this back of the napkin will help you to determine to quickly sift through deals to figure out if you're even in the ballpark. Okay. You guys want this back of the napkin analyzer? Type an 8 in the chat and I'll get it over to you. I feel like it's really helpful. I used it all the time. Okay. Looks like we got some people that want it. So we are going to make this available to you guys. I don't know how to do that because I'm not a tech guy, but they'll drop it in the, Morgan, you're going to drop it in the chat or something. All right. We'll get you guys this back of the napkin analyzer. Any questions on it real quick? I'll take just a couple questions on the back of the napkin. If you guys have any questions on it, there's just some assumption figures in there. This would be really cool for you guys, a little tool to have in your tool belt to quickly look at deals. Cool. We're sending it. All right, guys, that's enough 8s. I'm going to give it to everybody. Let me just share that. Morgan, I'll get it over to you. Let me unshare my screen. Okay. I think you guys will love that back of the napkin. Okay. So let me look real quick. Bear with me. Let me pull up my next slides. Okay. So we talked, and by the way, some of you all filled out laser coaching forms. That's coming up soon. So just bear with me for a little bit longer. We're going to do the laser coaching coming up next. So stay in the main room if you can. We'll pick a few of you guys who figured out the laser coaching forms, and then we're going to dive into that in a little bit. But I want to share with you guys something else. So we gave away, you guys get the Q&A tomorrow. We'll get all your questions answered that you have about buying commercial real estate. That back of the napkin analyzer will help you a lot, just out of the gate, kind of looking at deals. And then I want to share with you guys. So you've heard me reference the group a few times. So some people are asking, like, how do you get the full blown analyzer? Like, I'm about to share with you guys kind of the whole package here. So the group is called 7-Figure Multifamily, and we obviously come to these events. You're on this event. We like to give away as much information. We give away basically everything. We pull back the curtain and share with you guys everything that we know. And what we find is there's a lot of people who want more. They, despite us giving away all the information, they still want to know how they can have a little bit more like hand-holding and get walked through the entire process, maybe get some more of our documents, get our contracts, get our LOIs, to get access to me, have me and Jason look at their deals, get access to Ken and Marcus and Scotty and like all these folks that are, hundreds and thousands of units across the board. So I want to share with you guys what this group is all about. And it's called 7-Figure Multifamily. So let me explain to you guys how this group works, what you're going to get, and how do I play slideshow? Okay. So this is our mastermind group. Can everybody see that? Can somebody just say yes if they can see it before I go through all these slides? Let me just make sure you guys can see it. All right, good. That's enough yeses. Thank you. 7-Figure Multifamily Mastermind. You're going to get courses, recordings, and a document library. Okay. The document library, the courses, it has hundreds. I mean, it's got hours and hours of video walking you through exactly how to buy this stuff, getting started, building your brand, all this good stuff. Every part from the multifamily investing process broken down step-by-step, training videos, contract examples, how-to PDFs, guides, spreadsheets. You'll know exactly what to do next just through going through the course. You'll get all of our contracts, my LOI that I use on every property, the contracts that I created, because I don't let other people draft contracts. I always draft them in-house. I have an attorney on my payroll and I draft all my own contracts. You'll get all that stuff, which a lot of times is people's hesitation is like they're worried about documents and all that good stuff. So you'll get all that. You will get access to all the past event recordings that we've done. So we've been in operation for over 3 years now, and we do 3 events a year, 2 fulfillment events, and then multifamily live, which is what this is. You guys are seeing the recordings from the actual live person event. So you'll get access to all that stuff. And then what you're going to get to, which is kind of a no-brainer, is all the softwares and analytics. I get a lot of people that are asking me, how do I determine a cap rate? How do I determine, how a viability of a market, what the rental rates are? Like, that's all softwares and tools. So you can go out and get these tools by yourself. Let me just say, by no means do you have to use these tools, our group, to have success in commercial real estate. You can do it on your own. It's just, we provide a lot of support for you to help get it done. So CoStar is the gold standard. If you've heard of CoStar, CoStar is about $850 a month is what I pay for my CoStar membership. And then we have Moody's Analytics, which is not even available to the public. It's a corporate software, which will help you determine rental comps, rental sale prices, all that stuff. This is $2,500 a month, but they don't even sell it to individuals, so you couldn't get it. So those two things are about $3,350 a month. You get those if you have a 7-figure multifamily. Those come with the group, access to those. So that right there is super valuable. So you guys asked about the deal analyzer. This is a proprietary tool that we update regularly. So this is not like a sheet that's just kind of this fixed sheet. We are constantly making tweaks to this analyzer, especially because now I'm doing a lot of creative financing. So I'm constantly messing with the back end of the sheet so that you can plug in seller held second positions, preferred equity, mezzanine debt. Like, you can plug all those things into this analyzer. There's a little video of us walking through, but you already saw me walk through it. So I'm not going to make you guys sit and watch you walk through that analyzer. That was what I just showed you. The biggest thing too is, I think a lot of people don't feel confident when they submit an LOI or they make an offer because they haven't done the proper underwriting. And when you plug your deal into a real analyzer and you understand the investor metrics and how your LPs are going to get paid, when they're going to get paid, when you understand all that stuff, it makes submitting that offer a lot less scary versus just like, if you just submit an offer with the back of the napkin analyzer, that's cool, but you better have a plan to underwrite that thing pretty full. So save hours of manual number crunching. We develop this thing, we update it regularly. And we also have a new development analyzer too. So if you're looking at ground up construction, also, let me just caveat this by saying, I have self-storage, mobile home parks, office, retail, and multifamily in my portfolio. So it is multifamily live, but we don't just buy multifamily apartments. Like, anything commercial real estate under that umbrella, we're pretty well vested in, and we can actually help you get closed. We have people that just go after mobile home parks. We have people that just like storage facilities. And the analyzers that we have, they work for all that stuff. So it's not like this is only an apartment analyzer, and if you have a mobile home park, it won't work. So it'll work for everything because it's based on income and expenses. Okay. You will get one-on-one consulting with us. So we will look at any one of your deals. We do what's called deal reviews. So you have a formal deal review process. So when you do get a deal, and I think this is probably the most valuable piece of the group, I'm selfishly kind of saying that, but I will make sure, I've looked at thousands and thousands of properties, and I will make sure that you don't go out to sea with any holes in your boat. So Jason is the same way. I mean, he's a better underwriter than I am. And we'll make sure that we look at every deal that you'll do. We'll underwrite it with you. And that analyzer that you saw, you'll plug that in, and then you submit to our team, you submit for a deal review, and they'll get you in our calendars, and I'll make sure I'll shoot holes in it. I'll help you stress test. I got a lot of questions about stress testing the analyzer. So I'll help you stress test, your deal. And then we have laser coaches. So you guys saw Ken, you guys saw some of the laser coaches, Frank, come up. There's a bunch more laser coaches. Scotty in here is a great laser coach for acquisitions and deal sourcing. Marcus talks about raising capital. I can't even speak to how much money Marcus has raised. I think he's got like 1,500 units, and he's raised like, I don't know, 60 million bucks or something, some big number. And he'll talk to you all about raising capital. Yang is the brand building expert. If you don't follow Yang, she's cool as heck. And she'll talk to you about building your brand so that people know you, and that way they can flow you. And then Ken Hines, you guys saw, is the underwriting expert. So if you just have a question about underwriting, or you just want to talk to Ken like at a high level to just understand the sheet, or like maybe you don't formally want to come for a full-on deal review, but you just have some questions, you can have access to our laser coaches and just schedule a call with them. And they have pretty open calendars for you guys to plug in. And then Frank, you can ask him anything about asset management, the tenant experience, maximizing value. So you do get unlimited deal reviews from us. Like I said, I'm a little biased, but it's probably the most valuable part of the group, because I think sometimes the best deal you ever did is the one you didn't do. And I would say it's better to buy no deal than a bad deal. So sometimes the value is just like not buying a bad deal. And I think I've saved people, honestly, 6-figure, sometimes 7-figure mistakes just from things they haven't seen, because I have, strong experience looking at a lot of deals. And if you're new, you want to see where the potholes are that you might hit ahead of time rather than hit them and have to pay for it. So that's the big process of the deal review. And I think why it's so valuable. So we'll stress test your underwriting. This is a little video of Jason going through a deal review. I can pull that sheet back up and share with you guys a little bit more in depth, but I kind of showed you everything. But we'll go in there and play with all the numbers and stress test your occupancy. We'll stress test your expense ratios. We'll stress test your debt service coverage ratios. We'll stress test the loan amounts that you have, make sure your taxes and your insurance are right. We'll stress test your rent increases and play with your rent bumps and say like, hey, well, what if you can't get $150 rent bumps and you only get $100 rent bumps? What does that do to your returns to your investors? And we'll watch the numbers kind of fluctuate. Underwriting at the very base level, underwriting is simply just manipulation of data. And then what's cool is when you get good at underwriting, you can actually manipulate one piece of data and just watch it turn all the other levers in the spreadsheet as far as investor return metrics like IRR, average annual return, cash on cash, equity multiple. So like if I go and adjust my rents by $100, I can watch my returns to my investors fluctuate by 10, 50 basis points. So that whole process of learning how to underwrite deals is going to be really important for you guys. And if you think you're going to get through and be successful in commercial real estate without a basic level of underwriting, it's going to be very difficult. Unless you have that full blown in-house and you trust that person more than anything in the world, you really got to have a basic level. So we'll give you instant confidence in your numbers. This is literally priceless. I think Bill even Bill tried to put a value on it, but I said, you can't really put a value on that. So 3 in-person events. So we do hot seat sessions, networking, walkthroughs. So we have an event coming up in August, I believe. At the end of August, we have one of our in-person events for our members, and they come to Nashville, Tennessee, and they walk some of our properties. So you actually we put everybody on a bus. We drive you to one of our apartment complexes. You get to walk a non-renovated unit. You get to walk a renovated unit. You get to walk the common areas, pools, office, things like that. So you can actually really start like feeling how an apartment complex runs. And I think that to me is the hands-on experience that nobody really gets unless you're involved with somebody who owns, some larger assets. So you can come, and then what we do is after we walk a property, we go back to the classroom at the hotel and like we answer any questions you have, like how much did it cost to turn this unit? How much was the flooring, the paint, cabinets, countertops, vanities? Like how much did labor cost? What were the rent bumps that we got? Like, why did we do a partial upgrade? Why did we just organically turn this unit versus doing a full-on renovation? Like we'll answer all those questions. And it helps when you actually walk a unit. So this is some photos from our event. So the live events are amazing. They'll motivationally recharge you, network and build relationships. This is where a lot of partnerships are formed. So if y'all understand it's a team sport, a lot of folks have bought deals together within the group. And that's kind of the thing that entrepreneurship, even commercial real estate, can feel like you're on an island. Right now, everybody else is in different places in the world. But when we all get together in a room, you start to learn about other people and you start to build partnerships and friendships that are going to last for a while. Partnering on multifamily commercial real estate is it's kind of a marriage, because you're in this thing for at least 5-7 years, sometimes even longer if you're going to hold this thing. And those can't really be built over the phone or even over Zoom. You got to do it in person. So that's why we try our best to get everybody together a few times a year. We have on-site. This one's in August. Like I said, 2-day mastermind has a hot seat event where we dig into your business, so what you need. You actually get up on stage and tell us about your business and what you need, where you're at, and all that stuff. And we'll give you the tools and help you with some guidance as far as what's next steps for you. And then we have another one in Dallas, Texas. I can't wait to go to Dallas. So another 2-day business event in Dallas. So we do state of the market huddles every month. We'll get on a call and just talk about the state of the market. Interest rates are rising. Like everything that I talked about at the beginning of this presentation, like the very first thing was just like, this is why we get on every month and just talk about what we're seeing. I am by no means on some like pedestal. Like I have these units and I'm like trying to teach you guys to get here. Like I'm really reaching up every single day, trying to get more. So I'm in the weed. My point is I'm in the weeds every single day with you guys. Like I'm looking at deals, I'm making offers. We have 3 deals under contract right now. We're closing one next week. Like I'm in the weeds constantly. So that's why I can come to you every month and say, hey, this is what I'm seeing. Like I'm seeing half my lenders aren't even lending on commercial real estate right now. Half of them just pulled back completely. I've got lenders that have just backed out completely of a deal and said, like, we're not lending anymore on this. We're just holding tight, right, with what we got. So you got to know that kind of stuff. You got to know that kind of stuff. This is an example of some of the monthly huddles that we're seeing. Accountability groups. So the accountability groups, I think of the feedback, obviously I'm partial to the deal reviews because I'm involved in the deal reviews. The accountability groups are probably, from the member standpoint, one of the biggest drivers. Every week the accountability teams meet and you get plugged into these groups. And it's probably one of the coolest freaking things because everybody pushes everybody else, and it helps to check in every single week with your accountability group and what your action items were. And then you come back and you report how well you did and where your wins were and all that good stuff. And your accountability group is going to keep you on track to hit your goals. So, if you have a goal of owning 100 units in 12 months, you know that you break that goal down and you need to talk to 2 brokers a week. Well, on your accountability meeting every week, you're going to say, hey, I talked to 1 broker this week, and your team's going to be like, why didn't you talk to 2? And so believe it or not, that stuff is really going to push you forward, because if you don't have somebody keeping you accountable every single week, it's very easy to get off track. So these are an example of the accountability groups. There's Ken and Jordan, Ronnie. I can't speak enough about these accountability groups. So forces you to take action. These group leaders. So we have a facilitator. We have a leader within each accountability group from 7-figure multifamily that helps facilitate it. They've all been trained by Brian Moran, who wrote the 12-week year. So it's not like we just put you all in a room and let you hash it out. Like, we facilitate this stuff. So it's very well run. It's very well organized. You guys don't get in there and just stare at each other. Like, it's very much a high impact. We know your time is valuable. We want to respect your time. We understand that the whole reason you're in this is to buy your time back and to have cash flow so you can spend your time however you want. So we don't waste it. We put a curated community together. That's a picture at one of our properties. The Facebook group is probably, I keep saying it's the most valuable thing because it's like every time I get to the next thing, I've seen these slides a couple times, but I keep forgetting how the offer stacks on itself. Like, it's so valuable. The Facebook group is pretty cool. Yeah, this is one of our Airbnb properties. If you notice, the city of Nashville is back there, the skyline. So we own 20 Airbnbs right up the street from Nashville. And this is, everybody came to walk the property when we were under renovation. So we were like probably 90% through construction, and everybody came, we walked it. It was pretty cool. The Facebook group is, you can ask any questions. You can go in there and search the Facebook group, and there's all the stuff is in there. I'll answer any questions you have in the Facebook group. The coaches are monitoring that. So I know we have a public group, but honestly, there's a lot of folks in there, and it doesn't get all the attention and the energy that our private Facebook group gets, because I only have a certain amount of time to answer questions, and I want to answer y'all's questions that are, members with us. And that's kind of where my focus goes to start. So the other thing that you're going to get now is the money raising CRM. So Bill graciously did this presentation about all the stuff that he does from a CRM standpoint and all the workflows and the text messages. So he threw this in there, and I was pretty shocked because it's pretty valuable. But basically, he will give you all of his templates. He's going to give you all of the text messages, the emails. He's going to give you all of the workflows, the dynamics, and actually give you the software. And all you have to do is just change your logo, just put your logo and your company name in there and your name in the signature. And you can just take basically all of his copy and his emails and his workflows, and you can just use it. So he threw this in there, and I was like, I think it's a really incredible tool. It's tough to put a value on it because it's custom made. Like a lot of this stuff's proprietary. So Bill is giving away this money raising CRM. So you're going to get not only this workflow. He's not just giving you the workflow. He's actually giving you the text copy within these bubbles. So you'll get the haven't signed up yet. You'll get what goes into that email, so you don't have to rewrite it, which I think is pretty cool. You can use all this stuff. So again, everything that I'm telling y'all, you can go do it on your own. Like I'm sounds bad to say. I'm impartial whether or not you guys, come join us or not. I really want you to. I think it's going to help you like skyrocket your business in commercial real estate. But if you don't, like, I still hope you go out and close deals. And you can do all this on your own. You can go get Twilio, get MailChimp, Active Campaign. You can get ClickFunnels. You can do Zoom and get all this stuff and go set it all up. I mean, he gave you basically all the information. So you could go do it all yourself, but he's going to do the CRM as a part of the offer that I'm about to share with you guys. So we're going to sell this money raising CRM as a standalone product later on. It's going to be $1,000 a month. But if you join us, it's going to be part of your package that you're getting. So everything you need to raise capital is on autopilot. You can build a massive network of investors. If you guys were here for my first presentation on acquisitions, I said the largest, most valuable pieces of this puzzle right now are finding and putting the deal together and then raising the money. So this is to help you raise the money. So I'm going to share with you guys what you're going to get: the onboarding strategy, one-on-one coaching, the deal analyzer tool, unlimited deal reviews, analytics and software, the 3 in-person mastermind events, weekly accountability sessions, strategy calls with Jason, monthly state of the market huddles, the events recordings, document libraries, past event recordings, everything like that. Curated Facebook community.
Have a good night.
Can we get that person muted? Money raising CRM to fund your deals on autopilot. So if you guys wanted all that stuff, I mean, those values are pretty accurate. It's about $96,000. But we're not going to charge you $96,000. What I'd like to do is invite you to join 7-figure multifamily. It is our mastermind group. It's going to be $2,500 a month for 12 months. Is the price that you'll pay to get all of that stuff that I listed above. So I don't want to go through it all again. I'm just going to let it sit there. You guys can kind of read through everything that you're going to get. If you're serious about getting into commercial real estate, this is for you. If you're just kind of dipping your toe in the water and you don't know if it's right for you, then I'm not 100% sure you're going to commit to this, because what I will tell you is just because you pay this $2,500 a month does not guarantee that you're going to have success in the space. This just gives you all the tools to have success in the space, but you also have to do the work. So I want to be super upfront with that. We will give you all of the tools and resources you need to be successful. We will also make sure you avoid pitfalls, costly pitfalls that are going to cost you a ton of money. I think there's also a pay in full option for like $25,000, which is just pay in full, which you can get back on one acquisitions fee if you close one deal. And also, if you just avoid doing a bad deal, that $25,000 pays for itself too. So it's kind of a no-brainer if you're serious about this. If you're serious about getting into it, I would recommend joining. We'd love to have you. We have, I think, like 75 members all across the country that are just kicking ass and partnering with each other and doing deals, taking deals down. The one thing we're not going to show you guys is like the awards panel, which we did live, which is where everybody who has closed deals comes up and gets their award. And it took a while to give everybody all the awards. So we do a first deal award, we do a 100-unit award and a 500-unit award. We actually gave out a couple 500-unit awards and a lot of 100-unit awards at this previous event. So people have gone from owning no units to having hundreds of apartments through this group. So that is my ask. Is just, we'd love to have you. They're going to put a link. Morgan just dropped a link in the chat. If you guys are interested, if you have any more questions, we're here to help. But Morgan just dropped a link in the chat. Please click it, airmark it, save it, and we'd love to have you. How much is this? How much time is this offer in play? That's a good question. First of all, let me just stop right there. Does anybody have any questions about what is included in 7-figure multifamily in the actual offer in our group, like what we're giving to you guys in the group? If anybody has any questions, I can answer those now, because what I want to do is eliminate you guys, leaving here today and really wanting to do this, but having some unanswered questions about what you're actually going to get. So would these tools work for Canada? Jasmine, yeah, the tools work for Canada, except I need to find out if CoStar and Reonomy work for Canada. So let me find that out, Morgan, just to make sure I don't forget to get that question. Yes, this is for a year. So this is for a year. And then like after that, depending on how you enjoy the group, most people stay and renew because they had success and find the value far outweighs the cost. So we have well over half people, I think it's closer to 90% of people actually end up coming back because they just see the value in having us. So I'll get the answer on how much this, how long this offer is in play for, but that's for you guys that have joined this this webinar, and I'm going to kick back now. There's 75 people in the mastermind right now, 75 businesses. So that's, more than that actually show up to our events. So let me share with you guys what is coming up next. Does it give guidance to find deals? Yeah, absolutely. So we do give guidance to finding deals. If you guys were here for my acquisitions presentation, you saw me cold call people in your markets, your brokers, to help do deals for you guys. I've made phone calls for people and it's turned into hundreds of units for them. And I haven't even been involved, and I've just helped them open the door. And we will give you the guidance to do all those same things. So if you go to, the course, for instance, has a deal sourcing 101 video course. There's like 4 or 5 videos of me in there. Just basically, like, if I was getting started in a market with no experience, no knowledge, nothing, like, what would I do first? And it has like all that deal sourcing stuff in order to increase your deal flow channels. Okay. Yeah. Awesome. I'm just reading a couple questions. Yeah, it definitely gives guidance. It is nationwide. So the CoStar access is across the nation. I need to find out if it's Canada, but it's nationwide CoStar access. You guys can get access to any market you want. CoStar is where we pull direct to seller data lists. We pull them from CoStar and then we skip trace them. I'll give you all the softwares and tools you need to pull lists, skip trace lists, so you can go direct to seller if you want to. I go about 50% of my deal flow is direct to seller. How long does it take to hear back from you once we review our deal and submit it? That's a great question, Miranda. So I do deal reviews on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Jason does them on Mondays and Wednesdays. So we can typically get back to you in about within 48 hours, depending on when you submit. We're pretty quick. I know, like, a lot of times there's people that are like, hey, I'm in a time crunch. They're doing a call for offers, on Wednesday and it's Monday. Like, we'll turn around a deal review for you to make sure that you have everything you need in order to get your offer submitted. So that's it. That's all the questions I had. We're doing a live Q&A tomorrow for a bonus. The documents and contracts would work for Canadian markets. I have a feeling there's probably some nuances that you'll have to add from a legal standpoint in Canada, but our documents and contracts are willing, they work in Canada. So, and I'll get answers on that. Have you offered the program as a bonus to an LP? Good question, Daniel. It's a good question. We have a lot of LPs in our group. So if you're just looking to get your deal funded, or if you're looking to fund deals, we have people in the group that are just LPs. So all they do is loan earnest money or risk capital. All they do is loan on people's deals. And the reason we have a lot of LPs, in the group is because they want vetted operators. Okay. And in the group, they know that if you're paying, $25,000 or $2,500 a month to be in the group, they know that you then have the experience, and I've looked at your deal, Jason's looked at your deal. So they feel more comfortable investing in people that are in the group. So we have LPs that just pay so that they have vetted operators in their different markets that they can invest in. So if you're just looking for funding, like we have 4 or 5 people off the top of my head that will put up earnest money for your deal. They'll help you sign on the balance sheet and guarantor the loan. They'll help fund the deal as a limited partner investor. So we have a great mix of people. It's not just like, I want to tell you guys, this is not new people that are trying to get started. Of real number of people that have a lot of experience and a lot of money in this group as well. So we do have our people that are getting started, but we have people that have hundreds of units and millions of dollars to lend on this stuff. So I think I'm leading into the laser coaching session. So laser coaching. Let me pull this up here, because some of you guys filled out your laser coaching, and give me 1 second to pull up the form for the laser coaching. Link for spreadsheet. Morgan, are you going to drop that, or I'll email you that back of the napkin analyzer, and then we'll drop the link into the back of the napkin analyzer right now. Okay, so I'll get it. Bear with me. Let me talk about here you go, Morgan. Just send it to you, so you can get that in the chat forum, so that you guys don't have to wait a day to get it. There it is. Let me pull up some laser coaching folks that had submitted. If you're in the room and I call on you, you're going to get pinned up here, and then you'll get pinned up on the screen, and then we're going to do a little bit of a laser coaching session. So I'll share with you guys. You'll see how they go. First one is, I did this randomly. So we did a random selection for laser coaching. Emmanuel Romo. Is Emmanuel Romo in here? Raise your hand if you're in here. Morgan, if you see Emmanuel Romo. Is he in here? Give him a second. Give him a second to come up. No, he's not in here. Next up, Calvin Curry. Calvin, you in here? Yo, what's up, Calvin? All right, pin Calvin up here. Let's get Calvin up here. Unmute him. Calvin, you ready?
Yep.
Awesome. All right, Calvin. Here's what we're going to do, man. We got, let me see how much time we got. I want to make sure we close out like Florida tomorrow, state of the market. Details pitch. Okay. Cal, we got 10 minutes here. I want to dive into you, where you're at, your business, and we're going to talk about your next steps to be successful in commercial real estate. Let me add a pin to you. I know you probably weren't planning on getting called on, but.
Oh, no, I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. Tell me a little bit about yourself, where you're at, and then your current situation. And
so as for myself, I got into real estate about a year ago as a real estate agent for buying and selling single family homes. About a month or two ago, I got turned on to multifamily and have started the learning process. And my goal is within 3 to 5 years to fully exit being a realtor and just being a GP on multiple projects like this. And also to create financial freedom for not just myself, but my whole family. So I've got about 2 million in equity backing me from my parents from lucky purchases they made in the past that we're going to be using to create a real estate portfolio to fund their retirement, take care of them with the cash flow, and also be able to buy my sister a property because she won't be able to afford one.
Yeah.
So far, we've done quite well with single family, buying 2 properties for a combined total price of just under $800,000 and generating $4,000 a month net cash flow from them. So one makes $2,300, $125, but
great.
You realize that that's not going to be the right process moving forward. So we're moving to multifamily.
Yeah. First of all, that's amazing. That's great. Amazing goals. Very clear. I think you're super clear on why you want to do it, which is of the utmost importance. That's awesome. What market are you in?
Right now I'm in Calgary, Alberta, Canada.
Okay.
That is the localized market, but we're open to investing in the US and in Canada. And we're currently in the discovery phase, finding which markets work for us, et cetera, et cetera.
And the single family homes you bought, are they in Canada or are they in the US?
They're in Canada. We have one in Calgary and one in Lethbridge, which is just south of Calgary by about 2.5 hours. Both of them perform extremely well due to the unique ways that we've set them up.
Sure.
But we're looking to expand into multifamily in either the US or Canada.
Okay. What markets do you like in the US? Have you earmarked any of them?
I haven't earmarked any of them, but just from the basic news I've been getting and being on newsletters and stuff like that, 2 hot markets right now are, of course, Texas and Florida. So
Yeah.
they're earmarked, but I haven't done any deep dives into them yet.
What's the goal? What's the goal for your parents? How much do they need to retire? Like what's the monthly number that they need?
Monthly number for them would be to just essentially replace their incomes to be able to live comfortably, because their goal is to go and sail the world. And so their rough goal is to make sure that they're not cash poor. So they want some in the savings account, 200, 300,000 or so. And then a monthly of around 8 to 10,000 a month will cover them completely.
Sure. And then you got 2 million basically to throw at it.
Yeah.
So if that 2 million gets invested in the right deals, which is basically, let's just call it an 8% preferred return. Okay. 8% preferred return. We're doing 6 to 8 prefs right now. So really all what you need is to either find the good deals or find the good operators, because an 8% return is really not hard to get. Let me just share the math with you guys. So let's say they put $300,000 in the bank account, a little safety net. They have a little cushion there. They invest the $1.7 million at 8%. That's $136,000 a year divided by 12 is $11,300 a month. All they need is to get that 1.7 working for them at 8%. They could do it as an LP. You could go find the deals and they could be their main investor. I mean, you could do that on one deal for them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, just with roughly 150, we're at 5,000 a month.
That's amazing.
flow.
Yeah.
Because that's roughly what we've put into our 2 properties.
Yeah.
And we're doing extremely well. I mean, one we bought for 318, and that one brings in a gross of what was it? 4,700 a month. Our net is 2,500 a month on that one property for a 318 purchase, which is amazing for single family on cash flow.
Yeah. What are they, short-term rentals? Why is it so much?
No, long term. We bought a 6-bedroom bungalow in Lethbridge for 318 in April, and it was converted previously to 4 units, 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom, and its total rent of everything total and our net cash flow, that's 2,400, 2,500 on that.
It's amazing. It's amazing. What
As amazing it is, though, the thing that it doesn't have is the ability to insulate itself off of major repairs such as multifamily. So like, I'm excellent at finding good cash flow deals, but let's say there's an $8,000 repair that takes away your cash flow for 4 months, 5 months.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
and with single family, we're only able to purchase maybe another 5-6 ones before we max out on our mortgage potential. When with commercial, that's not the case because they look at the property, not at you.
100%. What's holding you back from doing your first deal in commercial real estate? What do you need?
Probably 3 to 4 months of learning to learn how to properly underwrite deals, get access to or create a system such as yours for proper underwriting, understand deal structure to a higher degree, and then to get it together. Being in single family real estate, I've already got together a warm lead list for investors because I'm primarily working with high net worth investors. So raising capital won't be too hard. It's just learning everything so I can confidently go into those investors and get deals going, and then deciding on markets.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I don't want to drop the group again, but like, I think we'd be perfect for you because it's like you have the cash flow. I mean, your cash flow will fund the knowledge that you get from plugging into us, and then you have the analyzer. I think you already kind of have that base level box checked. I mean, you just need to really dial in your underwriting, and then, you know, Texas or Florida, you can't go too wrong in either one of those markets, both landlord friendly states. I mean, as long as you pick safe secondary, tertiary, even primary markets, like, you're being a good spot. The thing that you need to do is just be able to really underwrite, because like you said, you have to be able to communicate to your investors that this is a good deal and here's why. So, and what I will say too is, like, our analyzer is not the only one out there. Like, there's deal analyzers out there. You guys can go find them. Like, I used one long ago before we created this one. So it's not like I'm saying you have to join the group to get the analyzer, but what I am saying is, like, we will also help you with your analysis of them. And that's kind of the language that we all speak. Like, we have this analyzer and we kind of all speak that same language. So you can send somebody that thing and then they can look at it and be like, I know where everything is and all this kind of stuff. But what you also need to do is start looking at more commercial deals. How many have you analyzed? How many do you think you've analyzed in the past 30 days?
Nowhere near enough. In the past 30 days, I've analyzed maybe 2. My numbers are way too low there.
We're looking at about 150 deals to buy one right now.
Yeah. No, 100%.
The market has changed quite a bit. I mean, you can get the word lucky. I hate to throw around, but you could get lucky and get one sooner, but you all need to prepare yourselves to look at about 150 deals to buy one.
Yeah, well, the reason why I even got into multifamily was because I almost got lucky. I was working with some clients. It was actually when I was buying in Lethbridge myself, and happened to come across a deal for 34 units at a 2.6 million purchase price. And you're only buying a portion of the condominium. It was a 74 unit complex. The numbers worked really well. It cash flowed well. And I wasn't in a position to have the investors or the money liquid to actually put in an LOI.
Yeah.
So we lost it. That property sold in 20 days. It went pending, and then it closed in another month or 2.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it pays to be able to pull the trigger, you know, and like the confidence of having the numbers dialed in, because even if you didn't have the money raised, if you had the like super confidence in the numbers, like you could have locked it up, and then, you know, I don't want to say figured out the money later, but you can, you know, if you know the deal is really solid. But it always helps to have your investors sort of teed up and ready to invest when the time comes.
Yeah, I even had some investors interested, but we didn't have the systems processes set up, didn't have the ability to create confidence. And now I have investors telling me to get there so that we can get started.
Yeah, 100%. That's great to hear. And I mean, dude, you're rocking it, man. Just keep doing what you're doing. I think you focus on building your brand, kind of switching from the single family to the multifamily, and just focus on putting out consistent content. Even if you have to come up with like a mock deal, Calvin, you come up with like a mock deal that has like projected investor returns in like Florida or something. It doesn't have to be a real deal. And just say, you kind of tee your investors up and say, hey, this is similar to what we are looking for. Like, we don't have this one in the hopper just yet, but these type of returns and this type of deal is exactly what we're looking for. If I brought this and put this in front of you, is this something you'd be interested in? You can actually start to get soft commitments and raise on a mock deal that's not even yours.
Yeah, that is in my plan.
It's amazing. That's
the
great.
main thing that's limiting for me is the full kind of market in general for multifamily investing. It's rather gate kept on the information side. So what I'm finding is through my own research, the majority of the information where you can learn quickly and not suffer for 5-10 years, like a lot of the course providers like you out there have, is by taking courses.
Yep.
And it's hard to, right now, I don't have a ton of cash myself. The cash is behind the parents. And it's hard to get them to see the value in this. So I'm working on that, but we're not currently in the place where we can join a group for $2,500 a month or something like that.
Yeah. Get your parents over here. Let me talk to them. I'll get them all hopped up on this group. Get them over here. All right.
We can talk about that later, but that's not really the kind of thing that's going to be good value for the rest of the group here. What else would you like to talk about?
That's it, brother. I don't have any. Do you have any questions for me?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. Dude, keep hammering, man. You got a good head on your shoulders, I can tell right out of the gate. So you got a plan, you know what you want. You've done the math, which is, I think, important. A lot of people like haven't even done the math. They just saw, commercial real estate as sort of this sexy thing and they want in. Like, so you've done the math, you know what you're doing. My final tip is, I understand 3 to 4 months to get educated. Like, just don't get caught in the education phase, because it's very easy. There's so much stuff to learn to like want to always seek that next piece of information before you actually take action. So you'll learn 10 times more from actually putting a deal under contract and even walking away from it. If you don't end up closing it, you'll learn more from doing that than 4 months of watching courses and videos and stuff like that. So don't hesitate to take action, as long as the contracts are written the right way and you can get out of it. Sometimes it's best to just take some action, get something done. And yeah, man, you'll learn a ton. I'm pumped for you, dude. I can tell you're going to be successful in the space. So.
Oh, I will be. It's just a matter of time. I expect my first offer to happen within the next 12 months.
Sounds good.
Deal closed within the next 12.
You're going to do it, Calvin. Good luck to you, brother.
Thank you kindly.
Awesome. He's got a plan. He's going to be successful. I can tell. I can feel it. I can feel it in his voice. He knows what he's doing. Cool. Let's do another coaching session here. I want to get Anna Gray up here. Anna, raise your hand if you're in the room. I want to see you. Let's talk about where you're at, where you're going, and how we can help. Calvin was ready to rock. Do the math, folks. If it's $20,000 a month in passive income that you want, that's $3 million working for you. I did that math on my presentation if you were here. So just do the math on what you want and where you're going, because you got to earn that equity. Somebody's raising their hand. I don't know if it's, I had picked some folks. Let me just text Vanessa for these laser coaching, because we had handpicked some folks. Give me 1 second. Hold on 1 second. I think, is Richard Miriam in the room? Mira, I'll get to you in a second. Let me see if Mira had a laser coaching. I'm getting names from Vanessa. Richard Miriam, throw your hand up if you're in the room. Fear not knowing what.
Yes. Hello.
Hello.
Media? You speak media or another name?
I got Richard Miriam here. Let me get Richard pinned up. Richard, how you doing?
Hello. How
Good.
you doing?
I'm doing great. I've seen you in here pretty much the whole time. I've been watching. I can see the little tile, so I know you've been adamant, taking notes and paying attention, man. What have you gotten so far out of the event?
A lot of information.
Yeah, we're throwing it at you, huh?
Still don't know which way to go and how to go.
Still don't know which way to go and how to go?
Yes.
Well, best way to go is some way, and then you'll find out if it's the wrong way pretty soon. But the worst way to go is nowhere at all. So I think in any moment of decision, the best decision you can make is the right one. The second best decision you can make is the wrong one. And the worst decision you can make is no decision at all. So we ought to do something with you, Richard. We're going to do something. What market are you in?
I'm in Texas right now. I'd like to do Texas and Florida.
Texas and Florida. You got to partner up with my boy Calvin, who just came up. He's in Texas and Florida. He's trying to get deals. Any real estate experience, Richard?
No, not really. I've been to several webinars and sales pitch seminars and bought in a bunch of it and hadn't been able to do anything with it.
Yeah. Why do you think that is?
Lack of help and just not knowing how to go about it.
Yeah. Do you have a W-2? Are you working a W-2 right now? Or are you able to, how much time are you able to allocate to commercial real estate?
I'm not working right now.
Okay. So we got time to give.
Yes.
What do you feel like what do you like doing? Do you like the number side of things? Do you enjoy talking to people? What about acquisitions? What, raising money? What kind of speaks to you at this stuff?
I don't know what to say to people and the numbers. I haven't done much on the numbers of any of it.
Sure. What do you want to do?
I want to get into multifamily and get freedom, financial freedom.
Sure. What does financial freedom look like to you?
10 to 15,000 a month.
In passive income?
Yes.
It's about $2 million working at like 8%. 2 million in equity working at, what's that? 8. Yeah. We can get 2 million in equity working for you. It's probably 7 or 8 deals we got to get closed for you. First steps to start though. What I would say is if you had to pick one, so asset management, underwriting, raising capital, or acquisitions, like finding and sourcing deals. If you had to pick one of those lanes to start diving in and gaining equity for yourself, which one would you pick? If I held a gun to your head, made you pick one of them.
Finding the money.
Raising money?
Yes.
Dude, capital raisers are getting a huge slices of equity right now because money is a little bit tougher to get than it was a few years ago. So capital raisers are getting a huge slice of equity. First step in raising capital is to have a little bit of a brand to start. You don't it doesn't have to be full on built out, but first thing is to start going through your phone book and seeing who in your current Rolodex would be interested in investing in commercial real estate, because friends and family is typically the first round of folks that you can raise capital from. You got anybody in your phone right now that you know wants to put money into commercial real estate?
I have nobody in my phone that's interested in it or has any kind of money on it.
Well, we got to get some people in your phone to get some money, Richard. That's step one.
My brother, I tried to talk to him about it, and that's his biggest shutdown quick on anything.
Yeah. That sounds good. Man, I want I want to come through this computer screen and just freaking shake you, because you can do this, man. You can do it. This stuff is like, I put my pants on one leg at a time, just like you, man. You can do this. You can buy these commercial real estate buildings. You got to find them. You got to either find the buildings, or you got to find the people like Calvin who are looking for the buildings. And then you got to help them raise the money. But you got to network with these people. Everybody that's in the chat, we got a ton of people in Texas. We got a ton of people in Florida. Give them your contact information. Everybody in the chat.
I've been writing information down on them.
Okay. Everybody in the chat, ping Richard, have him raise some money for your deal. He's going to start making some phone calls. You got to get out to it. You got to get out to another circle of people that have money though, man. You got to get out of your comfort zone. Your brother you got to get some people in that phone book that can stroke some bigger checks. And those people are out they're at events. They're in these rooms. They're in our mastermind group. They're in other places. We just got to get some more folks in that Rolodex for you.
I don't know where to find these deals or how to get them started. To trust me on sending me deals or.
Yeah. Well, first step is go to LoopNet, and then you go to LoopNet and you look at every deal that's available. I don't really care too much about the deals. You can practice underwriting them on that back of the napkin analyzer, send some offers to some brokers. But thing I care about on LoopNet is you go to LoopNet and you find out who the brokers are that are doing the deals. You go to their websites and you start adding your information on their website. So the next time they get a deal before it hits LoopNet, it'll come to your inbox. You can start you can look at properties, right? That's a completely free way to start looking at deals. It's the first thing I tell anybody to do is just go to LoopNet. It's a free service. Start looking at those deals. Go to a local REI meetup, like Bill Neal just said. Go to a local meetup. Start talking to people. But they don't know. Your biggest problem right now, your biggest problem, Richard, this is my last piece of advice for you. Your biggest problem right now is obscurity. Nobody knows who you are. So if nobody knows who you are, they can't invest with you. And if nobody knows who you are, they can't send you any deals. So you got to, as uncomfortable as it may be, as much as you don't want to do it, you have to get out there. You got to put yourself out there, whether it's flipping your phone on social media and telling people what you're doing, or going to the REI event and standing up and saying, this is who I am. But your biggest problem right now is obscurity, brother. So you got to get out of obscurity, start letting people know what you're doing, and start looking at more deals. All right.
Yes.
All right, man. Stay tuned. We got some good stuff coming up for you over the next couple of days, man. You'll learn a lot more stuff. Just hang out with us. All right, Richard? All right, we got time for one more. Everybody send Richard a message. Let him know that, dude, he can do this, and that if you get a deal, he's going to help fund it. Anna Gray was not in here. I got Miria. You got your hand up. Do you want to do a laser coaching session? I can see you. Go, Richard, go. Let me see. You want to unmute?
Oi.
Hey, how are you?
Hello. Hello. My name is Miriam Lima. I'm from Brazil. And my first question is about this live stay record, for you let available for everyone. Because the way we speak so quickly and I try to get all the information, sometimes so difficult.
Yeah, we'll get you the recording so you can watch it.
Perfect. I have one question about the investment. I'm super hosted by Airbnb here in Maryland, and I'm 10 rooms available rent. And I would like purchase multifamily. But my question for you, what kind of area is better for we apply, purchase one property under 500?
I think she dropped off. I was having trouble hearing her. Hey, if you come back on, can you put your question in the chat? I will answer it for you. I do apologize. I couldn't hear her. So let me see. We have one. How much time do I got? Let me look at my schedule. If you hop back on, Miria, I'm so sorry I couldn't hear you. You were scratchy. Put your question in the chat. All right. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me figure out what we got left. So we have, oh gosh, we have a great session left here. So here we go. Tomorrow, let me tell you guys a little bit about tomorrow, and then I'm going to leave you with a great session that I think y'all really need to watch. Jason, who you didn't see much of today, is coming back and talking about the state of the market. Peely is going to be talking a lot more about raising money tomorrow. We have a keynote speaker that you're going to want to stick around for. The keynote speaker is just amazing. I'm talking about seller financing. We're talking about we have a lot of other bonus stuff. We are doing Q&A. We have more speakers that are coming to you tomorrow. As far as today, what I want to tell you guys is I do have to go today, but I'm going to leave you with a little bonus presentation that's going to come up after I go. It's going to be a partnership panel that shows you the importance of teams and talking about It's going to be talking about the importance of teams. So the partnership panel is going to be a lot of the folks who have found partners within the group and finding partners within the group and scaling their businesses with other members that they've met within seven-figure multifamily. And whether you join us or not, it's really important for you guys to watch this partnership panel that I'm going to share with you guys as like a bonus before I go, because multifamily is a team sport and it's very difficult to do all the things required in this space by yourself. So you will have I don't own a single apartment complex on my own. Everything that I own, I have at least one partner. Most of them have two partners. Some of them have 3 and 4 partners on them. So you need other people to do this because there are so many roles to be played and hats to be worn. If you try and wear them all, you're only going to be able to do 1 or 2 deals and you're just going to be capped out. So they're going to talk on this partnership panel. I don't want to give away everything they're going to talk about, but I'm going to tease it with, they're going to talk a lot about kind of what they look for in partners and how people link up with each other and how you negotiate and talk about the general partnership splits and find your roles and find your lanes, which I really want you all to be successful. And if you're going to be successful, a lot of you are going to have partners in order to do that. And I'm going to leave you with this partnership panel. Please, please, please. I want to see you tomorrow. Come back. We're starting at the exact same time, 10 a.m. Central, 11 a.m. Eastern. We're going to start at the exact same time tomorrow. We got a full list of presentations tomorrow that's just jam-packed, exactly what we did today. And with that being said, I also please consider the mastermind group. I would love to have you. I don't want to go back through the entire value stack of everything that you're going to get, but we've had a lot of people have success. And if you're serious about this, we would love to have you in the group. Morgan, can you drop the link in there again? They are dropping the analyzer link in there too for the back of the napkin analyzer. You'll have that before the end of this session, this next partnership panel. You'll have that back of the napkin analyzer, and Morgan will also talk about the drop the link in there for the group. Would love to see you. I'm going to hopefully see everybody here tomorrow, same time. I can't wait to deliver some more value to you guys. I'll do a bonus Q&A, get all your questions answered tomorrow as well. I hope you guys have a great evening. Enjoy this last presentation talking about partnerships in multifamily real estate.
I want to start with Ben. I want to start with you. And if you can kind of like tell your story a little bit. I know you were in single family real estate and made a transition to multifamily, and you've been around our community for a long time. So if you could just start and kind of before they go, really what I want to do here is as they're talking, I want you to find, there's going to be somebody here that's telling a story that hits you somehow. There's something that's stopping you. There's something that's holding you back. There's something that is that you're going to hear in them that you have felt at some point in time, and maybe you're feeling it right now. And the whole goal is to get you encouraged and inspired to move, to just say yes, to take that next step. So Ben, maybe you can start, just kind of tell your story a little bit.
Sure. So my name is Ben Morgan. I'm based in Maryland. I've been in real estate for a little over 23 years. So I started in residential flipping. I was a loan officer first, and then I got into flipping, and that's where I found 7-figure. So I've been in 7-figure for 6 years. Is going to be in October. So flipping was my passion, right? But when you're flipping, you have one single house. You have to do the work. You sell it or you hold it, and then you have to start all over again to make your money. So yes, I did it for a long amount of time, and I was very successful. But I needed something that was, or I could provide for my family, a legacy, something that I didn't have to start over every time I bought something. And one day I was driving down the road, and you ever see those large apartment buildings that they're building, or an apartment building? And I always wondered, what if I can do the same thing I'm doing in flipping, but in multifamily? But I didn't know what I didn't know, because I thought you could buy a multifamily for the price, and then you get the rents. But I didn't know that, oh, well, you have to have it. The expenses, you have to know the expenses, you have to know the bills, you have to know everything that is the story, the background of that building. And for me, that was my goal. So when 7-figure actually started 7-figure multifamily, I was like, that's where I want to go. So I was in Bill's 8-figure at the time, and we were putting our goals together last year. And my goal was to get out of the residential and get into multifamily. So I set my goal to find a COO. I got my COO, he is running perfectly. And then I transitioned myself over to multifamily because that is where the legacy is. That's where you can get your passive income that you don't have to start over. You can make money with sleeping, right? You always hear that. So I got into it, and it's hard. When you first start, you don't know what you don't know. But when I was in this group, Jason, Chad helped me. They held my hand. They gave us the energy. They gave us the pump. Let's go. Let's get this done. Let's not give up, because the key thing, it's a team sport. It's not something that you can do alone. You can, but it will take so much longer to do. So with a team sport and with other individuals, all these people beside you in this room, they can help you with your business. You just have to talk, and you have to tell them what you like, tell them what you're strong at, tell them your strong suits and the things that you don't like. And then there might be somebody out there in this group that will help you and benefit from you guys working together. And that's what I found out. So to speed forward, these days, right now, I am partnered with Bob, Vaughn Bathel, and Charlie Harrison. Our company is called Impact Investing. And with Impact Investing and the partnerships that we've gotten, and just being in multifamily has catapulted us dramatically compared to us doing it by ourselves, because we have the ability to underwrite the deals and know exactly what we're doing. And if we don't, we have Chad, Jason, and Peely, and Bill to help us out. So that was a big help for us. And then we got to the point where, okay, we want to scale. We want to buy multiple properties. So we got to the point where we're like, okay, well, I just told Bob or Bill that yesterday, this time last year, we were on stage and we got our first deal award. We just got a refinance approved for our first deal. We bought it at 725. It appraised for 1.4 million. And that's from the help of this company, this mastermind. These people, they are so open. They give you everything you need to be successful. And that's where I am right now.
So you doubled the value of that property in a year?
Yes.
That's insane. Awesome. Well done. Bob, let's go to you. Maybe you can talk a little bit about your story, because you kind of play into that one.
Okay. My name's Bob Miller. I'm in Atlanta, Georgia. I've been in real estate for, go Atlanta, go Georgia.
Seriously, Atlanta has got the people in the house. I don't know what happened.
So I've been in real estate for about 20 years, flipping and getting some buy and hold. It was mainly did it as a hobby for several years. Joined Seven Figure back in 2019 and realized that you can do that as a business, not as a hobby, and make some money. So I joined, learned how to run a business rather than have a hobby and work myself to death. So we've got the flipping business running pretty good now. So I was going to originally, my thought was to increase my rental portfolio in single family to have passive incomes for when I retire. I'll have that money to help take care of myself, my family down the road. And then, they started a seven-figure multifamily. I'm like, well, what is that? I mean, who can buy apartment buildings? You got to have millions of dollars to do that. I don't have that. So I came to the event and realized that you don't have to have that. You just have to find the right people that can help you along the way. And I've known Ben and Vaughn from Seven Figure Altitude. And we've done some things together in the past. So when I joined his group, I was, I've always kind of been a loan shark. So I was like, I could do this myself. I got it done, no problem. It went nowhere in the first 6 months. No traction whatsoever at all. And that back in February at the last event, Vaughn and Ben pulled me aside and said, we want to talk to you. So we talked, and I'm like, what's going on? I thought they had a deal for me. We were a partner on. And they're like, well, we're talking about it, and we want to bring a fourth partner on, so we need some help with asset management. I mean, we know your background, and you're good at that. What do you think? So we talked about it, worked out the details, and I joined the group. And we together, combined as a group, have just got traction. Like I said, we got 100 unit award. So we got 100 units, over 100 units we have under contract now, or we have purchased now, and we're not slowing down. So we'll be up here next year getting a 500 unit award.
Nice. You guys have something going on right now? Yes. What is it?
So we have a $50 million project in Bear Lake that we're working on, of 9 luxury short-term rentals. We're also opening a national short-term rental luxury property management company, and it's going live in Panama City in 2 weeks? 2 weeks.
Oh, next week.
Okay, next week.
That's it? You guys don't have anything else?
We got a 64 unit in Maryland we're working on, and that deal we actually partnered with Bill and Jason and Chad and Peely on that one.
I hope you guys remember that one, because I'm like, we're closing that deal like next week, aren't we?
And they have been a big impact on that one, get that one closed. Then we have a 48 unit we're closing end of June in Arkansas. And a short-term rental in Panama City we're closing in 2 weeks.
All right, we don't have time for the rest of it. Let's give it up for these guys. John, why don't you go next?
Oh, sure. So my journey began when I was 8 years old. Well, the dream of the journey. So
I hope you guys have time for this one.
Yeah. I see the clock though. That's intimidating. Yeah. So yeah, my parents were part of someone else's team, a developer, but also a multifamily owner. So when I look at it, my mom is an asset manager, property manager, and my dad did the grunt work, the maintenance man and that's how they sold themselves to a couple different properties. But specifically, when I was 8 years old, I met this Italian immigrant. So you have your parents, and this guy drives up in a brand new red Cadillac, and you have your parents on a pedestal, and I'm like, wait a second. That's their boss. So it's like, wow, like what is this guy, doing? I'm 8 years old trying to put this all together. But it was, in a small town in New Jersey that's certainly gotten developed since then. But it grew to over 200 units. He still owns that to this day. The guy's in his 80s, and he has his family involved. So as time passes, and all right, how do I get the path? How do I become successful? Well, you got to be a doctor or a lawyer. So I go to college and I go into pre-med. And if anybody knows who's been in pre-med or studying and knowing that probably takes, well, this guy knows, all the studying that's involved with trying to get into medical school, it's just a time suck like you wouldn't believe. So I'm once again like, all right, well, part of my curriculum was Kiyosaki, my personal stuff, because there's nobody in college teaching you what he's teaching you. So I'm like, oh wow, that's there. That's something out there. But I got to do this first. I got to study and get into medical school. Well, I don't get into medical school. I intend to go into the workforce. I go into software, which is from my perspective, was pretty lucrative. I was like, okay, well, I also have to pay off the $125,000 in debt I just went into. I don't want to steal your thunder, by the way. But I got to pay that off. But I'm making decent money for a kid just coming, with not finishing his MBA. So once again, it got delayed. So and I'm working in the workforce, jumping from job to job. Silicon Valley boom happens, and you're jumping, and you're making $10,000 more, so you take the next job. But all these things are a time suck. I can't do that thing. I can't get to that red Cadillac just yet because I got a lot of debt. I'm working, paying my bills, but I can't get there just yet.
Is anybody here struggling with time? Like, I want to do this, but I'm just delayed and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. And one day, like that one day, that's what I hear from him.
Yeah.
It's like, it's the mañana problem. You got the mañana problem. I'll do that mañana. I'll start tomorrow. And so this is a long period of time that you're like, the red Cadillac, the dream, real estate, I know what it is.
It gets passed down to the time keeps, where I finally meet somebody who's a roofer by trade, but for some reason, he's not just a roofer. He's got something going on, because this guy's got a few shore houses. He's got a huge house in a really nice section of New Jersey. Then when I get to know him a little bit better, he's got like 40 smaller multifamily, anywhere from 2 to 4 family, 40 of them that he self-manages, with his wife. So as we become closer and friends, I'm like, hey, dude, I don't have that many. I got my first one was a 2-family house. That's, we call it the house hack now, where someone else is paying the mortgage, and and I got a few more on top of that. I want to get to where you are. So we kind of formed this bond. He's like, okay, let's do this. So we're going out and searching. And I get the call one morning that my buddy Vinny had a stroke, passed away a week later. So, wow, I lost my mentor. I lost the guy who's gonna teach me everything about how to break into this business, how to work it, and everything else. So not to make it about me, but here's another time thing. Like, oh no, what do I do now? So I entrenched myself in work. I'm an executive in a company that's going public. I'm working 80 hours a week. In the meantime, we got married. My beautiful wife is there. Son's in the audience too. But during the time of me building someone else's dream, I get the call one day, and it was probably during the mid-COVID time. Well, guess what? Here's a package, and your services are no longer needed. I'm not going to use the F word. Sorry, I know it's an impactful word.
The F word is approved when it's that one on this stage.
Yeah, I said the F word, but the F word we're talking about is you got fired. It's real plain and simple. Here's your package. See you later. Thank you for 17 years of service. Not even a real thank you.
I told him that most of you probably don't know what getting the package means. I was like, what does that mean? Like, he's like, the severance package, I was like, no, I don't know. Half of us were, he's like, I'm an entrepreneur for 23 years. I never heard of the package.
So anyway, it left me with some time. I have a pregnant wife at home, and I'm gonna have a son really soon. That's gonna probably time suck some energy, but it did give me enough time to do some of the research. And I did go out and really listened, studied, watched YouTube, everything I can. And I did see 4 or 5 other masterminds. And it wasn't until I saw Peely give her story that really resonated to me. As we find out later, it turned out that Jason and Peely lived probably 2 blocks away from where I bought that first 2-family house. So there was a lot of things. There was a lot of synergy there. Jason went to Lehigh Valley for school, and I'm living in Lehigh Valley at the time because I moved for the job. But the one thing that was really cool was Peely called me back, and I spoke to her, I spoke to Jason, and I spoke to Chad. And the one thing, and I'm going to give Chad the credit, but I'm sure it was Peely and Jason too, saying, you're thinking too small. You're thinking 2-family, 3-family, 4-family. Go bigger. Think bigger. Why are you limiting yourself to that? The other thing that was really cool about that, and I told you I went through to that overtime thing is really freaking me out.
It's all right, yeah. That's what you get when you're a speaker. That's what you get.
Oh, okay.
Big red block.
Yeah, look,
Stop.
Okay, so I'm getting played off, I think. No, but in the sense that, but I spoke to Peely, Chad, and Jason. I reached out to those other places, and I spoke to someone else with some other creative title. Hey, you're talking to the VP of sales for, I won't say the name, for this person, but I spoke to, and I was like, wow, the access to these guys are incredible. Hi, Gio. I see you saying hi to me up there. So it was pretty incredible that I had the access to them. And the one thing that really was cool that, I kind of felt like I had that safety net with them. So I joined in August of 21 and meet this guy over Zoom. End of October, I think. He was putting this deal together in North Carolina, this first 16 unit. And I was only going to be a 19% partner. And then I later find out, so here's a thing that you learn from this, is a 90% partner means I don't have to guarantee any of the loan. He's got pretty much the funding set up. And I said to Scotty at the end of that call, I was like, hey, listen, I'd love to be more than 19%. If you need anything, give me a ring. So that phone call happens on December 26th and he says to me, okay, we got a situation here. Something else that that you'll learn here is there's some lenders that don't like IRA funds, which is going to be the bulk of the money coming in from this deal. So he's like, what can you do? And I was like, all right. So I was ready to jump in and do everything I can do. We got the ball over the goal line right before New Year's. So we technically got it in 2021. But that's what caused the spiral. And all along the way, it was, hey, did Jason look at this deal? Did Chad look at this deal? It was, we had all these safety. We had these guys, it's just us two going into that first deal. We kind of had the backing of, the whole crew and the accountability groups and everybody else trying to give us feedback on what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong. And that I always give credit to that first deal is the domino effect. Then we get the 52. Then we get the 124. Then we got we were actually looking, what was really funny, we were doing the due diligence on the 124 unit. We flew down to North Carolina. We're walking the property. Well, guess what? We get a call from this guy. He's like, hey, by the way, around the corner from your hotel is a 48 unit that just went up. So Frank and I jump in the car with Jake, and we go with our property manager, and we're going to meet Jason in about a half hour at the other property, go do due diligence, call up Scotty, and we're like, yeah, no, this is a good one. Yeah, look at this one. So, you know, what started as 2 immediately goes to 4. You know, on the other deals, you know, we pull in more people as the deals get bigger, but we're scaling, which is pretty incredible. I just wanted to get to that red Cadillac. I didn't know all of a sudden I got 304 units.
Now you can get the pink Cadillac.
Yeah, now we're talking Escalade there, Bill. You know, it's
they got a pink Escalade too. Yeah.
But yeah, it was really just the, you know, the whole start from the beginning, and just meeting like this guy and just how it scales. Like the partners are, well, our partners are in this room actually. You know, they're out there, but you know, we were in a room just like this, and that's where and you know, and the one thing to say is like, yeah, the time suck is still there, but guess what? This is, you know, everybody keeps saying it's a team sport. It absolutely is, because yeah, I might have had a couple 2-family houses, but you know, I could take care of them, self-manage them. I can't self-manage 304 units. We need the team and the partners and everything else that goes along with the group and everybody that's in here, and what I learned and what I digested from just joining the mastermind and sucking in all that information that they had on, you know, online for us in the accountability group. So yeah, I can't, without this, I wouldn't, you know, about this guy. And the one thing, the really cool thing that Scotty said to me a few weeks ago actually was, you know, and I'm thinking like, this guy found the deals, you know. And I kind of paused off my looking at my stuff because he was finding so many good deals. And he's like, John, this whole thing doesn't happen without you. And I'm sitting there in the back of my mind saying, no, this whole thing doesn't happen without you. So
that's a good partnership right there, isn't it?
Yeah.
When you think the other person is bringing massive value and they think you're bringing massive value, that's a win-win. 1 + 1 = 5, doesn't it? Yeah. Let's give it up for John. All right, Scotty, what do you got for us?
Yeah, so I spent 10 years getting my doctorate degree in psychology. And it's psychology, everyone, not psychiatry, just for reference. But I spent 10 years getting that degree, and I got a whole lot of debt, $200,000 in debt from getting that degree. But I finally made it. I spent all of that time and energy and money to get the degree, and I finally got it. And then I spent another decade working in the career field that I chose and trying to build my wealth and trying to grow my net worth and create a legacy for my family that would exist long after me. And I'm 10 years into my career, and I'm no farther ahead in my legacy creation journey. And
anybody else feel like that? Yeah.
And I'm still $200,000 in debt. So it feels like negative progress moving forward. And so I'm picking my head up out of the sand and trying to look around and see what else could I do? What other options are there out there? And I looked toward real estate. I attended a couple of conferences. One awesome conference that I attended was another conference unrelated to Seven Figure, and this guy had a vendor booth there. And at the vendor booth, a virtual vendor booth, by the way, and he just started sharing, and he started pouring into me. And I'm like, I get this one-on-one coaching session with a person that I aspire to be like someday. And just like John talked about, I get this individual streamlined access to a superpower. And I'm like, I get this for free. It's not even his conference. It's not even his event. And he's pouring into me. How much more value would I get if I spent a year with this guy? If I signed up, if I joined the mastermind? So fast forward a little bit, I jumped into the mastermind with both feet, and I'm still $200,000 in debt and still have a career. And I'm thinking, man, it took me a decade of education to get this degree. Maybe it's going to take me a decade to make any meaningful progress in multifamily, in real estate investing. And so I set my expectations up appropriately. I thought it was going to cost as much. I thought it was going to take as much time. And just the opposite happened. I joined the mastermind, the Runway Mastermind first, and I said, I want to get my value out of this program, because I learned that anytime I invest in cryptocurrency or in stocks or in some other investment vehicle, I am risking potentially losing all of my investment, right? A stock can go to zero. Cryptocurrency definitely can go to zero. And, but anytime I've invested in myself, I know without a shadow of a doubt that I'm making a good investment, that I will always recoup that cost. So I decided to take the plunge and dive into multifamily. And I mean, 18 months later, I am the proud owner of 313 units altogether, and 304 of which I share with this guy. And man, I can't even believe that that I'm sitting up here talking to you all. I feel like you all need to be up here talking to me, because I am not that guy. I'm not that person. I'm not some superpower that has, unlimited resources. I don't have a big pocketbook. I have negative value when I joined this mastermind. Coincidentally, my wife and I have 0 student loan debt today.
I truly meant it when I was like, this seat is for you. Like, it really is. Every year, I have no idea who's going to be up here. I don't know. The coolest part about any program I've ever put together is in the beginning, I think I know who's going to be successful and who's not. Like, I can pick people out of the audience. It's 100% not true. The reason why we let the right people in our program, we make sure that they're the right fit, they got the values, they got the integrity, they got the character, because I don't know. Like, I don't know who's going to be up here next year. It could be you. Anytime I look out in the audience, like, I remember Matt, I remember seeing you in 2018 at the event, and I was like, man, this guy's really hungry. I have no idea if he's going to be successful. But your resilient pursuit of success and the growth that you've had over the last 4 years, 5 years that I've known you is, I don't even recognize you anymore. And that's not the bank account, that's the individual. My favorite part about investing in myself, like Scotty said, is nobody can take that from me. You can take all my money, you can take all my things, you can take all that stuff, but I truly believe that if you empty my bank account and put me on the corner of Anywhere USA, I will make that back in about 2 seconds. Somebody told me once, you only have to become a millionaire once, because after that, they can take it all and you can become a millionaire faster and faster and faster every single time. And I truly believe that. And I believe it for all of you. Let's give it up for these guys one more time. Yeah.